This is going to be a long one. What's up, everybody? Welcome to my 4K slash Blu-ray, mostly Blu-ray showcase. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I saw somebody on YouTube do this like a year ago. Actually, like 2-3 years ago, more like. Holy shit, it's been that goddamn long. But I didn't really have like a giant Blu-ray collection, and now I kind of do. I wouldn't call it giant, but I have a pretty good 4K and Blu-ray collection. Again, mostly Blu-ray. You can see all my 4Ks down here. That's all I got. I got like fucking 12, okay? So, but yeah, I've always kind of forgot this was something I wanted to do. I never really had it written down, and then when I did remember I wanted to do it, my stuff was always fucking in storage, but now I've moved into a new place, and now all of it's not in storage, and I can do something like this again. So, also, I think one of the reasons, again, like a big reason I think this came into my mind, it was like the death of physical media is coming, and I don't know, I kind of wanted to preach a bit about the importance of physical media a bit in this video. Not too much. Mainly what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a movie. Sorry if you can hear my bird in the background, by the way. This is going to be awkward if I can't pick it up, but he's fucking going insane. Just ignore him. Look at me. I'm the one talking. Ignore the noises, all right? But, yeah, what the fuck was I even saying? Oh yeah, what I'm basically going to do is, mostly what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a movie and talk about whether I like it or not, and memories that are involved with it, some facts that maybe most people don't know, and then, yeah, talk about why I like it or don't like it. And then, again, I'm probably going to spend a lot of time on movies that I don't like, and less time on movies that I kind of think like about, you know, like I don't really care about, or I just don't like. Or I might spend a lot of time on the movies that I don't like because I passionately hate them. So we'll see. It's going to be a mixed bag, and it's going to be a fucking long one. This is like my first long form content type video, but yeah, let's do it. I like doing things like this. Oh yeah, one more thing. Disclaimer. Believe it or not, I haven't seen all of these. If you don't collect physical media, this concept is probably fucking crazy for you, especially if you only buy digital media. But there's something called back catalogs. So basically, a lot of people who buy digital media only wouldn't really know this struggle. I wouldn't even call it a struggle. It's kind of a good thing, actually. But essentially, a lot of these movies, and with video games or any type of physical media, I found most of these at garage sales and flea markets. At flea markets and garage sales, or secondhand stores, they're usually on sale or they're dirt fucking cheap. So a Blu-ray is like a 50 cents to $1, occasionally $2. So I'll just go through movies that I like or I kind of want to watch that I haven't seen yet that's been recommended to me, or a movie that I don't like, but fuck it, it's dirt cheap. I have Venom. I fucking hate Venom. It's somewhere around here. It was a fucking 50 cents, so I fucking got it. But yeah, I got that, and then if it's a movie I haven't seen, I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet, it's in my back catalog. With digital media, I think it's a little different. You pay $30-$40 for a new game or movie, you're gonna fucking watch it since you spent that much money. But if you buy a fucking game or movie for fucking 50 cents, it's not really on your priority list to watch. So, yeah. That's a little bit of a benefit. Look, I know Steam, I know does that. They have Steam sales all the time. I think my friend got Jedi, I think it was Fallen Order, for like 50 cents to $1 on Steam. I get that there's some digital media platforms that are friendly to that type of like niche thing, I guess. I don't even know if I would call it niche, but like there's sales, okay, like that. Mostly people who play on Steam, I hear having a back catalog, but a lot of the time I don't see people who buy digital media having a back catalog, okay? I have a back catalog. I've seen most of these, but some of these I haven't seen, and they're pretty big titles that I know some of you guys are gonna fucking be like, you haven't seen it before? Are you fucking crazy? It's a little bit of a disclaimer. There's some movies that I'm gonna spend like 30 seconds on because I haven't seen them yet. Okay, so let's just get into it. They're in ABC order, so we're gonna go in ABC order, in the order of ABCs, which naturally means we're going to start with numbers, baby. 28 weeks later, I don't have 28 days. I only have 28 weeks. I remember when 28 years later the trailer came out and everybody was rushing to rewatch these, but they were not on any fucking streaming service. So the Blu-rays and DVDs shot up by like 150 fucking percent. They were really hard to find. Everybody was buying them and they were super fucking expensive. I found this during the entire fucking fiasco at a Goodwill for $4. So, pretty fucking good. Goodwill didn't get the memo, I fucking guess. But, yeah, I can't find 28 days later anywhere. I've tried to find it, but we're talking about 28 weeks, baby. So it's not 28 days. It's not as good. In fact, it's kind of bad. Look, I like elements of this movie. Sure, does it do the whole fucking cliche overused trope in horror movies where a character who survives so much shit makes a fucking out of character decision so the plot can move forward because the writer's not creative enough to create a scenario that would fucking make shit go to shit go to fucking hell or whatever. Shit hits the fan because they're not creative enough to figure out a scenario. They just want to fucking, it's an easy way just to have a fucking character make a dumb decision. Yes, it does, at several points in this movie. But there's elements that I really do like. Fucking the opening scene is iconic as shit, man. It's one of the most gut-wrenching, terrifying, fast-paced, adrenaline-inducing fucking opening scenes I've ever seen. And I've seen this, people talk about this opening scene all the time. It sets the stakes and tone for an otherwise bad movie. I don't hate this though. Like, if somebody was watching this, I'd gladly sit down and watch it. There's some good parts, there's some good ideas. I hear this is mostly ignored in 28 years, but apparently this has footage. There's footage used from this movie in 28 years, so I don't know. It's fucking, I haven't seen it yet. But it's fine. I don't think it's good, but it's fine. All right, it's fucking, it's okay. Next, 42. I'm going to state something here. I really don't like biopics. The reason I don't like biopics is because I'm kind of don't like the fact that when they present the person that the biopic is about, usually they kind of like skip over a lot of the bad shit in their life. But when they do kind of cover the bad shit that they did or experienced, they kind of give you like a rose-tinted glasses and like, no, but please like this person still because they're the victim. They're the victim, truly, even though they did some pretty fucked up shit. I'm not saying this movie does it, but like I'm saying in general, I don't like biopics. I just kind of prefer the biopics who kind of present the person as to who they are, and it lets the audience decide if they're a good person or not. I really hate it when they're desperately trying to like you to like the person, because clearly the writer and the director really like the person in real life. 42 doesn't do that, and I quite like 42. About Jackie Robinson, the first black baseball player. I'm not super into baseball. I know a little bit about it. I know some of the players. I watch it occasionally. But everybody fucking knows Jackie Robinson. He's one of the most famous players of all time, mainly because he was the first black player, but also he was really good. Like, he was actually a really good ball player. And the movie kind of covers that. Harrison Ford's in it. Pretty good. This was my introduction to Chadwick Boseman. When I saw that Chadwick Boseman was cast as Black Panther, I remember I was like, that's the guy. That's Jackie Robinson. That's 42. But good biopic. Dude, great fucking scene, dude. I think this is his best role. Not Jackie Robinson, fucking Chadwick Boseman. There's a scene in the movie where like everybody's calling him slurs on the field, then he goes into like the dugout or like the fucking into like this dome area where he can be in private. And dude, Chadwick does an amazing job at just displaying anger and confusion and just genuine like anger and frustration. And I mean, I guess technically on paper it's not that hard to scream and break a fucking baseball bat over a fucking wall, but Chadwick Boseman did it really good. Yeah, highly recommend if you haven't seen it. Great movie. Alice in Wonderland. Okay, so Tim Burton's Alice in Wonderland. Johnny Depp. I fucking love this movie, dude. I think this is highly underrated. I think a lot of people pass on this because people think it's a Disney remake. It's not. I've actually heard a lot of YouTubers talk about it like it's a remake. It's a sequel, technically. It's not a direct sequel to the original animated movie. It's not even really a sequel to the book. It's just kind of its own thing that takes place after the original events of Alice in Wonderland. So it's not really a sequel. Again, it's kind of its own thing. And I think there was like, I know Alice in Wonderland was based on a book. I think there was like sequels and all. And I could be thinking about The Wizard of Oz here, but I think this is more in line with the tone of the books. But yeah, Tim Burton, Alice in Wonderland, I actually quite like this movie a lot. Very stylized, quite good. Alice is a great character in this. Johnny Depp is great as the Mad Hatter. Several funny moments, several great character moments that I thoroughly enjoy. It has that Tim Burton overuse of CGI, modern Tim Burton fucking look. But it's still good. I think it holds up pretty well. The CGI is dated a bit. There's some cringe moments. I still recommend it. Okay, Alien, the Alien Anthology. This has the first 4 original Alien. Look at that reflective fucking case. Oh, yeah, it's so cool. Alien Anthology, the first 4 is in this movie, or in this fucking package. It comes in like a little cool little, oh shit, booklet, you know, with some facts. And not only that, it comes with like, so you have like the normal Blu-ray, and then it comes with, okay, it has all the normal Blu-rays, and then it has like a documentaries, the making of all the Alien movies. So I'm going to say something right here, right now. Most of the movies on this, actually, I wouldn't say most. Okay, half of the movies on this, I think are dog shit. So, sorry to anybody who likes Alien 3 or Alien fucking, what was the 4th one called? I don't fucking care. Resurrection. They're shit, and I do not like them. I will also say, I think the first one is a lot better than the second one. So I guess we should just get into all of them. The first Alien, I'm telling you right fucking now, I like the vibe more. I like the acting more. The performances are better. I think the horror's better. I think the suspense is better. I like the fact that it's you can tell it's low budget, but like the creativeness behind like the fucking cinematography and the goddamn set pieces, and like it was a really low budget movie for the time. And the fact that you could tell there was genuine passion behind it. All the characters just feel like normal people in my life, okay? Every single person, like some people are just there for the fucking paycheck, and now that I'm older, I completely relate to that. There's a moment in this movie where they need to investigate a planet because of a distress signal, and then one of the guys, both of them are like, no, dude, I want to go home and get a paycheck. And the other guy goes, hey man, under policy, if we don't investigate distress signals, you don't get no money. And he's like, why didn't you just say so? I'll gladly go down to an uncharted planet to look at a fucking distress signal that we have no idea, fucking out of. But unlike a lot of modern horror movies, a lot of people make decisions that you might think are dumb, but like based on the situation and the information that they have, it's not really that dumb. You know what I mean? Like, it's like everybody makes reasonable and smart decisions, and the decisions that you think are dumb, you only think are dumb because you're watching the fucking movie. Better, but it has better horror. The second one I do like. I think Aliens is great, don't get me wrong, but it's more of an action horror movie, and I would say it's rarely action oriented, horror oriented. There are some horror elements to it, but yeah, I definitely prefer the horror of the first one mainly, and I like that there seemingly was more passion for that. Like there was more of a risk behind it. I say that, and I think the original Star Wars is the worst out of the original trilogy, so maybe my fucking opinion doesn't make any sense. But Alien Anthology. And Alien 3, I think, is a complete fucking disgrace to everything that happened in Alien 2. Alien 2 has such a great ending, a great triumphant ending. Alien 3 just takes a shit right in your fucking mouth and expects you to thank you for it. Thank them for it. I can't even fucking speak correctly. Alien 3 is a fucking disgrace of a fucking movie. I think it's terrible. Anybody who likes it, I think you should rot in hell. Okay, not really, but fucking seriously, Alien 3 is fucking disgusting. It actually is. It kind of sucks that was David Fincher's first fucking movie. He hates the movie. He hates it. He hates what the studio made him do. And then Alien Resurrection. Remember when I said I wasn't really going to talk about movies that I really just kind of about, I just don't care about? That's all I have to say about Alien Resurrection. Alien Covenant. I watched this for the first time a while ago. No, not a while ago. A couple weeks ago. I had already seen Alien Romulus. I saw Prometheus. I had not seen this. I heard everybody tell me Prometheus was dog shit. I watched it and I was like, it's not good, but like I can kind of respect what they were going for. This is terrible. This is actually really bad. A lot of decisions don't make any sense. Oh, not decisions. I mean, like creative decisions. A lot of things just don't make sense in this fucking movie, man. There's a point in this movie where the Magneto, the fucking what's his name? Fucking I forget the guy's name. I don't know. Guy who plays Magneto in X-Men First Class. He's an android, and his plan is to take the ship and get the alien embryos, the xenomorph embryos, on the ship so he can do more experiments. But then he completely compromises the safety of the ship by releasing a xenomorph on the ship. make that make sense. There's literally just like plot lines in here that when you think about it more than 30 seconds, nothing makes sense. And it's complete dog shit. Again, I kind of get what they were going for, but the end of this movie does not line up with the original Alien movie at all, and it leaves you with more questions than actual answers. And I guess Ridley Scott was planning a third movie to explain that. Well, it doesn't fucking matter. You did make a third movie after this, another movie after this, and it doesn't explain anything. In fact, it leaves you with more fucking questions. I think this is terrible. None of the characters are interesting. Nobody's cool or, again, interesting. I don't care about any of the fucking characters, and that's the main thing with the original Alien and Aliens that makes those movies enjoyable, is I care about the characters. All these characters can rot in hell as far as I'm concerned. I was actually glad to see some of these characters get fucking cut in half. Fuck this movie. Anyway, movie that I hate less, that I actually quite like, Alien Romulus. I saw this in theaters, and I respect a lot about this movie. Do I think it's objectively good? In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. This movie was quite good. I think they try to go back to like the basic horror elements. Unlike this movie compared to Alien Romulus, and not Romulus. This is Alien Romulus. Covenant and Prometheus. I actually did care about the two main characters in this movie. Specifically Andy the android, who is now the new Black Panther, by the way. Anyway, who cares? What am I talking about? Alien Romulus, dude. It's fucking, I think it's quite good, and I recommend it. It has some flaws, but I think it's a step in the right direction of the Alien franchise. But maybe tweak a couple things. Maybe there's a couple things you can improve on, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Moving on to the A's. American History X. I really like this movie. Like a lot. I think, look, it's definitely, this is like top 5 movies for me, and I think it's slowly starting to work up probably to my number 1. The message of this movie is so incredibly powerful, and it definitely resonated with me. This movie is one of the most important movies for me, and I think just ever. I think especially in the political era, I don't want to get too political, but like the political space that we're in as a country right now, I think this movie is incredibly important. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this movie because I fucking love this movie. The general message of this movie, I guess the plot, if you haven't seen it, Derek, the main character here, he's a neo-Nazi white supremacist, and eventually he starts to learn why he's the way he is. And he starts to get out of that life and start to recognize that a lot of the decisions that he's made, hatred has like consumed him in certain ways, and it's making him hurt his family, and most of all hurt himself. Most of all hurt his family, I would say. Maybe that's the more thing you should put more emphasis on. And so he goes through this journey, and I guess like the point of this movie is like hatred is bad, and I see like the political sphere that we're in now, that most people are driven by hate when they talk about like oppositions of the political sphere. And the thing is, right, Derek does talk politics in this movie, and I really like, and I think people kind of miss the point when talking about this movie, right? I feel like a lot of people who watch this movie go, racism bad, white supremacy bad. And if you think that's the only point of this movie, and if you think that's really even a point of the movie at all, I think you're kind of fucking missing the point. Of course, it paints a bad picture on white supremacy, but that's not what it's really trying to talk about. It has the same criticisms for the people who are on the other side of the political spectrum. I'm not even saying white supremacy is on a certain part of the political spectrum. I'm getting off topic here, but the point is, like, right, Derek is on a certain part of the political spectrum. And the movie doesn't necessarily say his politics are bad, but there's a tonal shift that when he's talking about those politics, hatred starts to come out for the opposition. And so there's this scene with a guy at a dinner table. They're talking about the Rodney King situation. And then he, of course, is talking about like on one end of the Rodney King situation, and the other guy's talking about the other end. And they're happy to have a conversation. The mom doesn't want to talk about it anymore, but so far the conversation is civil. And then the guy who's like, that Derek's talking to is kind of like, no, we're having a nice conversation. And then Derek starts with the racist shit. And then you start to see him go, fuck. Like, I probably should have ended the conversation. Holy shit, this guy has problems. And the movie doesn't necessarily tell you anything that he's wrong for having the opinions that he has, especially with immigration and stuff. The stuff that he does and the way he talks about the opposition is where you start to see his soul get destroyed with hatred. And honestly, like growing up, I think we all kind of have hatred in our hearts for certain people. And I think especially in our adult lives, it's really hard not to have hatred for certain people. And I think this movie teaches a really important lesson that hatred is just, there's no point in having it. It's just baggage. life's too fucking short. I'm literally quoting the fucking movie here. And like, there's a lot you can learn. I think about Derek a lot in my adult life because there's a lot you can learn from this movie, I feel. And again, if you think the point of this movie is just racism bad, I feel like you're missing the point of the movie. And I think it deliberately tells you as well that it is criticizing both sides of the political spectrum with their hatred, and the fact that we're not really going to get anywhere as a society if you're specifically driven by hatred. But anyway, it's good. It's a little bit political, but I feel like if you disagree with this, then I think you might be a little bit like lost a bit. You can learn a lot from Derek, believe it or not. The former white supremacist you can learn a lot from. Highly recommend it. It's like it's probably like #1 recommended movie ever for me, especially in the day and age that we're living in now. Anyway, another American in our fucking title, American Sniper. Another biopic, but I quite like it. I forget the guy's name, man. He plays a man who joined the military and becomes one of the best snipers ever in the history, or at least in the current age. Has a high kill count and whatever, but really dives into like patriotism. Can't even fucking speak. And like the baggage that war carries after everything's said and done, and is it worth it? Questioning himself about everything, the hard decisions that you have to make during war, the PTSD that comes with that, certain problems that soldiers have in society, specifically with your cheating wives. It specifically deals with that here. But like, it's a very patriotic movie, and like, I wouldn't consider myself ultra patriotic. I mean, but when I watched this movie, I've only seen it like twice. After I was watching this movie, I was like, fuck yeah, America, let's go. So if you ever want to feel patriotic for an hour, watch this movie. It's quite good. Yeah, good biopic. Pretty good biopic. Ant-Man, the original Ant-Man. Look, I went on an MCU recently. MCU binge, I should say. I went on an MCU. What the fuck does that mean? I went on an MCU binge recently, and I think is the DVD loose? Is the Blu-ray loose? It fucking is. Can you believe that shit? It was loose. It's gonna get scratched up. Holy shit. Get back in there, buddy. It's a fun heist movie. I have certain nitpicks as a comic book fan. I really wish this was Hank Pym and not fucking Scott Lang. Hank Pym's in the movie. But fucking whatever, man. It's fucking fine for what it is. It's a comedy. It's fun. It's good. It has some good character moments. Relationship between him and Hope is pretty good. I think Hope is kind of a shit character in the MCU, not gonna lie. But she's fine in this. But you definitely see elements of like where I have like the bigger problem with her in later movies. But yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's a good MCU movie, I guess. Pretty basic if you ask me, but Ant-Man and the Wasp. I saw this in theaters, and I remember being a complete buzzkill because my girlfriend's family took me to go see it. Everybody was like, wow, what a great movie. And I was like, wow, that was shit. I had a lot of problems with it. I think the plot's a mess. I think it's completely convoluted. I think her character is completely ruined in this fucking movie. She's just, sorry guys, I know we all hate this term, but she's just a fucking girl boss. The movie's trying really hard for you to get you to like her when she has like zero fucking flaws or like character development. She's just cool out the fucking gate as Wasp. Unlike Scott in the last movie, actually had to see him learn how to use the suit and shit. She's just automatically good, you know, even though we haven't actually seen her use the suit. I don't know. She's just like a nothing burger of a character, and I hate to use the term girl boss, but like that's the only really term that's coming to my mind. But yeah, also Goliath, I think, was completely ruined in this movie. Bill Foster, played by Lauren Fishburne. They went the route of just like characters like Hank Pym, and that like the entire Ant-Man mythos are just old people now. So, and that includes Bill Foster. I would have liked to see a Goliath, can't even fucking speak, in the MCU, which we did with his daughter. Fucking great. Cassie Lang is the Goliath in the MCU. Whatever. It's fine. But yeah, there's elements of this that I do like. I think it's a nice little like filler in between Infinity War and Endgame, but like the end credit scenes like gives you goosebumps every single time with the ant just like casually playing the drumsticks, and then the fucking drum kit while the world is clearly going to shit behind him. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like the goofy tone of the ant and like the biggest tragedy in the fucking history of the galaxy just happened, and like there's a ant doing something goofy. I think like it's not trying to like play something off as funny to like, I don't really know how to explain it. Like it's so, the tones clash so well that it's like, it's almost eerie, I guess. That's the best part of this movie, is the end credit scene. But I think it's mostly bad, but I think it's good. I think I don't know. It's fine, I guess. It's fine, okay? Avatar. This was in my top 3 movies for a very long time. It's still kind of up there. I know people hate this movie a lot in recent years, but I gotta say, this is a little weird, I guess, and I don't think this is going to be up there for that much longer, but I'm kind of glad that a movie that's original to cinema is the highest grossing movie of all time. And so I feel like it's going to change with Avengers Doomsday, and I kind of don't like the fact that an adaptation is going to be the highest grossing movie of all time, you know what I mean? But anyway, you could even say this isn't even original because it borrows from a lot of fucking movies and stuff. But look, man, the things that you're saying this completely rips off of, if you think this is exactly like Pocahontas, okay, then I don't think you've actually seen Pocahontas, because it's completely different. It borrows themes, sure, but it's a completely different movie. It has some issues, but like I think everyone would agree, it's a spectacle. It's crazy that this came out in what, 2009, 10, around there, and the CGI is still better than 99.9% of movies that come out to this day. Everything feels real in this mostly CGI world, and it's actually insane what they were able to pull off here. I quite like the character of Neytiri quite a bit. Jake Sully is kind of like that basic archetype character, and I feel like that's kind of where people have their biggest problems with the movie. He's just the guy who's on land that he doesn't belong in, and he's helping the bad people control the land, and he eventually figures out that the people that he's helping to destroy are actually great, and he ends up joining those people. Okay, I know it's been used a million fucking times, but there's a cool little element with Jake Sully where I quite like, where he is a cripple, and when he's in the Avatar, he feels more alive than he does in his crippled body. And there's a great scene in the movie where he is in the Avatar for the first time, and he can feel his legs for the first time in like ever, and he doesn't give a fuck what the doctors are saying. He doesn't care about the checkup or like the coordination tests. He just wants to go fucking run, you know, because he hasn't been able to run in like a decade. Great stuff with Jake. I think this movie has some really good character moments, and the story, yeah, is basic. It borrows from a lot of stuff, but it has its own twist on it. But I quite like it. The sequels, so much, they're shit. Anyway, Avengers. First Avengers movie. This movie, and I think the first phase of Marvel needs to be studied. Genuinely, like, studied, because the fact that they clearly laid out a very easy template on how to build a cinematic universe, and people are just fumbling the ball left, right, and fucking center, even though they literally gave you a template, is kind of fucking ridiculous, man. The fact that they were able to pull this off, take characters from 4 different movies, all these characters that appeared throughout 4 different movies, and then combine them into one big movie that works, and all of the characters get their own arcs and moments, is fucking crazy that they were able to pull this off. This movie's a great fucking movie, man. I remember going to go see this in theaters for the first time. I remember being in complete disbelief that characters finally that I see together in the comics all the time, but these characters are on screen together for the first fucking time. I also remember being extremely upset that they recast the fucking Incredible Hulk, but I got over it quite quickly. But yeah, man, this is a great movie. Looking at it now, I'm just thinking about the fact that I wish Marvel could go back to the glory days of peak here. And this wasn't even the peak yet. And they were able to achieve what they did at the top. Highly recommend it. And anybody who's like not really into like the MCU, I would recommend at least watching the first phase of Marvel. It's only a few movies. It's 4 movies, and there's 5 movies, including this one. It's great. No, actually, there's 6, because there's Iron Man 2. I forgot about that. Whatever. But yeah, great movie. What they were able to achieve here is amazing. Avengers Age of Ultron. I understand it's not as good as the first one. Does it make it bad? No. Stop trying to gaslight me into thinking this movie is bad, okay? Does it have flaws? Yes. Do they fumble the character of Ultron? Yes. Does he work for the movie, though? Okay? Does he work for the movie? Yeah, it works quite a bit. Yes, he could have been fleshed out more for the movie, and I think there's a lot more you can dive into of an android fucking figuring out that humanity is just evil. I shouldn't say figuring out, forming the opinion that humanity is evil and they need to be destroyed. But regardless, though, it's I think it's an okay sequel. I think it's pretty good. Introduced some new characters, new plot lines, and there's I think this movie does more for the universe than like there is enjoyment value. I guess you could say, because like this sets up Civil War a lot. This is one of the cracking points for Civil War. I have trouble like thinking about things about this movie to talk about. I think it's good. Introduction of Venom, or not Venom, Vision. Fucking hell, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. I feel like this was like I don't know. I guess it has less of that like shock, I guess, value of these characters coming together for the first time, but there's nothing really offensively bad about this movie. Like when people say it's bad, like I have yet to hear like a legit argument as to why it's bad. The main thing is Ultron, and it's like everybody else. I think I really like the relationship between Natasha and Bruce, and yeah, I don't know. It's good. I think it's good. Maybe I have a little bit of bias because when the first Avengers movie came out, I was a child and I was extremely looking forward to this movie, and I remember I thought it was like the greatest thing fucking ever, but like, I don't know. It's good. I still think it's not as good as the first one, but like, stop trying to gaslight me into thinking it's bad. Avengers Infinity War. This is like where the peak starts, or happened, I think. Great fucking movie. This poster's ugly as shit, though. Look at that Robert Downey Jr. That always bothered me. Nobody ever really talked about that. That Robert Downey Jr. on this poster is just disgusting. That's disgusting, dude. Look at that. That is, if that's a photoshopped fucking head, if I've ever fucking seen one. Holy hell. And what is this pose? What is that? Okay. Whatever. The combination of all of the phases is in this movie and in Endgame. But like, this is the start of the finale of everything that's been building up with the Infinity Stones and Thanos being set up through a lot of movies. Everything in the universe that's been built up, minus the Netflix shows, comes together in this movie. And somehow, I think it's even more impressive than the first Avengers movie. Somehow they were able to pull it off. Not everybody gets an arc in this movie, but I think almost everybody gets their own little mini arc in this movie. Some characters are just supporting characters, and that's fine. You can't do everybody. But Thanos is the main character of this movie, and I think that was really smart for them to do, where I feel like they kind of went, okay, everybody's familiar with these characters. There wouldn't be a point to try and make a main character out of the characters that everybody knows, because everybody knows them. We can give them many arcs, but what we really need to sell for this movie as the culmination, as the finale of the first three phases, we need to make Thanos a big character. And I feel like a lot of people kind of don't really realize this watching the first movie. Rewatch this movie, dude. Thanos is the main character. It follows Thanos. Everybody else is just obstacles as to what he's trying to do. This movie mainly focuses on Thanos. And he is the antagonist and the protagonist of this movie. And I think that was brilliant for them to do. Take a character, again, Thanos. He's been in movies before, but he's like barely been in them. Make him the main character of a movie around characters that everybody's familiar with. Fucking brilliant. But yeah, I love this movie. Really good. Impressive that they were able to pull off what they were able to pull off. We're almost done with Marvel movies. Holy shit. Avengers, I think, how many Marvel movies? We did Avatar was in between fucking 5 of them. Holy shit. Avengers Endgame. I like this more than Infinity War. I know. Fucking shut the fuck up, alright? This was the finale of the beginning of the finale, Infinity War. Some people do not think they hit the landing. Are there stupid things in this movie? 1,000%. Are there flaws in this movie? 1,000%. Does this movie break its own time travel rules? 1,000%. Does it give every single character in this movie that has an ending a fucking great send-off? 1,000%. And I think that's the main thing they needed to do. Iron Man, has the best ending you could ask for. Captain America, Steve Rogers, has the best ending you could ask for. Natasha has a great fucking send-off. And then it kind of has an optimistic look into the future for the characters that they were planning on focusing on, like T'Challa and Thor and Guardians of the Galaxy. Who else? Fucking Ant-Man. The characters that they knew they were going to be using going forward, except Chadwick died, Thor got a bad movie, Ant-Man got a bad movie, and they're bringing back Steve Rogers, and Robert Downey Jr. is coming back for Avengers Doomsday. Did this movie age well? No. Especially when you take in consideration that everything they set up went to fucking shit. It's actually, a little tangent here, they've actually destroyed every single character, character assassinated basically every single character that's on this fucking poster. And it kind of sucks. We don't know what they're going to do with Steve Rogers yet. We don't know. And who fucking knows? And Iron Man's dead, so technically you can't character assassinate him, but they've shit on his legacy several fucking times. I'm getting off to a fucking tangent, but yeah, if you take this as isolation, and I think this movie works 100% better if it's the ending for the MCU for you, and it is for a lot of people. It's not for me, and I think there's stories. I'm a little bit optimistic about the future because there's a lot of more stories you can tell in Marvel, but man, it kind of sucks. Like the ending of this movie is really fucking strong, and I think there's several elements of this movie that is really strong as well. But I think the ending, I'm gonna focus on the ending because it's the strongest part. But like it kind of sucks though, because again, when I was on that MCU binge, ending's great, but like me, kind of my inner monologue was like, everything's fucking ruined. Like it's nothing is paid off well except maybe the Guardians. So I don't know. Little side note here, that I think making Rocket the only survivor of the Guardians of the Galaxy was a brilliant choice. I love the fact that they took the opportunity to have like interactions with Rocket and the other team and other people going, holy shit, there's a fucking talking raccoon. But yeah, anyway, I think I like it better than Infinity War quite a bit. And I just think it's because how well they were able to stick that ending was pretty fucking great. Anyway, stick the landing of the ending. The Aviator, Martin Scorsese. This is fucking... I bought this. It was on at a fucking garage sale or flea market for like 50 cents. I saw it was Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio, and I bought it. And I watched it, and this is also a biopic. And I like it. I'm not sure I don't like biopics. Every biopic we've talked about, I've liked. This is probably one of the best biopics I've ever seen, though, because this movie does exactly what I had a problem with other biopics that I talked about, where this guy, the aviator, the main guy, I forget his name, Leonardo DiCaprio, it's based on a true story, based on a real guy. He had some really fucking big issues, all right? There was a lot of fucked up shit he did. He scammed the U.S. government. He was a stalker, severely ADHD, had fucking, what is it when everything needs to be organized? He had OCD, and those resulted in him tapping women's phones and listening in on his girlfriend's phones and stuff. Weird man, but also he fucking revolutionized commercial flights. Okay, you know those, how you can fly across the country in fucking 5 hours or so or whatever. You can thank this guy. Yeah, he scammed the fucking U.S. people and the U.S. government to achieve that, but hey, man, you get some and you lose some. But but this movie does highlight all the fucked up shit he did, and it also highlights all the good stuff that he did. And I like when biopics do that. They just present the man as to who they were, and it lets you decide as to who the person was. Me, as a man who's pretty fucking nuanced, he's a mixed bag of a person. He was troubled, and he clearly needed some fucking help. But also, there were definitely some redeeming qualities about him. But yeah, great movie, great Martin Scorsese movie, great biopic. Did I gaslight myself into thinking I don't like biopics? I don't fucking know. How many more biopics do we have? A couple more, and the ones that I looked at, I like every single one except one. So, okay. Moving on from the A's, though. All right, first B, Batman Begins. Christopher Nolan movie. I think this movie's severely underrated. Look, Do I have some gripes with it as an adaptation? Yes. Ra's al Ghul, I don't like him as an adaptation, but I do like him in this movie. He works in this movie. I think in some ways this movie is better than The Dark Knight. I really do. I don't think this is better than The Dark Knight, but I think this is like the second best. That wasn't a voice crack. I'm Batman. I sound like this. But yeah, Batman Begins. It's good. I think Scarecrow's really well done in this movie. I really like the journey of seeing Bruce Wayne become Batman. I think all that stuff is really strong, has some really good character moments, specifically with Bruce Wayne. Some of the best parts of this movie is Bruce Wayne becoming Batman. One of the best scenes in this movie is when he's going into the courtroom to kill Joe Chill. Somebody beats him to it. He admits that to Rachel, and she's just fucking disgusted with him. She's completely disgusted. She says something that probably hits way close to home for Bruce. Your father would be ashamed of you. And you could just see him like this what's his name? Christian Bale does a really good job of like the look of anger of what she said, like how fucking dare you, but also fuck, you're right. You know what I mean? Like just like a sense of like, I can't believe you would say something like that to me, but you're right. Holy shit. Like, I don't know, like fucking, good. It's actually quite good. I think it's severely underrated. People call this the worst out of the trilogy, dude. No, it's like arguably the best, all right? Really good stuff. Anyway, The Dark Knight, the best comic book movie ever made. Fucking fight me. And I feel like I've seen like recent hate for this movie. Everybody says like the only reason people like this movie is because of, Heath Ledger's performance. Get the fuck out of here. The best scene of the movie has Christian Bale bouncing off of Heath Ledger and Heath Ledger bouncing off of him. And the best scene in the movie, I'm talking about the interrogation scene. Christian Bale gives it his all in this movie, including Heath Ledger. The Joker is a great fucking villain, and I like that people, like on paper, the Joker kind of sounds like a one note, like boring villain, but you can do a lot with a character who doesn't really have anything important to say except he believes in chaos. And that can change just like that if he gets bored. He just enjoys chaos and causing mayhem, and he has no regard for human life. He's just an evil, disgusting person, irredeemable person. And I think this movie, the comics have done it a lot, and I think this is the first time in Batman movies, I don't even think the original with Michael Keaton, not the original Batman movie, but like the Batman 89 didn't even really explore this with the Joker, but like, what do you do when your whole thing as Batman is valuing life and not killing, and you come across somebody who you can't redeem, you can't negotiate with. He's just a force you need to stop. How do you stop that force? Is killing him possibly the best way to do it? I don't know. Like, are you a hypocrite if you kill him? And the Joker enjoys the fuck out of that dilemma that Batman's having in this movie. This is like close to a really perfect movie, man. I genuinely enjoy it. It's one of my favorite movies. Very rarely for me, I do comic book movies get up there because like in my mind, an adaptation is always like going to be lower on the list. I don't know why. But like, this is great. And I one of the things I hear like the comic book stands say is like, it's not accurate to the comic books. A lot of characters, especially in the Nolan trilogy, aren't adapted well. Tell me you don't read comics without telling me you don't read comics. The Joker is adapted very well from the comic book series. There's some tweaks here, and I think the biggest difference between Batman, the Joker, and other characters in like specifically this movie is they don't look the same, but they act very similar to their comic book counterpart. Sure, the Joker does not have pale white skin. It's all makeup. But get past that. Get past the addition of the Scars storyline. This is comic book Joker. This is the closest we've gotten to comic book Joker being accurate. Sure, there's been different iterations of Joker, but I think the most famous and best version of comic book Joker is just manifested in this movie. But yeah, love this movie. Great movie. It's my favorite comic book movie ever. And it's hard. I don't think anything's going to top it. The Dark Knight Rises. It kind of sucks that This trilogy started out really well. They went from Batman Begins, a really good movie, to The Dark Knight, to a fucking fantastic movie, to The Dark Knight Rises, which is now the worst out of the trilogy. And you could make an argument that it's bad. I wouldn't make the argument. I think this has some really good stuff in it. But it's not as good as the first two. I think anybody can fucking acknowledge that. It's still epic. It still has some great stuff with Batman. I like what Christopher Nolan was kind of going for, where he kind of went through like the stages of the life of Batman. He kind of tried to do like an older Batman in this, but it doesn't work because Christian Bale still looks like he's fucking 30, 40 years old, you know? I feel like you maybe need to wait a bit longer for Christian. Christian Bale now could do a really good old Batman, but... and then Bane in this movie is actually quite good. I actually like Bane in this movie, except for the fact that they kind of fumble his character in the end, which we'll get to in a second. But I like the twist that Alia al Ghul was in this movie. I like how they brought it back to the first movie and kind of tied the entire trilogy all together. Christian Bale as Batman is always good. Jim Gordon's always good. But yeah, I think the biggest problem with this movie for me is Bane. And it's also one of the strongest points of this movie, where the Bane as a main villain, I think, works very well. And I like how it is. They do the more classic version of Bane from the comics, where he is really smart. He's able to deduce that Bruce Wayne is Batman. And he still has that like crazy amount of strength in this movie as well, without getting because Christopher Nolan's going for like a more grounded version of Batman. It has all that without being like super like over the top. Like he's not lifting cars up, but he can punch through fucking brick. You know what I mean? So like I guess for some reason that's more believable than being able to lift up a car, but whatever. But Bane like is completely abandoned as a villain towards the end of this movie. And he has one of the most fucking anticlimactic ends to any villain I've ever fucking seen. And it does that to put more of the emphasis on Alia al Ghul is the fucking main villain. I feel like you needed to choose one or the other, or just make both of them the villain, because I wish you would have done more with Alia, because she's only a villain towards the end of the movie, and she also has a pretty disappointing end. But the end of this movie is still really strong, with like the whole idea of like Batman saving the city, and his name is finally cleared for killing Harvey Dent, and he's like a legend of Gotham. And turns out Bruce Wayne's alive. Oh my God, guys, Bruce Wayne's alive. I see a lot of people debate the end of this movie as well a lot, because like Donald Blake, I think his name is Blake or whatever, is like Robin in this movie. But like he finds the Batcave, and like there's a debate of like, is Bruce Wayne still Batman, and then Blake is now Robin? Because they kind of like nod that like he was Robin. I think Blake was just Robin in this movie. It was Christopher Nolan's version of Robin, and then he was promoted to Batman. I think that's probably the closest you can. I think that's like the thing that makes the most sense, because I don't think it makes sense that Bruce Wayne would still be Batman after the events of this movie, especially when he like nods to Alfred, and Alfred saying like he wanted a better life for him outside of Batman. But anyway, flawed movie, but I still think it's pretty good. Disappointing that they weren't able to completely stick the landing for the finale of the trilogy. But anyway, The Batman. Okay, before I get into this movie, guys, Hollywood, James Gunn, Warner Brothers, can we fucking stop with the realistic take on Batman? Can we just stop? Tim Burton did it. All right, Tim Burton was like, let's get a more grounded, realistic, gritty Batman. And then Christopher Nolan was like, I'm going to do that as well, but times 100. And then this movie did it times like fucking 20. Fuck off, okay? Batman is not a realistic character. Stop acting like he can be, okay? Sure, like you can adapt him like this and he can still be good, but the guy fights aliens. He has fucking photographic memory. He's at peak physical strength. He fucking is the smartest man in the world. He's fucking a billionaire. He fucking knows every single martial art he learned it in 4 fucking years. He's a fictional character. Stop it. He's not a realistic character. Stop. Anyway, this movie's good. I like this movie a lot. I like it more than The Dark Knight Rises. And There's certain elements going into this movie that I didn't think I was going to like too much, but I did like the take quite a bit. Again, I still have that little upset, like I'm a little upset that it's just a more realistic version of Batman. We've gotten that already. We don't need an even more realistic version of Batman again. If I swear to God, James Gunn, I will fucking strangle you if you fucking your DCU Batman is fucking grounded. I swear to God, I'm fucking gonna pop your fucking eyeballs out. I already want to after that shit Superman and Supergirl movie, you piece of shit. Fuck, sorry. I'm excited for the sequel quite a bit. I like the stuff that they do with this movie. They bring a sense of hope with Batman and like what Batman represents. They already did that in the Dark Knight trilogy, but it's like a new take on it. The Riddler's really interesting in this movie. There's some kind of logical flaws that I think are with this movie. I think like specifically the stuff involving him and Batman, the relationship with him and Batman, and thinking like a lot of his plan is convenient on Batman not finding certain things, when I think given a different scenario, Batman could have found like the buses, for example. And if Batman found like the clues to the buses and disarmed those bombs, the entire last act of the movie wouldn't have happened. And the Riddler, like, maybe I'm misremembering a bit because I've only seen this movie like 3 times. It's a long movie. But the Riddler was like counting on the Batman being on his side in a way, to the point where he's even surprised that Batman didn't find the bombs. He even kind of goes far as kind of calling him stupid. So like, I don't know, like there's some problems with this movie. I don't think it's a perfect Batman movie by any means. But I think it's quite good. I like it. Anyway, fucking Batman Hush. I don't like this movie. I don't care that Jim Lee did the art for this fucking cover. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to the source material. It completely misses the vibe and the point of the original storyline. I feel like they just made an animated movie because it's one of Batman's most read and popular storylines in the comics. But like, because they're so like worried about, because the DC has their own like animated cinematic universe, and so they have to stay in line with that. So there's a lot of things that they leave out of the original storyline. The Riddler is done dirty in this fucking movie. Wait, I can't remember, because the Riddler was the original villain of the storyline. I don't remember. I just remember not liking it. Fucking hell. I think Clayface is completely left out. Is Riddler in this movie? I don't know. I just remember it being fucking bad. It was bad. Okay? It's a bad adaptation. And otherwise, usually in like in the animated DC realm, they actually do pretty good adaptations of storylines, which actually, believe it or not, we're going to get to later. You can actually see it on my shelf right now. Batman versus Superman. Is that a loose disc? No, it's not. I'm just fucking crazy. Batman versus Superman. Wow. What a great cover. You have the Holy Trinity of comics on that cover. Look at that. Look how cool that is. This movie fucking sucks, dude. I remember coming out of the theater, my cousin, my dad, my sister had all gone. We came out of that movie, and my cousin and I were talking about certain elements of the movie that didn't really make any sense. And my cousin said something that like resonated with me, because I was so confused about certain things. And he said, Andrew, it just wasn't a very good movie. And this is when I realized comic book movies can still be bad, because I was in that era of like, I had watched comic book movies that came out before the MCU, and like movies that I didn't like, that I thought were bad, like Blade 3, Green Lantern, the second Ghost Rider movie. And I remember seeing those movies, I'm like, they really didn't know how to make their movies back then, didn't they? Holy shit, they really need to get a gripe on how to make movies. Comic book superhero movies. And then this movie came out, and it made me realize, oh fuck, we hadn't actually completely figured it out yet, and we probably never will, because this movie fucking sucks. I understand what Zack Snyder was going for. I completely get it, but it just doesn't work. And especially as these two characters here, I think, look, and I'm a big advocator for, look, just because they were done better in the adaptation doesn't mean, or in the source material doesn't mean the adaptation, because they change a few things, doesn't mean that they still can't be good. But I think Batman and Superman specifically are such archetypes that you completely changing Batman into a psychopathic fucking murderer doesn't make any fucking sense. And then Superman claiming he didn't kill anybody in the movie after I literally saw him 30 seconds ago fly a man through 3 brick walls. And the movie tries to gaslight me into thinking he didn't kill anybody. Zack Snyder specifically, you can get the fuck out of my face with that shit. And then Batman, there's this whole like thing that could have worked with Batman wanting to kill Superman, where like maybe Batman, they could have worked right better if like Batman, maybe he just doesn't kill, but he sees Superman as such a big threat that this is his first time that he's going to go through with a murder, even though the Joker exists in this universe. Don't even fucking get me started. I'll get to that in a second. But like, it's just so weird that like the whole Martha thing just doesn't work. Okay, it virtually doesn't make any sense. Okay, I don't know why him having a mother named Martha would completely change Batman's opinion on Superman. And I understand it was like Batman was finally understood the humanity of Superman, but you seriously, that didn't ever cross your mind that like, you know, Superman, he states it several times, I think in Man of Steel, and I feel like it would be public knowledge at this point that he was raised on this planet, so that means somebody raised him. And like, I don't know, and the fact that Batman is just so okay with killing in this movie, but Joker's still alive, makes absolutely no fucking sense. Don't even get me fucking started. Fuck this movie, man. Beetlejuice. Fuck, dude, what a classic, dude. Tim Burton, man. Tim Burton movie. Michael Keaton. Holy hell. I rewatched this for the first time. I had watched it when I was a kid, but I rewatched this for like in a very long time, about a week ago. And dude, this movie's great. This movie's fucking great, man. I think specifically, I don't even think Beetlejuice is the best part of this movie. Like Michael Keaton, I think I forget their names. I forget their fucking names. But the couple who dies, dude, they are such a wholesome, nice fucking character and couple. Like the characters are so wholesome and nice, and the couple is just so wholesome. And like it's almost still like sad that like these people die. But like, I don't know, like I kind of like how like they're dead, but since they don't really have anything else going on outside of themselves, like their personal life, they kind of just are okay with it. You know what I mean? Like they're just like, well, we have each other. Like, I guess let's just make this work. And then like the problem is when people start moving into their house, they start to have like bigger problems with that. But dude, this movie's actually really strong. I like it quite a bit. Beetlejuice is just a disgusting man, but like Michael Keaton plays him so well. He's so charismatic that you can't help but like him, even though he like fucking sexually assaults like women several times throughout the movie and does some heinous ass shit. But yeah, great movie. Great fucking movie, man. Black Panther. I think this movie is overrated as fuck, but I still think it's quite good. There's elements of this movie that I don't really like. I think it gets a little bit too... Actually, I don't want to say that. Okay, never mind. I'm going to go back on that. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. But I think this movie's carried by Chadwick, specifically. Denai Guerrero's pretty good. But I really like specifically his relationship with Killmonger through the movie. And I wish we would have gotten a little bit more of that. I'm trying to think. I know I have problems with this movie. It's one of those things where like when I watch the movie, I can point out specifically what my problems are. I just remember having specific problems with this movie. I'm trying to think specifically. There's some pretty weak characters in this movie that I think are just nothing burger characters, and I wish they kind of would have either left them out or made sure they were less of a centric character, specifically Shuri. But, you know, whatever. But Chadwick carries this movie fucking hard. I think the ending battle is a fucking mess. I think it's a CGI slop fest. It's really rough to watch, man. But yeah, I don't know. Killmonger's a great villain. I think he's a great villain. I think he I like the fact that Chadwick is the polar opposite of him. There's a great scene in this movie. This is what I'm talking about. Like, Chadwick fucking carries this movie, where Chadwick just learns about the history with Killmonger and as to who he is, and the fact that his dad like left him in like a fucking very poor and oppressed part of the country, and then he just resurfaced out of figuring out who he was, and then he's like kind of talking to him. He's like the only reason I don't have you executed is because I know who you are. And then like the entire scene, like, oh my god, Chadwick! I fucking missed the man. All right, fucking sucks that he died. But just such a good fucking job of like being nervous and like not knowing what to do, because this is like his first big like, holy fuck, being king sucks. Like, where it's like, I really don't know what to do in this situation, where it's like, the Killmonger's like, go ahead, tell her who I am. And like, he does this thing, like this mannerism with his figure where he's like I can't fucking deal with this. So like no, I don't even want, I want to go to bed. Like fucking, but anyway, he carries this movie hard. But yeah, good. I think it's fine. I think it's good, but I think it's highly overrated. It's nowhere near the best MCU movie. And as an adaptation as well, I don't like it as an adaptation with the character of Black Panther, specifically with the everything surrounding Wakanda. Not so much Black Panther. Actually, yes, a lot with Black Panther as well, because they completely remove his intelligence and give it to Shuri. But whatever. Blade Runner 2049. I've seen the first one. I have not seen this one. I know the memes. I've seen the memes. I've seen parts of it. I have not seen this. I was not a huge fan of the original Blade Runner. When I say huge fan, I liked it. I just kind of was like, yeah, it was good. I think I need to rewatch it, though, because I was pretty fucking sleep deprived when I watched it for the first time. But yeah, man, I haven't seen this. I fucking will eventually. It's on Blu-ray. I have it on Blu-ray. Harrison Ford comes back, and Ryan Gosling. This is like, yeah, he was memed all to hell in this movie. I haven't seen it yet, though. Bohemian Rhapsody, another biopic. Oh, would you look at that? A biopic that I don't like. Okay, so this has the biggest problem with biopics for me, is to where Freddie Mercury was a very troubled person and did some pretty fucked up shit, but this movie kind of gives you some rose-tinted glasses, kind of puts it on you and goes, this man was wonderful and he could never do anything wrong, and all the bad things he did wrong, it was because he's wonderful. So, but it has some good elements to it, but I think like that's kind of like the biggest problem. Also, I think a big problem for me as well is it's called Bohemian Rhapsody, not Freddie Mercury or Freddie. It's called Bohemian Rhapsody. Freddie Mercury was not the only person who made that fucking song, all right? And this movie is very much a Freddie Mercury movie, and it kind of puts all the other band members, which I don't know the name of completely. I kind of feel like a fake Queen fan. I like Queen quite a little bit, but I don't know, I just forgot their names. But like, those characters are just supporting characters. They're not when they are in the movie, like they're more so at, like, just to advance the character of Freddie Mercury. And I say character because he's a character in this movie. And they're there for jokes, and like they kind of do touch on some of the characters' histories, but like very, very briefly. Like, it's just one-off lines as to what they were doing. Like, and the band breaks up in this movie, and it just completely focuses on Freddie, and the band isn't seen until Freddie wants to rejoin the group. So, I don't know, man. I kind of wish this was less about completely Freddie, and I wish it would have been more about the band itself. And that is possible, because my favorite biopic does do something like that. We're not going to get to it for a while, but I think you can see it. It's somewhere. I don't know. I don't know if you can see it. I can't find it. I think you can, actually. Anyway, I don't like this movie. Moving on to the goddamn seas, Captain America, the First Avenger. This movie is really fucking good. I think it's a great World War II movie. The character of Steve Rogers, of course, is the best part of this movie. And almost every single one of these characters become important. Actually, I shouldn't say. Okay, 2 of these characters are still in the MCU to this day because they brought back Steve Rogers. But introduction of Bucky and Captain America. Red Skull, I think, is pretty weak in this movie, but I still kind of like what they did with it. Specifically, I forget his fucking name, dude. The fucking general guy. The sergeant man. He just is a great actor, and he steals every single fucking scene that he's in. But like, oh man. Man, I like this movie, but I'm struggling to figure out things that I love because I haven't seen it in a bit. Actually, I went on an MCU binge. I don't know. Again, it's one of those situations where when I watch it, I can point out everything that I love about it. Fucking, yeah, I just think it's good. I think it's a really good Captain America movie. And I think Captain America has... we'll talk about that when we get there. But, yeah. Great movie. And, well, I guess we'll talk about it when we get there. Captain America, the Winter Soldier. I think is the best MCU movie, and you can suck my fucking cock. You can suck my fat cock if you disagree. but it's okay that you disagree. I think this is a really nice action fucking packed, grounded in like this, grounded in certain ways. I think it's fucking great. Nick Fury, him, Steve Rogers, and Natasha Romanoff get some great fucking character moments in this. The Bucky plot twist, even though it wasn't really a fucking plot twist, everyone and their fucking grandmother fucking knew it. And then, of course, Sam Wilson's introduction. Dude, fucking, oh my God, I'm struggling to talk about how much I fucking love this movie. Dude, oh my God, why can't I think? Maybe because I've been recording for like an hour and a half and I can't even fucking think. Yeah, I think this is the best MCU movie. I think we're just gonna have to move on because I'm like brain farting right now. Action's great. The character of Steve Rogers is progressed in a really great way. He's challenged, I think, the most out of... I think I would say out of all of the movies he's in, even more so than Civil War, because this is the movie where he truly realizes that the world has completely changed in more than just advancements in technology and culture. There's some corrupt ass shit and there's some real fucking problems, and he comes to that realization and it challenges him in ways that fucking, in ways I would say like destroy him, but he never loses that hope and that optimism, and he's just trying to do the right thing, and he never loses the idea of America in this movie. So yeah, really like this movie. I think it's the best MCU movie. I have a blast every single time I rewatch it. Fucking Captain America Civil War. I know people like this a lot. I do as well. But I think this movie in certain parts have aged terribly. Specifically the fucking airport battle scene looking like a fucking Spy Kids 3 scene, man. Like, holy shit. Iron Man in that armor. The backgrounds. It's just a fucking CGI slop fest. But... and also, I think moments in the battle as well have aged a bit, because like you'll go from like this big action sequence to like these two characters just standing there waiting to say something funny, and then they fight for like 30 seconds, and then there's like a goofy thing that happens in the middle of the fight, and then that goes to another character's just standing in the airport getting ready to fight, and then they say something funny, they fight, one of them fucks them up in a funny way, and then it moves on. It happens like 4 or 5 times during that fight, man. It's really bad. But the thing is, right, even though I think that airport battle scene has aged terribly, I think the consequences and like what that scene represents, I still think is really good. So I don't think it's a detriment to the movie. I think it is to a degree, right? But like, it's just advancing the plot. That's what that scene is. And I think it's a pretty bad fight scene. But I think that it's aged horribly, but... this is the introduction of Spider-Man and Black Panther and the Superhero Registration Act, which has lasting effects throughout the rest of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, except after Endgame, and it's kind of completely ignored, and it's reversed in an offline in She-Hulk. We love that show. In a throwaway line, I should say. But yeah, man, I don't like the fact that this is a Captain America movie. This is considered the third and final movie in his trilogy, in Steve Rogers' trilogy anyway. Even though I would say this is very much a Captain America and Iron Man movie. But yeah, I think, Steve Rogers is mostly centric around it, but I wish what's Marvel MCU's deal with just fucking, dude, you have brand recognition. You had brand recognition at this point. You could have just called it Civil War and people still would have shown up. Why is Avengers Infinity War called Avengers Infinity War? Why isn't it just called Infinity War? Ugh! Okay, anyway. But yeah, it's good. It's a good movie. It's good. I like it quite a bit. And it's one of the strongest MCU movies. I can recognize that. And I think it does a really good job on... it has the benefit of Thor and Hulk being off-world. And this really is like this affects all of the main superheroes on Earth. And all of those superheroes are in this movie. And you see how it affects every single one of them. And it does a really good job of establishing the lore of the world. And it doesn't really try and leave anything out. But yeah, just good. It's good. It's a satisfying movie, and its character has a lot of character consistencies, and it makes sense as a progression, especially since they've literally been the result of destroying an entire city in Sokovia. And it makes sense that the government would be like, hey, we love you, but you need to be supervised. And then talks about I'm still talking about this movie. Why am I grabbing the next movie? Talks about the pros and cons of that happening, and Neither Iron Man or Captain America are necessarily wrong. But anyway, Captain Marvel. Remember when Avengers Infinity War came out? And that was like the peak, and everybody was like, Marvel's amazing. It's the greatest thing ever, greatest film franchise ever. Even though it's not a film franchise. And then Captain Marvel came out and made over $1 billion. Another fucking voice crack. Made over $1 billion. Even though this movie was bad. Just fucking complete and utter dog shit. It's one of those things, man, where just fucking... I don't like this movie. I really don't. I have it because I wanted the first fucking 3 phases on Blu-ray, baby, and I got it. My dog is click-clacking towards me. Here, come here, buddy. Come here. Even he's like, dude, just move on. I don't even think he likes this movie. In fact, Miles, a good boy. Hey, what's up? You want to take it? Take it. Take it. Take it. He doesn't even want it. He takes shit. Take it. Take it. Take the movie. Okay, all right. Do you want to take Captain America Civil War? Come here. You want to take it? Take it. Take it. He took it. He's actually... Okay, well, he put it in his mouth. All right, well, that tells you that. Miles does not want to put this movie in his mouth because it's bad. Captain Marvel is a complete disgrace compared to her comic book counterpart. Hey, you can get out of here, dog. You can get out of here. Go click-clack that way. Go click-clack that way. I remember the biggest thing coming out of this movie that I was pissed off about is Captain America, the fucking... Would you look at that? Winter Soldier sets up a pretty cool plot line with Nick Fury. That he says one of the coolest lines in the entirety of the MCU. I can't even put this movie back properly. Last time I trusted somebody, I lost an eye. Then you see in the trailers that Captain Marvel, Nick Fury's in this movie. And not only that, Skrulls are in this movie. Was the person he trusted a Skrull? Oh my god, that'd be so cool. And that's why he's so paranoid, because anybody could be a Skrull. You know, like some crazy shit like that happened to him. And it's like one of the most like insanely fucking... impossible, like a shapeshifter as your friend and then betrayed you. Like that could happen at any point in the world that he's living in. So he's really, paranoid about trusting people. Maybe they're going to dive into something interesting with Nick in this movie. A cat scratches his fucking eyes out. Oh, I'm sorry, a flarkin. Scratches his eye out. Suck my fucking dick. And then Captain Marvel's horribly adapted from the comics. Not only that, she's a bad character in this movie. It does that fucking terrible trope of a character where it's like there's no growth. She was always cool, but everybody was just holding her back from being cool, and everybody else is the problem. You're perfect, girl. Slay, queen. Holy fucking shit. This movie tries so hard. It does the fucking trope of the writer really wants you to like their new character, so they just tell you that the character's cool instead of actually showing interesting things about the character. It just tells you. Everybody in the movie is like, you're so cool, you're so cool, you're so cool. Fucking prove it, coward. I hate this fucking... Somehow the sequel's worse. Child's Play. Hate him in Dead by Daylight, this fucking piece of shit. That's a niche fucking reference. But I didn't realize this. I watched the shit out of this when I was a child. I really loved it. But I rewatched it about 2 years ago. And I don't think, I ever really got it. But this movie's hilarious. I didn't really get that it was supposed to be funny when I was younger. But, this movie is really funny. It's actually hilarious. And it's not really scary. As a kid, it was scary to me. But, as an adult, this just isn't a scary movie at all. It's a very slasher. It's a fun slasher. And it's surprisingly funny. And the idea of just, the doll being the killer, of course, is, not an original idea. But it has its, own twist on it. But, I don't know. It's fun. And I think it's kind of unfortunate that, the subsequent sequels that I haven't seen in recent memory, those are still, things that I watched when I was a child. But they lean more in towards the comedy than the horror, and I think there is genuine, disturbing parts of this movie. That kind of sucks that the franchise later went into, the campiness of, the everything's goofy and nothing's scary. But yeah, moving on. Coraline. This is the best claymated animated movie fucking ever. And you can fucking fight me on that. Dude, this movie is what you would call a kid's movie, But I feel like when people talk about this movie, I don't think they talk about the fact that this is really good horror. This is a really good horror movie. And it finds a way, like, I feel like it's almost cheap a lot of the times when people are when people make horror movies now. I shouldn't say now because we're kind of out of that era, but like, so many horror movies are just like, they have that cheap gimmick of like, we're going to show you something really disturbing and there's going to be a lot of blood and guts and like a really disturbing like murder. And I feel like that's kind of cheap to kind of disturb you, you know what I mean? Because I feel like we're kind of numb to that. This is able to disturb you in ways that doesn't use things that only can be shown in a rated R movie. This is a rated G movie, I think, or at least PG. What is this movie rated? Okay, it's rated PG. Okay? And it really gets into that disturbing nature, and there's like this, everything in like the world, like the parallel world she goes to is just so disturbing and weird, but she's so dissatisfied with her actual world that she just doesn't care. And her parents are like pretty neglectful, but the parents in this world aren't neglectful. So like, who fucking cares that some things are a little creepy? Anyway, like, dude, it gets genuinely creepy. And my dog just bumped my camera. I think we're still good. We're just going to do that. Okay. All right. Fuck you, dog. Holy shit. I think that was Lilo. But yeah, it gets into, what was I even talking about? The movie's creepy. It's really good. Writing's great. Character moments are, Coraline's a really fucking strong character. Why Were You Born is a fucking great character. The cat is really fun. And it's genuinely a scary movie. And I like to watch this every Halloween. I'll watch it over The Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving on. The Crazies. I think... Was this based on a book? I think it was either based on a book or a comic book. I don't know. I think it was based on something. So this technically is not a remake because there was the original, I think, called like The Crazies or whatever, but it might just be a remake. I don't know. I think there was maybe a comic book adaptation. I don't know. But anyway, I like this quite a bit. I remember watching it for the first time. Basically the concept of like the government. There's a government ship that lands in a nearby creek, and the town gets their water from that creek, and it completely poisons them, and they all turn into fucking psychopaths. It's a really disturbing movie. I have not seen the original, unfortunately. I want to watch it. I don't really have much to say, but it's a nice, disturbing movie with some pretty disturbing, weird moments. I'm pretty sure the kids are immune, I think. And like the government's trying to like cover everything up, so there's some like fucked up things that the government does, but anyway. Anyway, moving on. The Crow, another movie I like to watch during Halloween. Holy fucking shit. A Halloween movie based on a comic book, a really good comic book. Brandon Lee's last movie. I think, even if you haven't seen this movie, I think a lot of people, if you're a fan of film, you know who Bruce Lee is and his son Brandon Lee. This has a very notorious story of him dying on set because a gun that... was supposed to not be loaded, a prop gun was loaded or something like that, along the lines of that, and he fucking got shot. And I think the story goes he was screaming in pain throughout the scene because of course he got shot, and then they just kept rolling, and then when they realized something was actually wrong, it was too late. But yeah, I think that's how the story goes, along the lines of that, but the point is he got shot on set. But the good news is they did film most of the movie, but you will see like certain parts of this movie where the Crow, his entire face is just covered and it's clearly somebody different. Especially there's like a fight scene in this movie where it's just it's not him. But yeah, I quite like this movie a lot. It has a very interesting and like eerie vibe to it. And I think like the city, like obviously is like full of like filth and villainy, and like you kind of feel that in this movie. The city's just a fucking dumpster. It's just a dog shit fucking piece of fucking shit place to live. He does a really good job of showing that. The little girl in this movie I really like. I forget her name, but she's a pretty strong character. Great scene in this movie where he fucking like the girl's mom is neglectful because she's addicted to drugs and she's a prostitute. And so basically like the main guy is trying to, he's murdered, right? And he's trying to kill like the people who murdered him and his girlfriend. And one of the people is like is trying to fuck the girl's mom. Anyway, he just like squeezes the fucking heroin out of her fucking wrists. But basically lectures her on being a piece of shit mother. Anyway, yeah, great movie. Really like it a lot. I watch this basically every single Halloween. Great Halloween movie. Great adaptation of the comic book. I recommend the comic book and that movie. But that's the end of the C's. Right, on to the D's. Dawn of the Dead. This is the remake. I have seen the original, but I have more nostalgia for the remake because my dad used to watch this all the fucking time. Also, a little fun fact about this. I'm pretty sure... This is Zack Snyder. I don't know if this is his directorial debut, but Zack Snyder directed this, and guess who fucking wrote it, ladies and gentlemen? I think James Gunn. James Gunn either wrote it or wrote the screenplay. So this was like the two DC guys, you know, fucking people are always talking about like the discourse on the internet that like James Gunn and Zack Snyder, how they like would probably clash in their ideas of DC. There's like this fandom war between the two, but like they have worked together before on this movie. Yeah, my dad used to watch this all the time. I've seen it all the way through maybe like twice. It's fine. It's good. It has the dad from the Modern Family in this movie. The cop. What the fuck is the cop's name? He's in like fucking everything. Fuck. What's the guy's name? He's the black cop. I recognize him from this movie. But yeah, fucking, it's good. It's fine. It's a fine remake, I guess. It's, I think I prefer the remake. But, yeah. It's good. Deadpool, the original Deadpool. Fucking... I like it. Let me be fucking clear. Before don't misinterpret the okay. I like it quite a bit. As an origin story goes, I think it's handled pretty well. There's like... certain parts of this movie, I feel like I'm kind of just over the superhero fucking origin story, but like I think this does it pretty fucking well. I remember the first time I watched, I thought it was dragging, and I just wanted to get back to the Deadpool stuff. But great adaptation of Deadpool. I think the history, like the behind the scenes of this movie being made is fucking great. I'm glad Ryan Reynolds was able to make this movie. So basically, if you guys don't know, Ryan Reynolds really wanted to make this movie because he was a fan of the character from the comics, and he was kind of upset that X-Men Origins Wolverine kind of completely destroyed the perception of the character. And he really wanted to fix that. Fox was not buying the fact it was going to be a success. At Comic-Con, they showed test footage, and I don't know if they showed it at Comic-Con. Test footage of the movie was leaked. It was basically concept footage that they presented to 20th Century Fox, and they still denied it. And then Ryan Reynolds leaked it. Everyone knew it was Ryan Reynolds who leaked it, but he confirmed it in a Deadpool and Wolverine interview that he fucking leaked the test footage. And the reaction to that is what finally got Fox to go, okay, fine, we'll greenlight it, make a Deadpool movie. And that's how this movie came to be, and they fucking stuck the landing, and people love this movie. I like this movie a lot, and they just went full on, they comic book accurate, Deadpool craziness, fucking nonsense. Nonsense in a good way. But yeah, I like it quite a bit. Deadpool 2, I think, is infinitely worse. I can't say infinitely. I still like this movie, but it's a little bit of a downgrade from the first one. But that doesn't mean it's bad. I quite like it quite a bit. It has some good character moments. I like the relationship between him and Fire Fished. Good stuff. I like, normally, like, I think it's a little bit of a mixed bag. I've heard some people say that the ending kind of completely destroys the stakes of the entirety of the movie. I get it, but it's Deadpool, and it's presented in a way that's so funny that you kind of can forgive it. But yeah, I like the Deadpool movies quite a lot. I just don't passionately love them. I don't passionately hate them either. I don't hate them at all. Well, actually, the next one we might get into a little bit more, but yeah, I quite like it a bit. I think it's worse than the first one, a bit of a downgrade. I have some problems with Domino in this movie, but it's fine. It's fine. She works for the movie, so I like it quite. As an adaptation, I have problems with it. Deadpool and Wolverine. So I actually, when I walked out of the theater of this movie, honestly, my first initial reaction when even talking about this movie is I don't like it. And when I got out of the theater, I kind of didn't like it either. And I thought there's elements that I really did like. And then I kind of had an epiphany with this movie that made me like this movie infinitely more. And I kind of realized, and I think a lot of people realize this, and I might sound a little bit stupid saying this, but like I had some problems with the movie, like the TVA and this being a multiverse movie and all that. But then I realized this movie was supposed to be a send-off of 20th Century Fox and that era of Marvel movies. or at least a love letter to it. And it was also supposed to be like the love letter to the other Marvel franchises that walked so the MCU could run. And so essentially, like, those of you who don't know, like, behind the scenes, the TVA is very much supposed to be Disney and Marvel Studios, and Deadpool and the other characters are basically the victims of what they do. And I'm not saying like in their poor business practices, I'm saying specifically with their characters. So if you don't know, like, behind the scenes, Marvel Studios and Disney just wanted to keep Deadpool, and that was the only thing they wanted to carry over from the Fox X-Men universe. They just wanted Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Ryan Reynolds didn't really want to do that, and the TVA is supposed to represent that, because you have that with the TVA going like, hey, we just want you. We just want you, and we're going to bring you over to the main universe. And they use the TVA, and at first I thought it was like really piss poor like writing, and I thought it was like really weird stuff. But I had an epiphany. I was like, holy shit, the TVA is supposed to represent Disney and Marvel Studios and their relationship with Deadpool. And then I realized that the fucking when they get, what's it called, pruned, that entire world that they're in is supposed to be abandoned fucking Marvel projects that never got their ending. That's why specifically Blade, Gambit, and Elektra are there, because Gambit was a canceled fucking Fox movie. Blade was completely fucking scrapped. And you have all these like characters, specifically a lot of the Fox X-Men characters that are there. And when I realized that that was what they were going for, and it was supposed to be a love letter to these past franchises that would have never otherwise gotten an ending or a proper send-off, this movie was trying to do that. And I think it really cements that with the end credit scene of this movie is, I think is there an end credit scene of this movie? I can't fucking remember. But during the credits, there's a montage of all the Fox X-Men movies. And you have that with like Chris Evans, like Human Torch, like in the movie as well. When I realized that that's what this movie was going for, I liked this movie infinitely more. I still think this movie has problems, but when I had that epiphany, I was like, brilliant. So like, holy shit, I think it's brilliant what they were going for. And then they used the two main characters, Deadpool and Wolverine, as the protagonists of going through the love letter of past Marvel movies. So yeah, like it quite a bit now. I still think it's the worst out of the Deadpool trilogy, though. Death Proof. So, I think this is the first Quentin Tarantino movie we're looking at. Those of you who don't know Quentin Tarantino, I would suck off. I fucking love that guy. My favorite director of all time, man. But this is what is considered his worst movie. Or his worst movie. I think you're fucking high on goddamn crack. Okay, it's not up there, but it's still really good. You know, like when you rank, it's like ranking good, like you rank your top 5 movies. You know what I mean? Like you like all the movies, like you can't really talk shit about this movie. This movie's fucking great. There's parts of it that people are like, it's so campy, it's bad, it's corny. It's on purpose, you fucking idiot. Like, it's supposed to be that. It's supposed to be what it is. It's not doing anything accidentally. I think it does some really good at the concept of a killer using his car to murder people, and he gets off on it, is really good. And this was like supposed to be a double feature film, Grindhouse with Planet Terror. And I think this is better than Planet Terror, honestly. I think this is the best one to come out of Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino's double feature movie. Death Proof, I think, is severely underrated, and I like it quite a bit. And I think this is Kurt Russell's first movie with Tarantino. Yes, it is. And this is also the movie that inspired Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the behind the scenes movie did. But guys, stop looking past fucking Death Proof. It's fucking good. Okay? Anyway. Despicable Me. This is one of my favorite animated movies. Turn into Squidward there for a second. This is one of my favorite animated movies of all time. I really like the character of Gru and his relationship with these sweet children. Sound like a pedophile there. I didn't mean it like that. Holy fucking shit. Where's Chris Hansen?
You see how this looks, right?
But fucking, yeah, the Minions. I think this is the only Minions or Despicable Me movie where their goofiness isn't a detriment to the film. I think the sequels that came after this, like, that's kind of how I feel about them. Second one's okay, but I think this one is incredibly strong. I like the idea of this villain going through life trying to like impress his mom, basically. You kind of get that. And that's like being a villain trying to do like the next best thing, and his mom being like unimpressed by any of it. And like the one thing that impressed his mom was just living a simple, noble life. And he thought to impress his mom, he just had to do these incredible, crazy ass things, steal the moon. And the thing is, he's never going to top the big guys in that realm. And I think something that he can do is just to impress his mom is just be a better parent than his mom was. And that impresses her, and she's proud of him. And I like that he finds his soul in these children that he initially was going to use a part of his evil plan. And I don't know, it resonates with me quite a bit. I like the idea. I like the message of this movie, and good. I think it's quite good. The Dictator. Fun little fucking fact. So I think we've all seen the meme with Kobe Bryant and that one interviewer, and that interviewer's all like, "Hey, yo, why do why do basketballs bounce?" And then like Kobe Bryant's like, "There's air in it." And the interviewer goes, "Yeah, but this room is full of air. Why isn't it bouncing?" And then the fucking Kobe Bryant looked like he wants to fucking strangle the guy.
There's air in the ball.
Well, there's air in this room. How come this room ain't bouncing?
The guy who interviewed him is this guy. He plays Saladin. He plays that guy. Fun little fact that you're never gonna fucking, I don't know, useless information. You're welcome. But yeah, same guy. Really fucking funny movie. It has the main chick from the Scary Movie movies in this. Scary Movie movies. Yeah, because that's the title of the movie. I thought I like stuttered there, but I didn't. Really funny, hilarious. Some sort of social commentary. Not all of it's accurate, but like it has a point to it. It has like it has some certain points. But yeah, I like how this Saladin has character development in this movie, and then the woman he falls in love with, he finds out she's a Jew, and he just all the character development is just thrown out for a gag. And, you know, it's a comedy. It works. I like it. I like it quite a bit. Okay, Die Hard. I don't have the other ones on Blu-ray. I own the other ones on VHS and DVD, but I don't know. I just haven't found the other ones on Blu-ray. This is a classic. It's a fucking classic movie. What can I say? Bruce Willis, Die Hard. Great stuff. Great action movie. Fucking character of... Did I just forget his name? John McClane. Holy fucking shit. Character of John McClane is really cool. It's simple in terms of like themes, right? But like, man, again, it's one of those movies where I'd have to watch it with you to like point out the stuff. But it's simple on the surface, but I really like the relationship specifically with him and his wife. And like, there's like a part where like he kind of gets past the petty bullshit because they almost die, and it's like a pretty powerful message. And I think that's one of like the stronger character moments in the movie, where when like he's having problems with his wife, and then he meets up with her at a Christmas party and is like trying to discuss things, but he starts to bring up petty shit, and none of that really matters in like the grand scheme of the relationship, and he just needs to get past that to get down to the bare bones of what's really going on. And he kind of realizes throughout the movie, it's like, oh, that's petty. I don't care. I want this to work. I know I'm a problem with a lot of the stuff. And like, I just want to know that I'm sorry. Like there's a moment where like, he thinks he's going to die, and he asks like somebody to tell her that like, hey, I'm sorry. Really powerful stuff here. I feel like whenever somebody discusses this movie, it's like the spectacle, the action, the villain's cool because he has a cool accent. Character stuff in this movie is actually quite strong, man. So I like it. I like it quite a lot. Django Unchained. This is my favorite movie. This is the movie that got me into Quentin Tarantino when I was younger. This movie came out in 2016, so that was like in the era that I started getting into movies. And I remember my parents rented this on from Blockbuster, and then my sister was watching it, and then I started to watch it with her, and I was very interested in it, and it got me into like that era of this movie specifically, like I had learned about it in school, slavery and the oppression of black people in the country. This movie is what really got me into that point of history and like really made me realize how like fucked up it was. And anyway, yeah, but beyond that, Django's a great character. Dr. King Schultz is what I really resonated with, though, because like it gave like a sense of hope in like a very dark time that there were still good people back then. You know what I mean? Like that kind of resonated with me. And then Christoph Waltz's performance as Dr. King Schultz is just fucking amazing. He's so charismatic and you can't help but love him. And I like his little, like he's portrayed as a good person, but like the area that he's in isn't too great either. Like he's a cold-blooded killer at the end of the day. And, you know, there's other points to the character that besides that, right? Like he's like objectively like a good person. But like, I don't know, like he's not just a one-note character. He's not just like a good person for the sake of being a good person to help Django. I like the behind the scenes of this, and then this is Leonardo DiCaprio's best role. I don't know what, fucking fight me on that one. He does great in this fucking movie. He's one of the most heinous, evil fucking people, but like there's a way that he justifies it to where like it makes you just disgusted with the way he's justifying it, and it makes you disgusted by him because he's not just racist because that's the way he was raised. He's racist because of his own beliefs and the way he describes why he believes white people to be superior to black people just kind of makes you fucking like gross inside, because it's like, oh my God, he's really found a way to internally justify everything that's happening. Anyway, dude, I could go on and on about this fucking movie. The performances are great. Jamie Foxx, I think he's a pretty fucking one-note actor. He does amazing. This is his best role. These are all these people's best roles. Christoph Waltz, fucking okay. I'll concede a little bit. Okay, Inglourious Bastards, fine, all right. But my personal bias, I think he's better in this movie. The accuracy that they portray in this movie during that time period, this movie was praised for how accurate it was, and it was even criticized for how accurate it was because of like the heinous shit that Tarantino was not afraid to show that happened to black people in this country. He was not afraid to show it. And like, I don't know, it's good. It's a really good movie. I think this has the world record for most times the N-word has been said in this movie, or in any movie. But yeah, maybe one day somebody will get to or maybe want to challenge that world record. But anyway, my favorite movie of all time. I love it. Yeah, again, fucking, I wish I could spend more time on it. And there's more things I want to talk about it, but I'm blanking. But maybe we will spend more time on it because Django Unchained on Blu-ray. I have 2 copies of this movie, okay? I have it on fucking normal Blu-ray and Steelbook Blu-ray, okay? I found this at an FYE, For Your Entertainment. Fuck you, Edith. It's a fucking FYE. Fuck you, Edith. I had a friend named Edith, and we had a fucking, it was a joke. FYE. Anyway, fucking whenever I say FYE, I have to say that. She literally implemented it into my fucking mind. But yeah, I found this at an FYE, and it was a steelbook, and I was like, hey, that's cool. That's a cool Blu-ray. It was $10, and I bought it. My favorite movie. I own 2 copies of it. Yeah, fucking. I love this fucking movie, man. Favorite movie. The action's great. The action, I don't think we talked about the action, man. It's very stylized action. The gunfights in the movie is really great. It's a great Western as well. Beyond like at its heart, it's a Western. And, fucking hell, man. And dude, Broomhilda von Schaft, bro. Holy shit. I forget her name. I think it's not it's something. What the fuck is her name? Dude, I have to figure out what her name is. It's on the back somewhere. She has a very, like, recognizable name. Holy shit. I can't find it. Okay. I can't find it. I don't think she's on the back here. Okay, whatever. But, she does great. Dude, this movie is, like, weirdly funny. Like it takes place during a really dark period, but it's so fucking funny at points, to the point where you kind of are uncomfortable to laugh at like these racist KKK people, but they're being so stupid and goofy you can't help but fucking laugh because they're wearing these white hoods, and then one of them's like naturally complaining that like, oh, this isn't practical at all, I can't see anything.
Damn. I can't see fucking shit out of this thing.
And they blame some guy's wife. He gets upset and leaves their racist crusade. It's a great fucking movie, man. It's a 10 out of 10 for fucking me. And I think objectively speaking, I understand that's a lot of bias, but I think objectively speaking, it's one of Tarantino's, it's top 3 Tarantino movies. I mean, come on, man. Anyway, Doctor Strange. Dude, it's good. I like it quite a bit. I think the strongest part of this movie is just the characterization of Stephen Strange. I think a lot of this movie is pretty basic and generic, though. You know what I mean? It's just a generic Marvel movie. And just because something's generic doesn't mean it's bad. I think it falls into that generic Marvel, I wouldn't quite say slop yet, because we're not quite there when this movie came out. But I think what resonated with this movie a lot was just the characterization of Stephen Strange. And I think that's what a lot of the Marvel comics, that was always the strongest parts. It wasn't the action, it wasn't the spectacle, it wasn't the cool things that would happen occasionally. It was the characters that were interesting and the struggles they went through. And Stephen Strange is very well adapted in this movie. And he's just a great character in this movie. Benedict Cumberbatch does a really good job at playing him. And I think the thing that's the least generic about this movie is like the magic and like the fuck was the like the whole sequence with the Ancient One, like fucking throwing him through different, throwing him, I can't even fucking speak, throwing him through like different realms. But the mirror dimension, I think it's called, is like pretty cool as well. It's a spectacle in some ways, but yeah, a little bit generic, but yeah, I quite like it quite a bit. Dumb and Dumber. I fucking hate this movie. Not this movie, but this copy. I got so excited. I saw it on Blu-ray and I bought it. And I was like, holy hell, Dumb and Dumber. I love Dumb and Dumber. It's one of my favorite fucking comedies. This is the unrated version, and it removes some of the most iconic parts about the fucking movie. I cannot remember specifically what it is, but there's certain line deliveries that they use alt takes with that just aren't as good. Like, you know how in the Spider-Man 2, 2.1, the director's cut of Spider-Man 2, specifically in that director's cut, you know, the iconic go from the fucking pizza guy in that fucking director's cut, they remove the go and they replace it with just a simple go. They do shit in this director's cut, and I don't like it. There's some of the shit that's iconic. I can't even fucking think of anything right now because I only watched this once and I was kind of upset. In fact, I don't even think I finished this because they removed a certain fucking line delivery and replaced it with an alt take that I didn't like because it was iconic. But if we're going to talk about the movie itself, one of the best comedies ever made, one of Jim Carrey's best roles, and this guy that I can't remember the fucking name of, Lloyd and Harry, baby. I like the fact that in this movie they're really fucking stupid, but like it's like I don't know, it's really funny. Like there's this nature of like, I feel like when people play idiots in movies, like they have that tendency to like really act retarded, like the I fucked my sister. In this movie, it just feels really genuine, and there are points when they're like goofing off where like they really do feel like it kind of leans into that like ultra goofiness of the but specifically with Harry, it's just genuine. Like they're just genuinely stupid, and there's like levels to their stupidity. Harry can read, Lloyd can't. You know, and so like I don't know, it like it feels so real, and I think that's one of the things that is great about this movie. The dumb, the retarded, these people are retarded, but like it doesn't feel disingenuous. But yeah, like it quite a bit. Dunkirk, Christopher Nolan. I understand what he was going for in this movie. It's practically a silent film based on a true story. I understand what he was going for, and I like what he was going for. I just don't know if I ever am going to have a desire to rewatch this movie. It wasn't very memorable for me. I liked it. Let me be clear here. I liked it, but it's more of like a depiction of the events rather than a story, I guess. Does that make sense? You may disagree or agree, but it's kind of just depicting the real events of Dunkirk. These people who are trapped on this island trying to escape while the incoming doom, while doom is coming for all of them. And it kind of just shows the shit that happened during Dunkirk, and it's good. I could watch a documentary if that's what I wanted to watch, but cinematography's great. It's Christopher Nolan, and Christopher Nolan is a great cinematographer, and he does a really good job in this movie, and it's like, I don't know if I have a desire to ever rewatch it. Maybe I will rewatch it. Maybe I'll have a different opinion, but I think it's solid. I think it's fine, you know? But yeah, that's going to do it for the fucking D's. Moving on to the, what comes after D? A, B, C, D, E, E, E. Maybe I'm fucking Lloyd, man. Holy shit. Okay, so, turns out the E's and the F's and the G's were very fucking small. So we're going to do the E's, the F's, and the G's all together. Of course, starting with the E's. Edward Scissorhands. Edward Scissorhands. Pretty sure this is also Tim Burton, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to go with it's Tim Burton. I have not seen this movie in a fucking while. I think the last time I was like 12 or 13. I remember liking it. I got it on Blu-ray because it was dirt cheap at a fucking flea market. And, yeah, I want to rewatch it eventually because I remember really liking it as a kid. And Johnny Depp was, you know, his classic awkward character phobia. I haven't seen it in a while. I don't have much to say. I remember liking it. Anyway, El Camino, Breaking Bad movie. Okay, so I know this movie was a little controversial when it was announced and when it came out. I'm just going to say right off the fucking bat, I like this movie a lot. However, it's kind of unnecessary. Like, I will kind of acknowledge that. But the thing is, right, just because something's unnecessary doesn't mean you can't have it. You know, for me, I've always described the Breaking Bad franchise like this, okay? Breaking Bad, ignore the voice crack, holy fucking shit, what was that? Breaking Bad is like a milkshake. The Breaking Bad universe is like a milkshake, okay? The actual show, Breaking Bad, is the actual milkshake, okay? The ice cream, maybe some Oreos in there and cookie, okay? Blended together. Better Call Saul is the whipping cream, okay? Just helps with the milkshake. It helps with the taste and the overall vibe of Breaking Bad. It improves it in a lot of ways. Everybody likes whipped cream on their fucking milkshake. El Camino is the cherry. I can go without the cherry. The candy cherry, usually people just boop, put it to the side and then drink their milkshake. However, without the cherry on top of the fucking whipping cream, I know it's like something that you can kind of just throw aside. Maybe people just don't even eat it. It kind of makes the milkshake look pretty fucking cool, though. It looks pretty appetizing with that candy cherry on top. Is it necessary? No. Does it help? Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about El Camino. This is like, I think either a Canadian or British copy because it has their country's rating system on the side here. It did have a physical release. This was a Netflix original. It did release in theaters for like a week, I think. One of those streaming movies that I'm glad to have on physical. Yeah, I think it's really strong. I think the progression of Jesse in this is really nice. It gives Jesse a really like official good send-off. You had that in Breaking Bad, but it just kind of complements it. Yeah, he goes through a lot of rough stuff in this movie. It dives into how he feels about being enslaved at the end of Breaking Bad, essentially, and it kind of shows what he does immediately after Breaking Bad, and it literally takes place right after Breaking Bad. There's no gap in between the ending of Breaking Bad and this. And this, I think, is the true finale of Breaking Bad. That's how I view it. But yeah, without any spoilers, because I highly recommend it. I know a lot of people haven't watched this. I know people who have watched Better Call Saul and still haven't watched this movie. I highly recommend it. After you watch Breaking Bad, if you haven't watched it, I recommend watching this movie right after watching Breaking Bad, because it's great. It's a very character-centric movie. And it's Vince Gilligan. Vince Gilligan is just fucking brilliant. I think he's proved that time and time again with Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, and this movie. So, yeah, highly recommend it. Great movie. Also, don't watch it if you haven't watched Breaking Bad. that might be a detriment to the movie. Like, it's only enjoyable if you've watched Breaking Bad, but I don't know. Anyway, Event Horizon. I have not seen this movie. Is there a disc in here? Okay, good. I thought I was going to get scammed, dude. I couldn't hear. Usually there's like a little rattle. Holy shit, that was securely in there. I have not seen this. It's been recommended to me 100 times. Don't fucking kill me. I will watch it eventually. I have it on Blu-ray. It's on the top of my list. I will eventually watch it. Okay, I get it. I will watch it. I will watch it. This guy died recently. So I was looking at him. I just realized, Sam Neill, he died. Died like a month ago. Man, makes me want to watch it a little bit more. Is that Lawrence Fishburne? That's Lawrence Fishburne. I'll watch it, okay? For the memory of Sam Neill. Fantastic Four, original... Okay, this isn't the original Fantastic Four movie, but you know what? I'm going to say it. It was the first good one. There's not a lot of competition because the first one was absolute dog shit, but I like this movie quite a bit. It's bad. I understand why people don't like it, but I think the most enjoyable part about this movie, and I think what carries it and makes it mostly enjoyable, is these four have some of the best fucking chemistry I've seen. Okay, maybe not ever. It's okay chemistry, but like they bounce off each other really well. And I think the casting for the Fantastic Four is, you'll never be able to top it. I was hoping the MCU would top it, but they didn't. This casting's fucking perfect. I think the only person I think you can kind of argue was casted a little bit better is Johnny Storm there. I think I like him a little bit more than Chris Evans, but Chris Evans does an amazing job in this movie, as everybody does a great job as their characters. As far as adaptation, these characters do feel like the comic book characters, besides a couple tweaks here, especially Doctor Doom. What they did with Doctor Doom, you know what? After that god-awful 2015 movie, I look at this movie a little bit more fondly with what they did with Doctor Doom, because at least they acknowledge that he's from Latveria, and at least he's in a position of power and has a rivalry with fucking Reed Richards. Holy fucking shit. Anyway, yeah, I think this movie's a little bit overhated, I think, but also warranted hate, because I can acknowledge there's some bad shit about it. Get Out. I think this is Jordan Peele's directorial debut. I am probably wrong on that, but this is one of the most disturbing, weird fucking movies I've ever seen, but I like it quite a bit. If you haven't seen Get Out, basically this man, a black man, is dating a white girl, and he's gonna meet her family, and he has like the society and just his personal experiences, like he's scared of what her family might think because he knows they're mostly white, and he's afraid of being around mostly white people. Does that make him slightly racist? A little bit, but is it caused by racism he's experienced? Probably. So anyway, so he was expecting just an awkward weekend, and not only did it get awkward, it got fucking not borderline, it turned into quite a sadistic weekend. Turns out, the white people not only are not racist, they're a little fucking nuts. They're obsessed with black people, bro, to the point where they're gonna fucking take you over, motherfucker. They love you so much that they want your body. So, anyway. I guess they technically are racist, because the white people there, maybe I'm missing some things because I haven't seen this in a while, but the white people there all view black people as a superior race. So they are still racist, but not in the way that this guy was thinking. So anyway, great horror movie. Fucking disturbing as shit. But anyway, Godzilla. 2014, I think. So I remember when I was little, loved Godzilla, and I wanted to watch this movie. It was on the Xfinity box. I popped it in. I didn't say I popped it in. I started streaming it, I guess. And 20 minutes in the movie, I gave up because I had not seen Godzilla yet. And I thought it was a boring fucking movie. Godzilla was barely in it. What the fuck? He's not even in the movie. I remember fast forwarding to the end of the movie where he finally appears. And then, as an adult, I watched it again after thoroughly liking King of the Monsters. And I watched it. And I like this now more than King of the Monsters. Okay, we'll get to that. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know, but it's still great. Okay. I think when I was little, and I think most people going into this movie were disappointed because they wanted to see Godzilla fight Big Monster. I think now the universe that this movie's a part of now, because they kind of jumped off of, they used this as like a springboard to like launch their monster universe with him and Kong. But I think now, like, when people were going into this, they wanted to see Godzilla fight Big Monster. But the thing is, this movie has something over the other movies in this franchise, and that is that the characters, the human characters in this movie, are actually good and well-written characters compared to the other characters in this franchise. They have nothing on them. They're terrible. This did something. Like, I was actually surprised when I rewatched it first time, and I was so invested into the characters in this movie. The Godzilla fight was just a fucking plus. Of course, it's a Godzilla movie, and it needed to be in the movie, but that wasn't the strongest part of the movie. It's the most fun part of the movie, but the characters in this movie are actually quite strong. And it's unfortunate they have not been able to get to the highs of the characters, the human characters in this movie, in their sequels, which we'll get to. Actually, you know what? That's not necessarily true, because Kong Skull Island is a part of this universe, and we will get to that movie later. But I quite like this movie. King of the Monsters, though, if you want to see monsters fight each other, they took all the criticisms of the first movie and then fucking said, okay, fine. Okay, fine. You want to see him fight Big Monster? We're gonna fucking get King Ghidorah, Godzilla's fucking rival in the Godzilla fucking mythos, and they're gonna fight. Okay, you happy? You happy now? Yes, actually. I was. And that's the strongest part of this movie. These monsters fucking fighting each other is fucking epic. It's cool. I don't care that my monkey brain is going off. I will recognize that. My monkey brain just like, oh, big monsters fighting each other. Yeah, fucking King Ghidorah looks fucking cool in this fucking movie. I know people criticize the design of Godzilla in these movies. I think he looks fucking fine. I don't care that he has thick thighs. Suck my dick. Great fucking movie. Okay, maybe not. If we're talking about, like, objectively, the characters, the human characters in this movie are so fucking... I don't care. I do like the fact that they connected it to the first movie, but I don't know. I don't fucking know. I think 11 and Tywin are fine in this movie. I think they're the best ones. 11, I forget their actors' names, but yeah, they're good. They're good actors, and they don't necessarily do a bad job, but I think, like, the strongest... There are points in this movie where the characters do shine. The main dad in this movie, I think, is really good as well, and his entire plot line with just being, like, thinking these things are just dangerous. Oh my god, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, the characters in this movie are pretty strong, actually. They're not as strong as Godzilla, but they're actually quite strong. I forget the Japanese guy's name. He was in the first one, but he has a nice send-off in this movie, and he has a good relationship with Godzilla and all that. I like how he says Godzilla too. Godzilla. But yeah, fucking good stuff. I really like this movie. I don't think it's an improvement of the first one. I did for a while, and then I watched the first one, and I actually watched it, and I was like, damn, this shit's good. But as far as a monster fighting movie, this is better in every single way. This is fucking great. When it comes to... This is the best monster fighting I think we've seen in this franchise so far. Minus maybe Godzilla versus Kong. But even then, I don't think that has shit on this movie. But anyway. The Gremlins. Great Christmas movie. Great fucking horror movie as well. I love this movie a lot. This is Steven Spielberg. I really like... I don't think a lot of people talk about this movie in this sense, or acknowledge this part of the movie a lot, but dude, this movie has one of the best fucking vibe changes ever, where it starts off as this wholesome, cute Christmas movie. Oh, oh, this guy gets a mogwai. They're called mogwais. Oh, he gets a little cute mogwai for Christmas. It's a pet. Oh, look how cute. The dog doesn't like him because he's cuter than him. Ha 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 ha. Don't get him wet, otherwise you will fucking spawn murder creatures. So get some wet. Also, don't okay, well, they don't start off as murder creatures, but don't feed them past midnight. And then they figure out what would happen if they feed them past midnight, and they literally terrorize the fucking entire city. And it turns into this fucking slasher, disturbing horror movie, to where there's some very disturbing deaths, and, you know, it gets into it's a little comedic at times, especially the bar scene. Let's be honest, the bar scene's just fucking gold. But, like, it gets to, like, at times, this is a horror movie, and it does it very well. Also, a fun little fact, we just talked about Breaking Bad. Jonathan Banks is in this movie, the guy who plays Mike Ehrmantraut. He's in this movie, and there's a little fun thing. There's, like, I have my own headcanon that I don't actually consider canon, but it's kind of funny. In Breaking Bad, Jonathan Banks' character, Mike, is established to be a retired cop from Philadelphia. Guess where this movie takes place? Philadelphia. And not only that, guess what character Jonathan Banks plays? He plays a cop in Philadelphia. So my headcanon, not really headcanon, is he experiences the gremlins in Philadelphia as a cop, gets fucked up in that car crash, and goes, you know what? That's why he becomes a dirty cop, because that experience made him, for some reason, dirty. I don't fucking know. But I just thought that was a fun little connection, that he's technically played two Philadelphia cops in two completely different roles, especially since he's just a goofball in this movie. But anyway, yeah, I like this movie quite a bit. The Gray, baby. This is top 5, at least 10 fucking movies for me. I hate the stigma around this movie, and it largely has to do with the fact that the trailer was completely misleading. So if those of you who don't know, and I remember being a little disappointed because I remember seeing the trailers on the TV when this movie was being promoted. When I was little, when I was younger, this movie promised a fight between Liam Neeson and a fucking wolf. In fact, this shot is taken from the part where he's about to fight the wolf. The thing is, you never actually see the fight. The movie cuts before it happens. Now, I understand the frustration. I understand you wanted to see Liam Neeson fight a wolf. However, did you watch the fucking movie? Because that doesn't matter. Him fighting the wolf doesn't fucking matter, okay? This movie kind of is just about this man, the struggle of finding the will to live. And not only that, how he's just kind of on autopilot because he doesn't really want to live, but like what happens when you're put in a situation where like, fuck it, I'm figuring out the words to describe this. I'm fucking, especially since like in this movie, right, Liam Neeson's character, Odway or whatever the fuck, people are relying on him. And he finds a sense of purpose again in life because he's like very upset, depressed about his wife dying. And like the autopilot nature of just you naturally want to live. And when you're put in a dangerous situation, you don't want to let yourself die, even though he almost committed suicide earlier in this movie. This movie is consistently good, has some great character moments. I don't think a lot of people have seen this movie, and I really don't want to spoil too much because this movie's really fucking great. I fucking love this movie, and I resonate with this a lot, specifically with just the message of this movie. But yeah, anyway, fucking, it's one of those movies where if I'm sitting down and watching it with you, I could just point out all the things that I love. Top 10 movies. I will always watch this movie. Also, I'm a sucker for like snow vibes, man. Whenever like I'm playing a video game or watching a movie, I love it when it snows. I love the vibe of snow. And like, it can, like, I don't know if anybody feels this as well, but there's like a calmness and almost an eeriness to snow that really makes me comfortable. Like when it snows here, and I think anywhere else, like all like the noise of a town and city just go away. And it's just like this calming noise of just like, it's so quiet. You know what I mean? Like, and just the vibe is so calming to me. I don't know why. So anything with the snow aesthetic, you're going to win me over. You might as well bend me over and fucking peg me because you've won me over at that point. But yeah, I really like The Gray. Grindhouse. We talked about this earlier. This is the only copy of Planet Terror that I own, but technically this is a second copy of of Death Proof that I own. So yeah, Grindhouse was a double feature collaborative film. Technically, they're two movies in one, but they're two separate movies with Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino. Two completely different filmmakers. Like, for example, Tarantino fucking hates using CGI. Robert Rodriguez fucking loves using CGI. So, completely two different filmmakers, and they kind of come together to make their own, like, take on, like, the genre. I don't really know how to describe. I don't really know what genre you would. Maybe like a slasher type. I don't know. I don't fucking know. But fucking try to act like I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about to a degree, but like I don't know, their own like takes on like I guess like horror / slasher genre. I guess yeah. But anyway, Planet Terror. I guess we should probably mainly talk about Planet Terror. I've seen it a couple times. I think it's good. It has a lot of recognizable actors. It's ridiculous. It's over the top, but it's supposed to be. This chick literally gets a machine gun for a fucking leg. It's crazy over the top shit. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about it because I've only seen it like twice and it's been a while. But I got this just to own Planet Terror and just the Grindhouse collaborative double feature anyway. So yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. Dude, this movie's underrated as fuck. Okay, not underrated. Maybe not underrated. That's a terrible way to describe this movie. This movie is not underrated, but like it's not like... People talk about this movie like it's one of the best MCU movies, and honestly, it fucking is. James Gunn did a really good job with this movie, and I don't feel like, for me personally, I look back on it and think, yeah, it was a good movie, but like while I'm watching it, I think I finally recognized while I was on my most recent MCU binge that like, this movie's excellent. It actually is an excellent movie. And what he was able to do with these main core characters, he kind of does have like a little bit of he does something with characters that I don't like, that I kind of get tired of with James Gunn. Well, he'll take a character that's like usually badass and relatively smart and turn them into retards. He does that with two characters. Not so much Drax, I think. I guess Drax is a bit of a bad example because Drax was a retard a bit in the comics, especially in the Infinity War. Anyway, fucking point is, but like he's... Honestly, no. Actually, the problems that I have with Drax later in the MCU doesn't come till later. He's still a badass in this fucking movie. He doesn't turn him into a fucking, like an actual, like, bumbling retard until later. But, no, I think this is James Gunn at his best, I think. And, Peter Quill, great character. And he was able to take some absurd comic book characters besides, I would say, Drax and Gamora, I think are the most recognizable characters on this list. And Rocket. Yeah, these three who were like, they weren't not like they weren't they were very niche characters, but they weren't as absurd as like Groot and Star-Lord. So and this is in the original team of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So yeah, good stuff. Yeah, his own take on some absurd characters. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I remember I watched this movie for the first time in theaters, and I really did not like it because it gave me a headache because of how much... I described this movie as a noise of CGI, and it really is. But rewatching it, I've rewatched it quite a few times. I've seen it like 10, 15 times now at this point, because I've gone on an MCU binge like multiple times. This last time I did this was like my 10th or 15th time or fucking something like that. But I rewatched it, and I think on my last couple rewatches, it's good. I like it specifically because of the relationship between Peter, the stuff with his dad being Ego, ignore my dog's click clacks, holy fucking shit, and relationship between him and Gamora, them like really, or not him and Gamora and Nebula. This character does a really good job of like pairing specifically two characters together and kind of developing those characters based on their relationship. So like with, Baby Groot's not even a character in this movie, let's be honest. He's just fucking there to sell merchandise. But Groot, or like Rocket and Yondu, great relationship. Gamora and Nebula, great. There's a lot of character development there. Drax and Mantis, I think, is the weakest, but like there's still like some good stuff there. And then they pair up Peter and Ego together. So yeah, it's good stuff. I like it. But I think it's worse than the first one. I think it's a step in the wrong direction, but Doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean it's all bad. Guns Akimbo. Fun fact, you see Daniel Radcliffe's fucking cock in this movie. I promise you. You actually see his cock. You can see his cock. You want to see Daniel Radcliffe's cock? His cock is in this movie. While pissing, urine is coming out of the cock. And you see Daniel Radcliffe's cock. Yeah. Guns Akimbo, I'm pretty sure it's based on like a manga or something like that. It's based on something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I liked it a lot when I first watched it, but upon rewatch, like I think my third or fourth rewatch, it's pretty generic. It's kind of like, it's fine, I guess. It's fine. But yeah, that's it for the E's, F's, and G's. Moving on to the H's and possibly the I's now that I'm looking at the very small selection of I's that I have. So let's go. Moving on to the H's and the I's. Hateful Eight, another Tarantino movie. Remember when I said if you have a snow aesthetic, you're basically can fucking peg me at that point because fucking you've won me over? This movie relies extremely high on that. It relies a lot on that. I shouldn't say relies, but it has a lot of... It's based in a fucking blizzard, dude. So this is Tarantino's, I think, second bottle movie, and I think Tarantino is really good with bottle movies because the best part of any Tarantino movie is his dialogue and how he's able to write characters. And because since a bottle movie, you can't really rely on other characters and interactions being like something that's fresh or like new locations that are being like that are fresh in your movie. You have to really, really rely on the characters that you've established remaining interesting for your 2 and maybe close to a 3-hour movie here. He does it very well, actually. And basically, these characters are stuck in a cabin together and during a blizzard, and they get into some pretty mischievous things. Not everybody is who they say they are, and one of the characters, John Ruth the Hangman, is transporting a prisoner, and maybe a few people there are fucking... I don't know. Why am I talking in like some of these I'm completely spoiling the movie and some of these I'm not? I don't fucking know. Just in case. I figure the movies that I really like, I don't want to spoil anything because I if you haven't seen them, I want you to watch them. I like every single Tarantino movie. I love every single Tarantino movie, and I love this fucking movie as well. I remember initially this just start out as a fuck you car. Fucking hell. Fuck off, yeah. I get it. You have a small dick. Drive past faster, please. I know this started out as a Django sequel. What the fuck was Samuel L. Jackson's character's name? What the fuck is his name? Major Marquez. Marcus was supposed to be a Django. This was supposed to be Django post Civil War. And eventually he kind of like moved away from that and decided not to make this Django. But I think it still could work in your own headcanon that this is Django because it would line up with his age. But I like, to a degree, I kind of like to think that because he does have similar, is kind of similar to Django in some ways. And you can see elements of Django in this. But the thing is, right, and it's also kind of interesting to note, all of Tarantino movies take place in the same universe, so technically Django is still kicking it, assuming he hadn't died at this point. So this is technically the closest movie to Django. You could still technically consider this a sequel to Django since it takes place in the same universe. But yeah, he decided to move away from it being Django and kind of turned it into a new character. Marcus is a completely different character from Django, but there are elements of Django in this. And I'm kind of glad he did, especially because of the end that this character faces. And I don't like the idea that Django dies like that. So spoilers. But I highly recommend this movie a lot. I think I'm going to say I think it's one of his better movies. I like all of his movies. That doesn't mean anything when I say that. It's a great fucking movie in general. So, Hateful Eight, really good. Takes place post-Civil War. All the performances are great. The storytelling is great. Has some great twists. And I would say I think this movie has his best character dialogue. I think. I might stand by that. I don't know. Maybe we'll see when I get to Pulp Fiction or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or Inglourious Bastards. Oh yeah, Inglourious Bastards. The beginning scene in Inglourious Bastards. The opening scene. I guess we'll see when I talk about it. It still has some great dialogue. Okay. Anyway, Inception. God, guys, I love this movie. What a mind-boggling. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this movie. I'm sorry. I've seen parts of it. I understand the concept, guys. Is the table turner? Is the tabletop spinner? Is he dreaming? Is he saw or something? Or I don't know. Fucking, I haven't seen it. It's on my #1 list. Please don't kill me. I've never seen this movie. Okay, fucking, I've never seen it. I know it's good. I know it's probably good, and I know I'd probably like it. But please don't kill me. Okay, I'll get to it. It will be the next movie that I watch on Blu-ray. I promise. I have nothing to say about it though. The Help. Could this be a biopic? I don't know. It's not a biopic. It is based on a true story, though. I like the idea. So from what I understand, right, I really like this movie. I really like this movie. The concept of it. So from what I understand is this movie is based on a book, but it's not necessarily based on the book. It's based on the making of the book, but it adapts certain elements of the book. But the book is also based on a true story. So it just kind of shows like the behind the scenes of the author. Arthur, what the fuck? Arthur, what am I? She's not yellow. This is yellow. But anyway, like the author and her kind of like experience, gathering stories for the book. I haven't read the book. That's what I understand of this movie. Maybe I have it backwards. Maybe somebody lied to me. But yeah, pretty cool. It takes place during the 1960s, 50s, around that era of the during Jim Crow. And it kind of gets into the life of specifically black women in America at that time. And it's really good. It's compelling. It's some rough stuff, and it has some good messages about like racism and how racism is taught. It's not inherent, despite what the woke will tell you nowadays. But fucking, yeah. Great performances. This chick right here was in Django, I'm pretty sure. She's in Django, or I might be thinking of a different chick. She's definitely in the original Spider-Man. She's this chick right here. She's the chick who tells Peter that he can't fight Bonesaw because he's too skinny. He's like, bro, come on, man, give me a chance. And she's like, fine, it's your funeral. That's the same chick. You're welcome for that useless information. Turns out actors are in different movies. Howard the Duck. This movie's bad, but it was $2 at a flea market. So yeah, Howard the Duck, this was one of the first Marvel movies, and I think you could argue this was the first Marvel movie. I think I might be right on that. I think this is technically the first Marvel movie. It's not under the Marvel brand, but it's bad, but like it's quirky, it's a little bit charming. It's a Lucasfilm movie. And from what I understand as well, the most interesting part about this movie being made and Lucasfilm getting the rights to Howard the Duck, the film rights, is when Disney had already bought Marvel, but when Disney bought Lucasfilm, that's how they got the rights back to Howard the Duck, was because they had purchased Lucasfilm, who owned the film rights to Howard the Duck. The most interesting part about this movie is that it's a Lucasfilm movie. That's it. I'm pretty sure it's rated R. No, it's PG! Doesn't he fuck a woman in this movie? This movie's rated PG. Howard the Duck. The duck who likes fucking women. Human women specifically. The character who has a fetish for human women. This movie's rated PG. I haven't seen this in fucking a decade. Since I was like a kid. Probably like 15 or close to 20 years. This is rated PG. Wasn't there nudity in this movie? Whatever. I don't know. It's bad. The Hunger Games. I actually watched this last night. This movie's really good. I have not read the books yet. It's on my top of my list. I've seen all the sequels. I think the sequels are not as good as this movie. This movie does such a good job at world building and character, and just the characters in this movie are really fucking strong. I think this movie's underrated by how well made this fucking movie is. There's some CGI parts that are aged pretty poorly, especially the parade scene, and it just, again, it looks like a fucking scene from Spy Kids or Shark Boy and Lava Girl. But besides that, dude, Jennifer Lawrence, great in this fucking movie. Has one of the most tragic and sad scenes with the death of the little girl. Oh, It's so fucking good, man. And Snow, President Snow, is such an underrated villain. Every single line in this movie is fucking delivered with such oh my god, I don't even know if charisma is the way to. He's just such a fucking stoic and disturbing and like interesting and good. He's such a good villain. Like how he's like how manipulative he is, and like how he talks to like the game runner, and he's just like kind of warning him. He's like, you better fucking snuff out how she's like she's starting to give hope to people. You better snuff it out. I like you. Be careful. You know, like, oh god, I fucking love this movie so much. But yeah, fun little fact about this, a little cool core memory with this. My stepdad, I don't know if you guys know this. I don't think I've ever talked about this, but he's a bit of a stoner, and he has that stoner brain sometimes. My sister and my mom and I were watching this movie. He just came home from work. We were past all like the calling of the names and stuff, and it was about 20 minutes before the games actually started, and they were training for the games. And for some reason, he had just smoked a bowl. He had sat down. He was watching it with us. And he thought this was a Disney Channel movie, and he didn't know the Hunger Games was like a murder fucking spree. I don't know what the fuck he missed, but like when he was enjoying it, and then the arena they go into the arena and they start running towards the supplies, and blood's flying everywhere, and people are slaughtering each other. I remember his reaction was one of the most retarded but funny reactions to this movie I'd ever seen, because he was so fucking high. He was like, whoa! Why are they killing each other? What is this? I thought this was a Disney movie. Those were his exact fucking words, by the way. So, like, fucking, I don't know what the fuck was going on through his fucking mind, but that's just a fucking funny memory I have with this movie. He completely missed the fact that this was just, this movie's about people being forced to kill each other, and only one gets out. I don't know why he missed it. Don't ask me, but he did. Anyway, great movie. All right, The Incredible Burt Wonderstone. I've never seen this movie. Basically, we were at a flea market, my girlfriend and I. She said she really liked this movie. She didn't have the money to buy it, so I bought it, and I said I would watch it, and I haven't watched it. Has Jim Carrey in it, and Randall from Monsters, Inc. I think that's him. Now that I'm looking at it, it might not be him. Haven't seen it, but she likes it. Do with that information as you will, I guess. The Incredible Hulk. I like this Blu-ray because it's green. Yeah, it's a green Blu-ray. It looks cool. I bought this at a comic book store for $4, baby. Immediately caught my eye. I had never seen The Incredible Hulk on Blu-ray before, and I thought that was pretty fucking cool that it had a green case. This movie, by the way, is extremely fucking underrated. I do not know why people hate on this movie so fucking much. I genuinely do not know why. Every single, like, I see people online and YouTubers I watch, they're like, The Incredible Hulk was shit, and they just move on. Why is it shit? I don't know. I still have not heard anybody tell me why this movie's shit. Yes, it has some problems, but guys, believe it or not, I know this is probably going to be a hot take, but Edward Norton is a better Bruce Banner than Mark Ruffalo will ever be. I think he encapsulates the character and the awkwardness of Bruce Banner a lot better than Mark Ruffalo ever did. And I think a lot of people forget that about Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner is like a geek. He is a very like closed off geek, awkwardly social person, and that's why the Hulk is a completely different person than him, who's not smart, who's out there crazy. People don't realize Bruce Banner does have a multiple personality disorder. I forget exactly what it's called to a degree, and it's manifested in the Hulk with the mutation. That's why when people get different gamma radiation in the Marvel Universe, it's manifested in different ways based on who the person is, like with Red Hulk, She-Hulk, A-Bomb, and Scar. Okay, so yeah. But anyway, getting off to a fucking tangent anyway. Why the fuck did I get off on that tangent? Edward Norton's a great Hulk, and I really like the villain in this. I feel like people don't like the villain in this, but I really like the idea that it's even set up in the movie that Blonsky is like set up to where he even says like, hey man, if I had the knowledge that I know now and I had the body of when I was like 20, I would kill for that. And Thunderbolt Ross kind of is like, I can work something out like that. And the thing is, Thunderbolt Ross, with his fucking desperation to get Hulk and get like to turn Hulk into a weapon, doesn't really even see this coming. But the fact that he kind of creates a fucking drug addict, and that's kind of set up with the line that I would do anything to get my old body back, and he does, and now he wants more. He wants to become more powerful and more powerful than the fucking Hulk, and he's addicted to that idea of power. It's set up in the movie. I don't know why people call him like this one-note villain. There's so much fucking depth to the fucking villain, man, if you actually watch the fucking movie, man. Really good movie. You know, like highlight scenes, I think a highlight scene is definitely this the park scene where Ross, okay, this is a little bit dumb moment of the movie where Ross kind of like unleashes the Hulk in the park. But then again, though, I don't think Ross really understands that actually kind of makes sense, though, because Ross does not understand the power that the Hulk is capable of, because he's only interacted with him twice. Once in the lab and he got away, and the second time was in somewhere in I think it was in some I think it was Peru or something like that. But he didn't even actually really see him. He just took out his soldiers and then left. He didn't actually know the extent to Hulk's power. He just thinks he's this very strong guy. So actually, yeah, it does actually kind of make sense. Anyway, fucking whatever. Hulk. That scene is really fucking well done. And that entire fight scene in the park is really cool. The fucking sound blast things are made by Stark Industries. And then for some reason, people do not realize this is an MCU movie for some fucking reason, because Hulk is recast. Dude, Thunderbolt Ross, William Hurt, appears as that same character in 5 different fucking other movies. On top of that, just in case you didn't notice, Tony Stark's in this movie, bro! Played by fucking Robert Downey Jr. If that doesn't get more MCU, I don't know what fucking does, okay? This is an MCU movie. I hate having to debate people with this. This is in the MCU. Robert Downey Jr. is at the end of this movie as Tony Stark, bro. How did you miss that? It's in the MCU. Fuck me. All right, Inglourious Bastards. Another Tarantino movie. Guys, this is a fucking great movie. I don't know how else to fucking describe it. People, I do think this is a little overglazed. People say it's his best movie. I see it, and I don't think you're crazy for thinking that. I think that he has way better movies than this. I think Django's better than this. I think Inglourious Bastards, not Inglourious Bastards. I think Pulp Fiction is better than this. I think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is better than this. And then I'd probably put Inglourious Bastards. But yeah, it's a great World War II movie. One of the great things about this movie is it's his own history, so obviously he twists history a bit, but everything surrounding that time period is so accurate. The costumes to the attention to detail of that point in history is so good. Like his of course he changes history a bit, and a couple things are stylized, but his attention to detail to that part of history is really good. And then also a lot of things that it highlights, like Hitler. One of the reasons they're able to kill Hitler is because he attends a premiere and they're able to like set up shit like that. And the thing is, like, Adolf Hitler was actually a really big fan of cinema, specifically Nazi cinema, and like the films promoting the war and his entire regime. So like he actually was a big fan of that, and he would he would frequently attend premieres of movies that were made by officers and that were Nazis, basically. But yeah, like I feel like that was like a lesser known fact about Hitler, and this movie kind of highlighted it. But yeah, like are some things like a little like hard to believe. Sure, okay, is the like fine, but like it's fiction. It's supposed to take place in World War II, but in a fictional universe. And I feel like it's fucking great, man. And Christoph Waltz, of course, is a highlight. Brad Pitt as I forget his fucking name, but is great. Fun little fact: Magneto's character in this movie is related to a character in The Hateful Eight. Oswaldo Mowbray, that's his fake name. But yeah, great fucking movie. Love it a lot. I'll always rewatch it. And guys, of course, the intro scene. Come on, how do you top that? It's probably the best intro to any movie ever. Probably. Even people who don't like this movie are like I know some people who don't like this movie, and I'm like, Christoph Waltz's performance, and they're like, okay, yeah, it was good. That was good. But yeah, anyway, great fucking movie, man. All right, the original Iron Man, the movie that fucking started the MCU. this movie, I think, is definitively a classic at this point now. Great performance by Robert Downey Jr. and continues to play Tony Stark fucking amazing throughout the MCU. Iron Man is made an instant classic superhero in this movie. I feel like people really overlook how strong the villain is in this movie, and the relationship between Tony Stark and I can't remember Ironmonger's name. He's a strong villain. I can't remember his name. The name's blanking on me for right now, like at this moment for some reason. But I don't fucking remember his name for some reason. I know his name, but their relationship is so good. And like one of the best parts of this movie is just like you see Ironmonger like so like manipulative of Tony, and you don't find out until later that he had something to do with like the attempted murder of Tony Stark. And like when you're rewatching the movie, you kind of see it. You're like, oh fuck! Like when he was supposed to be killed, and then when Tony Stark arrives again, you see like Ironmonger. Why can I not remember his name? I keep calling him Ironmonger. Well, he is the Ironmonger, but you see him like clapping at the car, excited that Tony Stark is back. But like in pretext, like you kind of see him like fucking. You're not supposed to be alive right now, dude. Like fucking hell. But like there's like an annoyance on his face. Dude, I don't love this movie as much as a lot of people. I really like it. Do not get me wrong, but I could recognize it's a classic. It started the MCU, and the MCU wouldn't be anywhere if this movie was a success. It was a risk. It was not a guaranteed success, but they took a risk and it paid off. And I think that largely has to do with the work that Jon Favreau did and Robert Downey Jr.'s performance. And also I find it kind of cool that Robert Downey Jr. being a former alcoholic is playing an alcoholic, and he can really get into the mind of the alcoholic. Robert Downey Jr. was born to play Iron Man. So like, holy shit. Like, and dude, he originally, the studio, like it took a lot of convincing from Jon Favreau to actually cast Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark. The fact that he was able to play Tony Stark was like, again, it was the studio taking a risk as well, because they didn't like the publicity surrounding Robert Downey Jr. at that point. So anyway, they didn't want it. They didn't want the bad publicity surrounding with the baggage that would come with Robert Downey Jr. But all Robert Downey Jr. wanted was a second chance, and he got it. And now he's one of the biggest names in Hollywood right now. So Iron Man 2, this movie's overhated like a motherfucker. Holy shit, I love Iron Man 2. Not as much as the first one, but Iron Man 2 is so fucking strong, man. I also think this is one of those movies where the MCU has gotten into that unnatural humor to the point where things are just funny for the sake of putting in something funny. This movie's just naturally funny because of the character that is Tony Stark. So you'll have things that like maybe not might be funny to you if you're experiencing it like in real life, but if you're watching it like you do in this movie, it's just fucking hilarious. And his entire relationship with Justin Hammer is fucking... How can I remember Justin Hammer's real name but not fucking Ironmonger's real fucking name? Ah! Fucking ignore me, whatever. Whiplash is a pretty weak villain. I get it. He's not a great villain, but the fact that Whiplash, Ivan, is not... Did I say Killmonger? Did I say Killmonger? Whiplash, Ivan. He's not a great villain, but everything surrounding his motivations challenges Tony Stark in a way that I think is very interesting. And you dive into his relationship with his father, and you get some closure on that to a degree. So yeah, Iron Man 2, I think I really like a lot, and I think it's a little overlooked. But yeah, I think the biggest problems with this movie that a lot of people point out is it's mostly an advertisement for the setup of the Avengers. That's fine, but I don't think it's a detriment to the movie. I really don't. But yeah. And it was the introduction of Black Widow, and she's quite good in that movie. Iron Man 3 also I think is overhated. I think Iron Man 3 is actually really strong. Now, let me little disclaimer here. Yeah, the Mandarin being fucking relegated to this fucking actor, and then the blonde boy being the real Mandarin, even though he's not the real Mandarin, and then they completely retconning it, and the All Hail the King fucking one shot where the Mandarin's real, and then they completely fuck up the character of the Mandarin anyway in the Shang-Chi movie, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Okay, fine. As an adaptation, I get it. All right, the Mandarin, one of the biggest Iron Man villains, probably like the Iron Man villain, if we're specifically talking about the comics. Maybe Ironmonger, you can make and Whiplash, you can make an argument for those. But like for me, the Mandarin had always been like the Iron Man villain, like I would say is like arch nemesis. But they kind of fucked him in this movie, and that's fine. But as a movie, I like the idea that they kind of took the concept of what would Tony Stark do without his suit? Could he still kick ass? And the answer is yes. And you see some pretty innovative stuff. He makes some pretty cool weapons. Not only that, they kind of take away his money as well, to a degree. But yeah, I think this movie, yes, has a lot of problems, but I like it quite a bit. And I think it's a really strong in a lot of ways. And I think as far as like the end of the Iron Man trilogy, I think it's pretty good. I do remember though, when I was little, seeing the movie, I was like, wait, Tony Stark's not Iron Man anymore? No. And then he comes back in Avengers Age of Ultron anyway, so it's fine. That improved the movie for me, actually, quite a bit when I was little, so yeah. Moving on to the J's, and maybe the K's, but we'll see. I don't know. It'll either be just the J's or the J's and the K's. All right, we're doing the J's and the K's. First movie, Jackie Brown. Another Tarantino movie. Ready for a hot take? You ready for a fucking hot take? Jackie Brown is his worst movie. I don't mean that in the sense that it's bad. I just mean it's his worst movie. It's his only movie that's an adaptation of a book. But from what I hear, it's not really an adaptation because he just takes the concept and does something completely different with it. So I think he credits it as an adaptation because he does take a lot from it. He takes the concept of like a woman being caught by the cops and is working for a guns dealer and finds a way to manipulate both to get money, basically. So anyway, he takes that general concept from what I hear. I haven't read the book, but again, from what I hear, it's not really even an adaptation. So what would be the point of reading the book to understand the adaptation better? Because it's not really an adaptation. Anyway, it's still good. I still think it's his weakest movie, and I say that saying that I do not think the movie is weak at all. I just think out of all of his movies, it's the weakest. I just said that in 4 different ways. I think you get the point. It's still quite good. I think Pam Grier, obviously he's a fan of Pam Grier because in his first movie he mentions Pam Grier by name. One of the characters does anyway. Samuel L. Jackson is really good in this. Michael Keaton's in this. I forget this guy's name. He died a couple years back. What the fuck is his name? Not Robert De Niro. I'll know it when I see it. Robert Foster. He's a Breaking Bad. He's in Breaking Bad. He's a big role in Breaking Bad. But he died recently. I shouldn't say recently. It was actually almost 5 years ago at this point. Holy shit. And then Robert De Niro's in this movie, and he plays probably one of his his weirdest role, honestly. But this movie, I guess, always Tarantino's biggest strength is his characters, and the characters are really fucking strong. They're always interesting to watch and listening to his dialogue, his cinematography, the characters, just the natural. He's able to direct the characters in a way to where they bounce off of each other really well. And I don't know if that's just natural chemistry or he's able to create chemistry. But yeah, anyway, fucking great movie. I just think it's his weakest, and that's okay. But yeah, I'll put this on whenever. I put it on all the time. I love it. So it's his worst movie though. John Wick. I think this became a classic too. The guy from Fortnite. Like this movie quite a lot. I know probably the most brutal dog death in cinema. Actually, I don't know about that. I have Mad Max. We'll get to Mad Max. It's up there though. That has one of the worst and fucked up dog death scenes in cinema. They literally stomp out a fucking puppy. It's not funny. It's just so fucked up. But yeah, just the idea of just this. John Wick's a classic. Come on. Keanu Reeves, there's a lot of things that shouldn't work about this movie that it does. Keanu Reeves, I think this is like no, he was in The Matrix, never mind. Ignore the fuck out of me. But again, I like the John Wick going through the journey of finding his purpose in life again, the will to live, and after the death of his wife. Is this just The Gray? Holy shit. But no, I haven't seen this in a while. I watched it for the first time about 4 years ago, and I very much enjoyed it. and I do think it's a classic. I don't have a lot to say about this because I don't passionately love it as much as a lot of people, but I do really like the character of John Wick, Baba Yaga. Okay, I'm gonna do these two movies at the same time because they fucking merge together for me. I like the John Wick saga. I haven't seen the fourth one yet, or Ballerina, but let me say something about these two movies, okay? And this is actually a compliment to the series in general. These movies merge together so fucking much. I don't remember which one happens, like which events happen. I remember the events of these movies pretty distinctly. I've only seen each one twice, I think. I could not tell you. I could not tell you which one was the one with the two dogs with fucking Storm from fucking X-Men. I forget her fucking name. Okay? With her two dogs helping John Wick in the one that he goes to the desert. I don't remember which one that is. I don't remember which one where his dog shows up in a fucking limo at the fucking Assassin Hotel. I don't know which one. These movies merge together. Now I think it's because this is part 2 and part 1 and they take place literally right after each other. And I really kind of feel like it kind of makes it feel like the John Wick movies are just one big movie. And again, so I am saying that as a compliment to a degree, but also I haven't seen these enough to really distinguish them at all. So, yeah, I like these a lot, and I think I really need to rewatch the John Wick series, and I really need to watch the fourth one, because the third one ends on a cliffhanger. So, yeah. Anyway, Justice League. Look, you fucking Snyder dick suckers. I don't have the Snyder cut. Is the Snyder cut better? Yes, but that doesn't mean it's a good movie, because it's not a good movie. Neither is this. This is a fucking mess, man. Behind the scenes, Zack Snyder was fired, and then the studio did one of the scummiest fucking things. Zack Snyder was making a movie, and the studio blamed it on the suicide of his daughter. Come to find out that Zack Snyder said that's completely not true. They made that up to save, because they didn't want to have the bad press of firing me in the midst of making the Justice League. So yeah, the studio lied, and they brought in Joss Whedon to fix, quote unquote, fix the movie. I'm not even going to acknowledge that voice crack, even though I just did. I'm so fucking stupid, dude. To fix the movie, quote unquote, and it is a mess, tonal, fucking confused movie with characters that are not too interesting, and it's building off of characters that apparently they expected us to like from Man of Steel and Justice League, but we really don't, because we never liked those characters in the fucking first place, because those two movies are kind of bad. Kind of like Man of Steel, but we'll get to that. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, this movie is a mess. It's not good. Steppenwolf's a fucking weak-ass villain. It's unpolished. It's undercooked. There's two directors' visions colliding in this movie, and that's why I do say that this Snyder Cut is better, because it is at least one vision, and it has a vision to it. I still don't think it's good, but I still think there's a charm to it, right? But this is just a fucking mess, dude. It's terrible. Moving on, Justice League Dark, an animated movie based on the comic book. I don't think I've read the comic book at any point, but I recognize the characters. John Constantine's, what the fuck? Like John Constantine and Deadman and Swamp Thing and Batman, of course. I'm pretty sure Zatanna's in this movie, and I forget his name, Devil something, but I am familiar with the character. But I'm familiar with all these characters, and as the movie itself, taking place in the DC animated universe, which is something I've not caught up on at all, but it's pretty good. I don't know why it's called a Justice League movie, because the Justice League is not in this movie. It's just Batman after the Justice League gets incapacitated by some sort of supernatural force, and he seeks the help from John Constantine, leading to Deadman, leading to Zatanna, leading to Swamp Thing. It's pretty good. I've only seen it once, but I thought it was quite charming and good, and I think really I like... Always in the comics, and especially in this movie, the Batman and John Constantine fucking bouncing off of each other because they're just two completely different people is always fun. Justice League, The Flashpoint Paradox. Again, this is technically a Justice League movie for some reason. This is not a Justice League movie. This is a Flash movie. I have read the comics, and this is a very accurate depiction of the events in the comics. There's a couple things that are shifted, but if you really, because you don't want to read and look at pictures because you think that's an inferior version of storytelling, I get it. Okay, whatever. I don't get it. You're an idiot for thinking that. But if you don't want to read picture books, as you would probably call them, because you're better than that, because you're above reading comic books. Watch this animated movie. It's a good movie. It's a really good adaptation. Dives into the concept of Barry Allen going back in time and saving his mother, and the repercussions of literally everything, and him accidentally destroying the world. You have different characters becoming Batman. You have different characters becoming, well, you have like a civil war between, just not a civil war, just a war between fucking Atlantis and Themyscira. You have Thomas Wayne becoming Batman instead of Bruce Wayne, and there's some really cool concepts that they play with. The comic book is fleshed out a lot more. They flesh out a lot more things, but this is like an hour and a half movie, so they don't have time for all of that. But it's still a pretty good adaptation. Of course, I would always recommend the comic book. Jim Lee illustrates it, but yeah, I forget who writes it. It's pretty good. One of the best DC, I think, modern books that have come out. I don't even really know if you call that modern, because that came out in like the late 2000s, but I think it would still be considered modern comics, because comics have been around for like over 100 years at this point. So anyway, Kick-Ass, another comic book movie. Look, I will say, as an adaptation, I think this completely misses the point of the adaptation or of the comic book, and completely turns it into something different. However, that does not make this movie bad, and I think this movie is actually quite good. So like the point of the comic book was like this idiot it tries to become a superhero, and like the comic book very much warns against doing that in real life, because it will not end well. This kind of does it, but there's like a heroic ending, as like all their actions were good in the end. In the comic book, all their actions, like, they ultimately just didn't do any good in the world. In this, it's like they got rid of a mob boss, so technically like it was a good thing. A lot of characters are completely changed. Red Mist is less of a racist degenerate in the comics he is. In this, he's like more of like a relatable guy. Hit Girl's a little less fucked up. Big Daddy is a little less fucked up. A lot less fucked up. He's actually turned into a tragic character in the comics. He's again a comic book collecting degenerate who sells his entire collection of like rare comics to fund the life of his daughter and him becoming vigilantes, because he was bored with his old life. And then in this fucking Kick-Ass, again, he's a degenerate, but he's a kid. Like, he's a teen who's like a narcissist degenerate, and a lot of people are. Weren't we all a fucking narcissistic degenerates when we were teenagers? Teenagers are just the fucking worst. But in this, he's a little bit more like, he's a lot more, I guess, likable. And I think the comic book version is likable to a degree because of what the story is trying to warn against. Of degenerate. Don't be a degenerate and dress up like a superhero and beat up people. It's dangerous and it's stupid and dumb. But yeah, I still like this movie quite a bit. I think the performances are great. Action's great. Dude, the fucking soundtrack is fucking great. Okay, anyway, fucking yeah, man, I like this movie a lot. And also, there's 2 Quicksilvers in this movie. Also, technically, a Marvel movie? Technically, because the original comic was published under Marvel Comics. They don't own the rights to it. It was one of those like collaborative deals to publish the book, but they didn't. The guy didn't like sell the rights to it or anything. So technically, Kick-Ass is a Marvel comic book, but it's not a part of the Marvel universe. Technically a Marvel movie, but Marvel doesn't own the rights to them at all. So I guess based on how you want to look at it, it can be. I also find it really interesting that the writer of the comic book was friends with the filmmaker who directed this movie, and the comic book and the movie were being made around the same time. So basically, one of the reasons I think it's so different is because the comic book writer told his filmmaker friend about the concept, and the filmmaker friend asked if he could make a movie on it because he really liked the concept, and he said yes. So yeah, pretty cool. The comic book did come out first, though. I guess we'll do these at the same time because Tarantino considers these 2 fucking movies. Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. Ask me about a year or 2 ago about how I would rank the Kill Bill movies as far as Tarantino's movies go. Like how I would rank Tarantino movies. I would put these at the dead fucking bottom of Tarantino movies. One of the reasons that that's changed is the whole Bloody Affair being re-released. Don't get me wrong, I've always liked these movies. But, yeah, I think that is like one of the main reasons I have fallen in love with the Kill Bill movie. These are technically two different movies that Tarantino considers these two movies and as just two separate parts. The studio made him separate it into two movies. He didn't want to. He will always say this is one movie, and I'm inclined to agree with him because of his re-release of Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. Oh, look. Oh, maybe I have the release of it on 4K there. We'll talk about it. I don't want to talk about this much because I want to talk about more about Kill Bill when I get to that. But Kill Bill is a fucking masterpiece. And one of the biggest criticisms I see of this film is that he rips off Japanese filmmakers. Guys, can you just stop being disingenuous or admit when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? I've seen a lot of the movies that you're talking about. I've seen a lot of Japanese old samurai movies. If you think Tarantino is ripping them off and trying to fucking... is just copying them, you're being either you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about, or you're being disingenuous. Those are the only options, because if you think this is exactly like those movies, again, you're an idiot. You're just one of those three things. Yes, it's inspired by them, but it's his own completely new take. And I would even say this part two is more of a Western than it is like a Japanese samurai movie. But yeah, dude, this movie's a really good, I think one of the most classic revenge tales ever. I think, I get it, dude. When I first watched Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, I was not super impressed. I was younger, though, so that's the thing. I think, and now that I got older, I really fucking love these movies. This movie, I should say. It's one of his best movies. I love it a lot. Uma Thurman's great in this fucking role. Probably one of the best female protagonists in cinema. You could even argue she is. Beatrix Kiddo, the bride. That character is just excellent in this movie, and there's a lot of nuances with it. When she finds out her daughter's alive, it's just so fucking like the fucking, you could see that she's like, there's a degree, she's like, okay, I know I have to kill Bill, but to a degree she's also like, fuck, what have I done? I did all this for her, essentially, and what they did to me, and it wasn't even as bad as I thought. Like, it was still bad, right? But anyway, a lot of great stuff. Highly recommend Kill Bill if you have not seen it. 1 and 2. And you can't watch them separately. You have to watch them together because it's just one big movie. There's a glare there. Kind of ruined the comedic effect a little bit. Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, baby, as a double feature. I kind of forgot I had this for a second because I wanted to talk more about it when I got to the whole Bloody Affair on 4K, but yeah, this was, okay, I guess I could probably say why I have both. I found this at a flea market for dirt cheap. I hadn't owned it yet. Wanted it on Blu-ray, so I had it on Blu-ray. Both parts here, pretty cool, right? Double feature, as a double feature, even though it considers it one feature. And then I saw these on Blu-ray separately, and I thought it would be cool to have them on Blu-ray separately. I was working at Target at the time, and I bought them because, yeah, they had been, he was releasing them on Blu-ray. But yeah, that's why I have multiple copies. But yeah, moving on. The Kindergarten Cop. Am I wrong in saying that I think this is his best role? I think this is Arnold Schwarzenegger's best role. God damn, what a great fucking movie, man. It's wholesome, it's good, it's serious. It has like this really like... Dude, the character of John Kimball is really great. Just this beat down fucking cop who just is kind of just in the cycle of being a cop, and he's just kind of like content in his depressing life. His wife's left him, and then he learns there's a glare there. Sorry if it's been glaring a lot. My lighting sucks. But yeah, he kind of learns that he learns a new passion of his, and that's just being a teacher. And he learns that that's where his calling is, and he's a lot happier being a teacher than being a beat fucking cop. There's some great stuff in here. I like the investigation type part of the story, and it's not really like super obvious towards the beginning of the movie. It gets fucking painfully obvious because he's looking for a kid for an investigation and a mom. It gets painfully obvious as to who it is towards the end of the movie before actually completely revealing it. And it tries to like flip-flop on you a bit of like, oh, it might not be her and the kid. And come on. But yeah, it's still a really good movie. I love this movie a lot, and I watch it frequently. It's one of my favorites. Godzilla versus Kong. I don't have much to say about this movie because I've only watched it once, and I was like fucking 10 when I was getting into the whole Godzilla movies. It was the original movie. There's 2 endings. I never watched this Blu-ray copy. They released Kong winning in the fucking States, and there were literally 2 versions of the movie, okay? I'm not even fucking kidding. To please, because Kong was an American creation. Godzilla was a Japanese creation, and when they created this movie, they wanted to please both cultures, so Godzilla won in the Japanese release, King Kong won in the fucking American release. When we all fucking know, and if you disagree, you're an idiot, Godzilla would fucking would murder Kong, bro. Get out of here. And I like how in the new movie, I wouldn't even really call it, you could maybe consider it a remake, but I like how in the new movie they have a definitive winner. So, yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I think I need to rewatch it on Blu-ray. It'd be kind of cool to watch one of these older movies on Blu-ray. So yeah, this is the only like classic, I guess, classic quote unquote Godzilla movie that I own. So yeah, there you go. Fucking Jesus Christ. I'm gonna move on to the L's and the M's probably, but I'm doing that tomorrow because my ass hurts. We're back the next day. I don't know how well the lighting's gonna line up or the camera angle, but fuck it. Let's just get back into it. We're doing the L's, the M's, and the N's, and the O's because I don't have a lot of letters in that category or movies that start with those letters. Anyway, Life is Pi. Life is Pi. Life of Pi. Yeah, dude, this movie, I remember watching it for the first time, and I fucking loved it. I think I was like 13, 14, and then everyone around me who had seen it that I was asking, like my friends at school, and even the adults and the teachers, because there's this one teacher, I think it was either middle school or high school that I saw it. I think it may have been middle school, so I may have been younger. I was probably like 12. Everyone just said it was boring, and I was like, brother, I think this is like one of the few, like I was a kid, right? Like if there wasn't big bang bangs and boom booms, then I would be inclined to agree. But this movie like encapsulated me. I fucking loved this movie. Ang Lee, the same guy, Ang Lee directed this. Did he write it too? I don't fucking know, but he's the same guy who did the fucking dog shit Hulk movie from 2003. Brother brought his A game for this fucking movie. I love the themes of this movie. Tigers are my favorite animal, so maybe that may have been a thing. Tigers have always been my favorite animal, so maybe that was like why I was a little bit biased. I like the little kind of twist at the end of the movie, where it's kind of, I don't really want to spoil anything because I really like this movie, but basically there's like 2 different scenarios that may or may not have happened, and one's more likely than the other, but has a good message about God. Pi is interesting. Also fun, retarded fact that you're not gonna use anywhere, but maybe you might. The Amazing Spider-Man. So the guy who plays Adult Pi is in The Amazing Spider-Man, okay? Now, that guy who is in The Amazing Spider-Man and who plays Adult Pi, this tiger's name is Richard Parker, okay? He says Richard Parker all the fucking time, referring to him. And Adult Pi, who narrates the story, says Richard Parker as, like, talking about him. In The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Richard Parker is Peter Parker's father's real name, and Adult Pi's actor, again, I forget his name, is in that movie, and he mentions Peter Parker's father's name by name, and says Richard Parker. And this movie, and The Amazing Spider-Man, just the first one, came out in the same year. So that means that actor in 2 separate movies had a line with the name Richard Parker in 2 movies that had nothing to do with each other. But also, Ang Lee directed a Marvel movie, and Amazing Spider-Man is also a Marvel movie. Moving on. Fucking Logan. If I were to rank my top 3 comic book movies of all time, this would be a number 2, brother. So I think I'll kind of get this theme with me once we get to like other comic book movies, but I do like the grandiose, big scale, like Avenger movies and, like the team up movies and stuff. But I think as I got older, like Old Man Logan for me is like one of my favorite comic books ever. And I'm more into the personal story of characters. I like the team up and like the Marvel comic events and the DC comic events. I think those are cool. But I think if I wanted to sit down and really read something, it would be Old Man Logan. And I think that's the same thing with movies. Again, those movies are really great and I like to watch them all the time. But like which one I prefer, I think my taste is like the more grounded, I don't want to say character-centric because every movie should be character-centric. That's like what your main point should be of a movie, right? That's depending, I guess. I don't know if you're just trying to make slop or not, but characters are always the focus of any story. So I hate when people say it's a very character-centric story. Yeah, everything is supposed to be. Anyway, I guess what I mean by that is like it's focused on one guy mainly, and there are other characters, but you know Logan's the main character. It's dark, it's gritty. It really gets into how. I mean, Logan's just same old Wolverine, but he's just his healing factor has basically gone to shit because of the poisoning of the adamantium. And he kind of decides how he wants to spend the last few weeks of his life, basically. And yeah, I don't know. It's good. It's really good. Fuck, I'm blanking. Dude, why is it like the movies that I love? I've been talking shit and about movies. Like, I've been talking so much shit about the movies that I hate. I can sit here for like 10 minutes. And then the movies that I think about, I'm still talking a fuck ton about. But the movies, when I'm like being put on the spot. I love this movie. Okay? Like, fuck. I hate being put on the fucking spot. I Am Legend. Why is this here? This should be in the eyes. I don't know who misplaced this. It may have been me. Guess we're talking about I Am Legend now. I Am Legend. So, look. Oh, I forgot to mention with Life of Pi. I do have the book. I haven't read it yet, though. I Am Legend. I don't have the book, and I haven't read it, but it is on my list. I do know quite a bit of things about it. Basically, they basically completely changed the book. Or like the idea of the book. They more so took the idea of the book and basically completely changed it from what I hear. Like they're vampires in the book and stuff, and I Am Legend has a completely different meaning in the book. I know a lot about the book because I was very interested in this movie for a while. But yeah, I quite like this movie. Will Smith, despite being probably a bad adaptation, it's actually quite good. And yeah, I have seen the alternative ending. I prefer the original ending by a mile, and I guess they were going to make a sequel to this movie with the alternate ending where Will Smith's character fucking lives, but after he slapped the shit out of Chris Rock during the Oscars, basically a lot of people cut ties with Will Smith, and the sequel was canceled, unfortunately, or at least shelved, I think they said. So I think it's still possible we'll get this. I would be interested in something like that. But yeah, as far as this movie goes, yeah, I quite like it. There's a Batman versus Superman poster in the background of this movie, like 10 years before that movie actually came out. It was kind of just like a Easter egg, I guess. That shows like because they were planning a Batman versus Superman movie all the way back then. They just never could get it off the ground. I'm talking about everything besides this fucking movie, and I'm going to do it one more time before I put this movie down. Great fucking memory. Traumatic memory for somebody else with this movie. My girlfriend at the time, and still girlfriend now, I went to FYE, I bought this, and it was one of our first times hanging out, and I was like, hey, you want to come back to my house and watch this movie? And she was like, I've never seen it before. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, let's go watch this. This is a great movie. And she's like, cool, I like Will Smith. I didn't know she didn't like dead dog movies. And so we were laying in my bed watching the movie. I fell asleep, and the dog died, and I get woken up by a crying girlfriend, basically shaking me awake, like, she was crying, by the way. Why didn't Andrew wake up? Why didn't you tell me the dog died? Why didn't you tell me? It was really traumatic for her, but it's a great memory for me, and I did feel bad. But looking back at it, we both think it's kind of funny. But yeah, I Am Legend, baby. I did actually shed a little bit of tears doing that crying voice. Holy hell. Mad Max. I think I talked earlier about John Wick having like, dude, holy shit. Why do I have so many dead dog movies on this fucking shelf? I Am Legend, John Wick, and now Mad Max. Do I have any more? Holy fuck. I don't know. I guess we'll see when we get to it. I don't know. In The Incredible Hulk, a dog gets shot with a tranquilizer, so I don't think that counts, but I have to sneeze. Holy fuck. Oh, fucking bitch. All right. But Mel Gibson, Mad Max. So I have not seen the sequels to this movie. Don't fucking kill me, but I did really like this movie. I've seen it twice. And before I watch the sequels, I want to rewatch this one. I know the sequels are... Everybody keeps telling me, the sequels are so much better. Oh, please, you gotta watch... Road Warrior, you gotta watch Road Warrior. Okay, I get it. Okay, calm the fuck down. All right, I will. Okay? I like this movie quite a lot. Especially, the characters, man, it's been so long, so I don't know if I can spend too much time on this, but yeah, his family gets brutally murdered in this movie. He's basically the Punisher, now that I'm realizing it. A lot of his character is very similar to the Punisher. But yeah, it has one of the most brutal dead dog fucking moments in, like, anything I've ever seen. It rivals John Wick. It might even be worse than John Wick, where they fucking hang the dead dog from a tree. Anyway, I still quite like this movie, and I want to rewatch it and just watch the entire Mad Max franchise. Speaking of which, Mad Max Fury Road, I have seen this one. It's very, very interesting because the original director and creator of the original Mad Max directed this one, I'm pretty sure anyway, or at least had a lot to do with it, and it's basically a soft reboot, and it essentially is a reboot, so like rarely do I ever see the original creator being involved with the reboot, and this was like something he wanted to do. He wanted to do a reboot. I don't know how in line it is with the other sequels, though. Everybody tells me that it is a soft reboot/reboot, so they say soft, so does that mean it technically could be the same character? I don't fucking know. But yeah, I've seen this. I've seen it once, but I really did like it. I think this won like several Oscars for like special effects or whatever, or practical effects, from what I remember, or cinematography or something. But yeah, Furiosa, she's cool. I have not seen Furiosa. Yeah, I remember really liking this movie, and Tom Brady as Max is quite good. Okay, look, so this movie, let me just establish something here, okay? Is this movie good? In some ways, yeah, but mostly no. Is it a good Superman movie? Fuck no. That's a definitive fucking no. Even if you like this movie, you just have to fucking admit that this isn't who fucking Superman should be. Just admit that. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. And if you disagree, then it's also okay that you don't know shit about Superman. It's okay. You don't have to know shit about Superman to like this movie. You can like whatever you want. But here's the thing, right? I have a little bit of bias with this movie. This is the first Superman movie I actually sat down and watched. I saw this movie in theaters. This is the first Superman movie I saw in theaters. My grandparents took me to go see this movie. It was a cool memory, and my grandparents were actually like fans of Superman as well, and even they were like, fucking, this sucks. I liked it quite a bit, but over the years I've kind of like, I was into Superman as a kid. Even then, I was reading some of the comics, and fucking I read a lot of the comics, but like it was. Since I was younger, I was just like, oh, Superman on the big screen, this is so cool. I completely ignored the fact that a lot of the shit just doesn't line up with who Superman should be. But I don't know. It's not just that. A lot of the things in this movie just genuinely do not make sense. Take away from an adaptation, right? Even the ending battle does not line up with who like Superman is established to be in this movie. And I think everyone has done this to death. Pa Kent's death is so fucking stupid, and even though that's one part of the movie, it's such a driving plot point in the movie that it kind of ruins the movie, if that makes sense. So like when you really think about this movie, a lot of it doesn't make any sense. But however, the fucking flight scene and the Hans Zimmer score, guys, I know this has been said a million fucking times, but like it's good. It's actually good. This is probably, it's not John Williams' score, but Hans Zimmer's score is fucking amazing. It's at least top 3 Superman scores. I like the death and return of Superman Doomsday. I think it's Superman Doomsday, the movie Superman Doomsday. I like that theme quite a bit. It's been used in other Superman movies and in another animated Superman movie that's on the shelf, which we'll get to. But yeah, I have some mixed feelings because I have good memories with this movie. I watched the shit out of it. There are parts that I like, but as a whole, it's just fucking, it's not good. But honestly, I'd sit down and watch it just because of the nostalgia I have with it. So anyway, yeah, not good. Fucking Monsters Inc. I think this might be a contender for my favorite Pixar movie. That changes whenever I watch another Pixar movie, though. So if I watch Up tomorrow, that might be my favorite Pixar movie. I watched this the most recently on VHS. I shit you not. But yeah, I think this movie it makes my tear ducts like at least palpitate a little bit, or like make me feel like I'm about to cry at the ending of this movie, because this guy's fucking get out of here. As I'm growing up into my adult life, I've learned that so many people my age and just adults in general are fucking like animated movies. That's not a real movie. I'm not gonna sit down and watch a cartoon. Suck my fucking fat cock. Sit the fuck down and watch an animated movie if you haven't seen this fucking movie. It's a masterpiece. It's genuinely good. I was about to say two very known voice actors, but I don't even fucking remember their names. I could name like 4 or 5, fucking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 movies all of them are in, or both of them are in, but fuck it, I don't know. I don't remember their fucking names, all right? But yeah, behind the scenes of this movie is great because Boo was played by an actual toddler, and they basically just recorded her while she played. And they had to like bait her into saying certain things that they needed her to say. Like Boo calls Sully kitty in the movie, so they just fucking put kitten stuffed animals in front of her, like cat things, until she said kitty. It was a fucking nightmare, but they had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, it's a great movie, emotional movie, and I like it. I like it a lot. I wish I could spend more time on it, but then I'm being put on the spot with movies that I really like. I don't fucking know. Dude, I spent like, what, 10, 15 minutes on American History X? Whatever. Fuck that. No Country for Old Men. I am in the process of reading the book. However, I kind of put it down about halfway through when I realized that the book and the movie, spoilers, are exactly the same. Okay, I shouldn't say exactly. There's a little bit of tweaks, and there's mostly the biggest difference is things are just left out. But I think, as far from what I've read from the book, this is probably one of my favorite adaptations ever, and I know I can't definitively say that until I finish the fucking book, which I will. But I think this is like exactly how you want to do an adaptation of a one-off story, and because this movie just complements the book. It doesn't change the theme or the point of the book whatsoever. It's just kind of complementing it. It's supposed to be, from what I can tell, this is just a perfect companion to the book. And of course, like, dude, my boy here, Javier Bardem, I think is his name. Yeah, Bardem. Yeah, Javier Bardem. I think that's how you say his name. I'm pretty sure I saw this interview a while back where like a psychologist was like, breaking down this character, and he said it was the most accurate psychopath that he's ever seen depicted on screen. Josh Brolin is great. My fucking boy Tommy Lee Jones, that's the guy's name. I forgot his name earlier. All great in this movie. Yeah, dude, I really do think this is like one of probably the best adaptations I've ever seen, because again, I'm halfway through the book. And I did put it down, and it's been a few months. And I think I need to start at the beginning again. But it's actually just a one-for-one adaptation. And again, like, the movie does kind of add some things, and it does a little bit of creative liberty with Anton Chigurh. But it's still fucking, like, again, it just complements the book more than anything. And I'm preferring the book more, if I'm being completely honest, because it goes into more detail with a lot of things. But like, there's literally points in the book and in this movie that it literally just takes the dialogue from the book and just adapts it one for one. Like, I'm not even fucking shitting you. It's insane how good this adaptation is. As far as this movie goes, I should probably talk more about the movie and the themes of this movie. I like it quite a lot. I like I really like Tommy Lee Jones' character. I cannot remember his name, but just being like, fucking thinking that times may have been simpler, but throughout the movie, and you kind of realize that, like, he thinks times are like crazier and more fucked up, but like, was it though, or are you just kind of looking back on with nostalgia, you know what I mean? So anyway, then Josh Brolin's character, why can't I remember his name? Everybody remembers Anton Chigurh, but like, he's just a fucking, he's living in his trailer, and he finds $2 million. And I think most of us, if we were living kind of a shitty life, would go, you know what? Fuck it. I'm I'm gonna try and get away with this money. And obviously he's a war vet, so he's experienced. Like this is an over cocky, arrogant person. He's getting in way over his head, but he just doesn't care because he's being greedy. Which I think all of us can all. I don't know. I think all of us can relate to that. Can we all say we wouldn't try and get away with $2 million fucking dollars? Especially since in the beginning of the movie he thinks this is going to be an easy getaway, and then it becomes even more and more and more fucked. But he realizes his neck is. He's too far into the game at this point that even quitting, no matter what, if he quits, he's going to die. But if he gets away with the money, then he might not die if he's able to get away with the money. So no matter what, he kind of realizes he's dead. So, you know what I mean? But anyway, fucking great movie. I like it a lot. But yeah, another Tarantino movie here. I don't know if this is the last one. I think it might be. I think this might be the last Tarantino movie I have on Blu-ray. I have all the Tarantino movies on Blu-ray. No, this is not the last Tarantino movie I have on Blu-ray. I'm fucking lying to you. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Tarantino has said before that he thinks this is his best movie. Do I agree? I kind of see where he's coming from. I think it's his best made movie. I think, honestly, the cinematography is great. The soundtrack's great. I think the acting's the best out of any of his other movies. So like it's a visually pleasing movie to look at. I'm not just saying that because it's like in fucking high definition. But yeah, man, I do quite like this movie. This is the first Tarantino movie I think I was able to see in theaters. So I think I might have a little bit of bias with that. But this movie did something cool for me, which I think I'll get into that in a second. But like this movie is just a love letter to 1960s Hollywood, but also it implements his character, and there's a story and there's a theme there about a has-been actor just trying to make something out of his career. Ignore my dog's click clacks. You can go away now. You can go away. You're gonna fucking ruin the audio. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Go. Yeah. All right, we're just gonna ignore that. But something that this movie, I think this might be a detriment to the movie, or it's something a negative, I guess. But so basically, when I heard about this movie being made, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, there's a bunch of video essays coming out, and basically like what it would be about, and it was going to center primarily around the Charles Manson murders. Charles Manson, right? Charlie Manson. Marilyn Manson is the singer, the artist, the musician. Charles Manson is the cult leader. I occasionally mix those two up, but specifically around the Sharon Tate murder. And I looked into that, not like too much, but I looked into it quite a bit. And so I was a little bit familiar with it going into this movie. And so when finally I saw the movie, it fucking increased my enjoyment a lot better. Cause like when the Charles Manson fucking cult members were going to go murder Sharon Tate, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, get out of here, go, you fucking little click-clacky dog. Fucking, what's his name? What fucking, oh my god, I can't remember any characters' names right now. This is Cliff Booth. This is Rick Dalton. Yeah. Rick Dalton's character comes out and basically tells him to fuck off, and then the cult members decide to try and kill him instead. And I was like, oh, cool, this is one of Tarantino's, I'm just going to change history with one of my characters being put into the mix. But yeah, but like knowing the history increases your enjoyment a lot better. And then after I looked into the whole Sharon Tate thing even more, and the fact that almost everything that night, except for his characters being put into the mix, was very accurate to what the investigators had reported, what was probably happening prior. Everything was so incredibly accurate. When I looked into it, I was like, holy shit. The attention to detail and everything revolving around Sharon Tate's relationships as well. It was basically, to a degree, a biopic of Sharon Tate, even though she barely has any lines in the movie. And I think that's made purposeful. Maybe we'll talk about it, maybe we won't. But a lot of this movie is just a biopic of Sharon Tate, and then he throws his characters in the mix and completely changes history. And I think the ending scene of this movie, I think, is probably his strongest ending scene ever, I think. We all love Brandy the dog. There's a pit bull in here that basically saves the day in a lot of ways. But yeah, I really quite like this movie a lot. I don't think I'd put it in my top 3, but I really love this movie. But yeah, Oz the Great and Powerful. Sam Raimi and this fucking Predator. Did he come out and say all those were false? Recently? I think so. I burped there. I don't know if the mic picked that up when I said recently. But I don't know. Didn't he come out or something like that? Did he prove it? I don't fucking know. Let's just assume. Look, I personally, a lot of the times, 99.9% of the time, am able to separate the artist from the person, the art from the artiste. I can just appreciate the art. James Franco is a good actor, okay? He might be a sex criminal. That doesn't change the fact that he's a good actor. But yeah, I think he's good in this movie. Oz the Great and Powerful, Sam Raimi. He kind of brings his, like, I do know this. The original Oz books were a little bit more horror-oriented. They were a little bit more spooky. And so, fucking Sam Raimi being, I think, mostly known for Spider-Man and horror movies and Evil Dead. I think he brings, like, a nice horror spin to this, even though it's not a horror movie. There's just some spooky moments. But I actually quite like this movie a lot for a prequel. I think there are some flaws here, but I enjoy the hell out of it. I don't know, man. I like the themes. I like the characters. Some of the character growth. I like the character growth of Oz in this movie. I think it's kind of compelling. I don't know. I saw this when I was maybe it's mostly nostalgia. I don't fucking know. It probably is mostly nostalgia. I will say though, I did like Wicked. I have seen Wicked. I've seen Wicked Part 1 and 2. I think Wicked is a better movie. I think this is a better prequel though. I think Wicked is definitely trying to be its own thing, and it doesn't really care about lining up with the original Oz story, and that's fine. I'm not asking them to, and I'm pretty sure the book, it was based on a book, did line up better or something like that. Fucking, I don't know. I'm regurgitating what I've heard, so don't fucking trust me. Look it up. I fact-checked myself in this fucking video before, probably at several points. I know this because I was editing parts of the video, part of the video that I recorded yesterday. So I know I fact-checked myself, but I'm not going to fact-check myself on fucking everything. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, okay? Jesus Christ. I'm regurgitating, as you can see, information that I've heard, okay? So I could be wrong. But anyway, I think it's still a better prequel regardless as far as like the movies go. I think this lines up better. Yeah, there's a little bit of inconsistencies, but there's more inconsistencies with Wicked than this movie. But yeah, I like it quite a bit. I think that's it for the L's, the M's, the N's, and the O's, and one I, being I Am Legend. Let's move on. I don't know, P. There's a lot of P's. Maybe we'll do the P's and the R's. Yeah, let's do the P's and the R's. Let's do that. All right. Next movie, Parental Guidance. This is probably my favorite family movie. Family movie being like, bring the kids to the theater, bring the grandparents, bring the parents, bring the cousins, for fuck's sake. I don't know. It's a nice family movie. Everyone could enjoy it. Kids can enjoy it. Grandparents can enjoy it. That's why I said bring the entire family. I don't need to fucking repeat myself, essentially. But yeah, the Parental Guidance. This is Mike Wazowski from Monsters, Inc. I forget his name. I think, wait, Billy Crystal. I think it is Billy Crystal. That's his name. But yeah, dude, this movie is actually quite good. It's Aunt May, guys. Look, it's Aunt May from the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. I'm Tom Holland. And also, she's the chick from don't something in the dark with the fucking killer tooth fairy. I'm getting off fucking topic. Yeah, dude, I actually like the theme of this movie quite a bit. She was unhappy with her parents, how they raised her, so she becomes like a super fucking stitious, crazy, strict fucking mom who basically treats her kids like fucking dogs, basically. And like all the intentions are good. Like I wouldn't consider her a bad mom either, and they weren't even bad parents. But like, yeah, like it goes into like the parental trauma that your kid might have, and it kind of like it dives into those themes quite a bit. And because of that, like they don't really have a relationship with their grandkids, but these are her parents. His parents are away for the weekend, and they need somebody to watch the kids for a week or whatever. But then they call them, and yeah, it's about them just trying to have a relationship with their grandparents, trying to navigate the new age of parenting, I guess, and coming to terms with, yeah, maybe they didn't do a great job, but they tried their best, and her coming to the turn to like accepting that as well. Like I don't blame you. I understand you guys didn't really know what you were doing. Plus, I was your only child, right? Like you didn't really, like, yeah. But no, it's good. Has themes about love and parenting, and I'd watch this all the fucking time. I like it. It's a very charming and well-made movie. It's fucking hilarious. I think like I'm usually like a dark humor type person, but again, like I can like more innocent humor, and there's a lot of innocent humor in this. But there's also some it's also some like jokes that like children won't get, like Farty. They call him Farty because his name's Marty. The kids start calling him Farty because they're fucking toddlers. At least that guy is, basically. But yeah, they're flying to go watch the kid because they're like live across the country, and he's in the airport, and like he's being searched at the airport, and the fucking one of the search guys touches his balls, and he makes like a prostate joke. It's quite charming. Anyway, fucking moving on. Pitch Perfect. Fucking cast of women. We love women. I like women. I like vaginas. Pitch Perfect. Fucking Anna Kendrick's character is being forced to go to college by her dad, and he's like, hey man, join a club. Actually try to be social. If you don't like it, then I will pay for whatever the fuck you want to do. Her dad's pretty rich and stuff like that. So she joins an a cappella group in college, and she ends up liking it quite a bit. And the soundtrack of this fucking movie is actually quite good. And all the character work in this movie is good. It is like leaning into, for a lack of a better term, I know the woke is going to call me sexist for saying this, but it's a chick flick. But it's a good chick flick. And chick flicks can be good, believe it or not. Anybody ever seen Hot Chicks? White Chicks? Okay, White Chicks probably isn't not Hot Chicks. What is it? I forget. I'm having trouble naming chick flicks. This is a chick flick, and it's quite good. I haven't seen the sequels. I hear they're pretty fucking bad. But, yeah, man, this movie's actually quite good. And, again, like, some characters get, like, the background, like, they're just supporting characters. But there's, like, I'd say about 3 of the characters. It's mainly centered around Anna Kendrick, and she has a good arc in this movie. And unlike a lot of chick flicks, like... it's not sexist all the fucking time, and the guys there are like pig guys in here, but like there's genuine good guys. Not every fucking guy, and like a lot of chick flicks that I see are just all pieces of shit. But yeah, no, there's actually like good guy characters in this. Maybe that's one of the reasons I like this. But if you remove the guy characters, I think this is still a good movie. Am I sounding more sexist? I don't fucking know. Am I sexist? Maybe. If I was sexist, I wouldn't be recommending this chick flick, though. A very feminine movie as well, by the way. But yeah, I don't fucking know. Yeah, but like, there's some even the characters who get put like in the background. They have their own quirks and like funny like moments and like funny things that they do. This chick, I forget her name. I keep calling women chicks. Am I a fucking sexist? I think I am. I'm a certified sexist. Put it on my fucking chest. I'll wear it as a badge of honor. No, but fucking she's like super quiet. And she doesn't really speak much, but like when she sings, she's super loud. But when she speaks, she says some of the most sadistic, fucked up, like weird shit, like imaginable. Like how she ate her baby in the womb, where she sets houses on fire to fucking feel something. Like, anyway, good movie. I highly recommend it. Another dead dog movie on the same fucking shelf. Holy shit. This is also a dead dog movie, depending on how you want to interpret the ending. If you're a little bit more of an optimist, it has a happy ending. If you're a realist, this is a very sad fucking ending to this movie. I have read the book. This is based on a book. No, actually, I didn't finish it. Fuck. I don't finish a lot of books. I do that a lot. I'll start a book, not finish it, I'll come back like 2 months later, and I'll like restart it, and then like read it in like a fucking week, possibly even like days. But yeah, the Black Dogs. This is a dark ass movie, but it's good. The two Ralph. This is Ralph. I forget his name. But basically, they're dogs who are being experimented on by like a scientific company. They do experiments on animals. Specifically, they were doing like brain like experiments on this one, so he hallucinates a lot. They were doing like endurance tests on this dog, so the movie literally opens up with Ralph. Like, I guess he was like swimming, and they were testing how long the dog can go for swimming without like giving up and drowning. And so like, yeah, he gives up and like sinks, and then like, you know, they save him, of course. But yeah, it's fucked up. I think this is rated like G or something. It's PG-13. Yeah, I think when this initially came out, it was rated G. The Todd is a great character in this movie. He's a fox that they befriend because they escape the facility and stuff. But yeah, they're trying to escape from being captured. And yeah, they do some stuff to survive. They have to learn how to hunt. The fox teaches them how to hunt. You don't really know if the fox is on their side or not, but you kind of get a definitive answer towards the end of the movie if he's really their friend, because he's like teaching them how to hunt. But he's like, voice crack, sorry. He's like almost, it's kind of framed as if, because like since Ralph is like a bigger dog, he's using Ralph to get bigger game that the fox can't catch. So like there's like and you kind of see him like it's almost framed as if he's using them, but there's also things that he does with them that are pretty noble if he was just using them, but also he could be doing that just to get more food. But yeah, you did get a definitive answer. It's a great fucking movie. I like it quite a bit. It's a dead dog movie. I'm not saying these dogs fucking die, but I am saying that since it's a facility that experiments on dogs, dogs die in this movie. Could these dogs die? Probably, probably not. Who fucking knows? I recommend the movie regardless, but if you're like my girlfriend who fucking gets traumatized with dead dog movies, I wouldn't recommend this. But if you can tell the difference between fiction and real life, and know that dogs didn't actually die. No, I'm fucking joking around, of course. I mean, if it immerses you, it immerses you. But I actually did show my girlfriend this movie. I've lied to her a couple times while putting on movies. She's like, "Is there a dead dog? Does a dog die in this movie?" I'm like, "No." Like Turner and Hooch. I lied. Fucking, I just wanted to watch Turner and Hooch with her. But this movie, I was just straight up. I was like, "Yeah, dogs die. Can you get over it? It's good. I'd like to watch it with you." And she did. And she cried. But anyway, moving on. The Polar Express, baby. A great Christmas movie. Tom Hanks plays fucking everybody. I'm pretty sure he's the adult guy, I think. He's Santa Claus. He's the train conductor. He's the crazy guy who's drinking a good cup of fucking Joe with a sock in it. I'm pretty sure he's his dad. Yeah, just any adult male character, Tom Hanks is literally the dad. Or not the dad, the voice actor. They mainly play the train conductor, the conductor man. Great fucking soundtrack to this movie. When I create a Christmas soundtrack, this is like one of the first movies that come to mind. I'm like, bro, gotta get the Hot Co. Christmas Comes to Town. Gotta get all that fucking shit. Great Christmas movie, great themes. The kid doesn't really necessarily believe in Santa Claus, and it's not just about, oh, believe in Santa Claus. He's just kind of like in rediscovering the hope of being a child, I guess. Yeah, quite good. Like it quite a bit. I guess this is a memory with it. I was in second grade and we had watched the Polar Express during Christmas time, and we were doing like a Polar Express themed day, and they told all of us to come in our pajamas because they were going to serve hot chocolate and do like different songs and like sing some songs and shit. There was going to be like other things, activities that happened in the movie that were similar. Anyway, I was late. Like 3 hours late, and they had already done all that. I thought it was going to be an all-day thing, but like we were doing schoolwork when I arrived. I was like, I walked in and I was like, when are we doing Polar Express? I didn't say that, but like I asked my friend I sat next to, he's like, dude, you missed it. And I got really upset. Anyway, moving on. Prometheus, we were talking about this earlier. This is a terrible alien movie and a pretty generic ass, poorly written movie in and of itself. I think the biggest problem with this movie, if we're taking away from the Alien franchise, I think I'm getting tired of Ridley Scott not being able to recapture the good characters in his original Alien movie. The characters in this, I just do not give a shit about. I don't care that it's Wayland, that Mr. Wayland is in this movie. I don't care, okay? I genuinely do not care. He's not an interesting character. So, like, nobody's interesting, and everybody makes the most dumbass decisions. I haven't seen this in a while. I think I watched this for the first time like 2 years ago, so I can't get into specifics. But if you've seen the movie, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, where they make, like, science officers make a decision that science officers wouldn't fucking make. Like in the original Aliens, right? Or the original Alien movie, Ripley, people went off-world, or went off the ship, and then they were coming back because a guy had a face hugger on them, okay? And then Ripley was like, dude, I cannot let you in. That goes against protocol. That could be an infection. All of us could fucking die, or worse, we could bring it back to Earth and then kill the entire fucking planet. I cannot bring you back until you are cleared, or we have to wait a while. It's basic quarantine fucking protocol, okay? I can't do it. And then Andy, the android, of course, his mission is to bring back the species, opens the fucking doors. And you go, that was a dumb decision, but hey, there's more context to the movie that Andy is just trying to bring the species back, but also it's also framed that Andy just doesn't like the fact those people who are being left outside of the ship could die. So, like, anyway, the decisions are reasonable, and the decisions that you think are dumb because you're only watching the movie, and or the context hasn't been explained yet. People make some of the most dumbass, fucking irrational decisions in this fucking movie, like sticking their heads where they shouldn't. It's fucking stupid. It's dumb. They approach a fucking alien 7-foot, 8-foot man who's fucking ripped as fucking shit and approaches him with all fucking, embrace me. And of course you get fucking cut in half, idiot. But anyway, fucking, as an alien movie as well, I don't like it as an alien movie in general. I don't need an origin for the fucking xenomorph, dude. Stop it. And it doesn't even provide an origin for the xenomorph. And the sequel to this movie, Covenant, which we talked about, doesn't even provide an origin for the xenomorph anyway, because it doesn't even line up with the original Alien, and it fucking... It overcomplicates so much things. There's a ship that they fucking find in the original Alien that this species of man drives, but then in Prometheus, like, it's framed as if they find that ship as well because it takes place before Prometheus, and like this is how like the xenomorphs got on the fucking planet and all that. But I guess that's a different fucking ship that crash landed on a different moon as well. So nothing makes sense. They're just overcomplicating shit for the sake of overcomplicating it for no reason. Oh my fucking god. It's better than Alien Covenant though. Fucking The Punisher with my boy Tom Jane and John Travolta. This movie is incredibly generic. It's a weird... Look, The Punisher. Everyone knows the origin of The Punisher, and if you don't, I'm going to educate you. His family gets killed in the middle of a mob shootout. Simple as that. He's a retired vet. It triggers some PTSD and makes him mentally fucked up, and he starts fucking straight up murdering criminals. That's the Punisher. That's who he is. He's a jackass. He thinks other heroes who don't kill are idiots, and he respects them to a degree, but the heroes who don't kill hate him. Anyway, that's generally who the Punisher is. This movie just like removes all of the him being an asshole, because he actually like befriends just random people, his neighbors and shit, because he's just, I think, generally a nice guy from what I remember in this movie. And the murder of his family is just cranked up to 1,000 for some fucking reason. Instead of his like wife and kids being murdered, it's his entire family. I'm talking relatives, grandparents, cousins, cousins of cousins, nieces, nephews, aunts, uncles. They're all at a fucking family reunion and they all get gunned down. Why? Like, I don't understand why the fuck you just crank that up to 100 for no reason. And of course, his wife and kids get the worst of it. But yeah, man, but there's some good parts about this movie. I feel like when everybody talks about this movie, especially me, the best part of this movie is the Russian fight. The Russian being a comic book villain of the Punisher, and just the needle drop, the way it's framed, and it's genuinely funny because the Russian's just this crazy freak of a fucking behemoth of a man, and the Punisher's just like getting his ass rocked. And you see earlier in the movie, like, he sets like booby traps and like hidden guns out his apartment. And because he was caught off guard, he's like getting fucked up. And he's just trying anything to just fight against him. And anytime you think he gets the upper hand, like he throws a fucking grenade, the Russian just fucking bats it back at him. And he just, fucking Tom J does a good job of just being exhausted, like, fucking Christ, can you just kill me? Like, at this point, I have nothing else left in me. You know, it's like he points a gun at him and the Russian just like fucking breaks it, and he's like fucking like, Are you gonna kill me now? Like, fuck. Anyway, it's a great scene. This movie's alright. I just think, yeah, they overcomplicated a lot of things with the Punisher. Not a very accurate Punisher depiction either, if I'm being completely honest. It has some accurate depictions. Probably the most accurate Punisher depiction, though, is, I think everybody would agree, John Bernthal's great, but the Punisher Warzone Punisher, played by, what the hell is his name? He plays the fat guy from Thor. I know that character's name, too. I can't fucking remember. And he plays Balin, I think, from Ahsoka. And he's in other stuff, too. I thought, what the fuck is this guy's name? I know his name. He died recently. I'm gonna fucking figure out this guy's name. Where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. I feel fucking stupid. You know how, like, when you forget a name and you remember what it is or you read it, it's like, I knew that. Ray Stevenson. He's probably the most accurate Punisher. He's a dick. He's an asshole. He has no regard for criminals whatsoever. No sympathy when killing them. This probably has one of my favorite Punisher moments depicted on screen. He's carrying a little girl and saving her from, like, these criminals. The cop arrives, the main cop in this movie. The Punisher's holding him at gunpoint, and the cop's about to arrest him, and the Punisher has, like, a fucking sawed-off shotgun, and he just blows his fucking head off, and the cop gets very pissed off at him. He's like, "God damn it, Castle!" Fucking, that's a Punisher thing to do. It's like, oh, you want to take him in? We could take him in. He's at a complete disadvantage, and I just beat him all to hell. You could arrest him and bring him in. Yeah, you want to bring him in? Yeah, pop. Fucking, like, he has no fucking remorse for any fucking criminals. Jigsaw, this movie is pretty well done, even though he's kind of like fucking, I don't know, like, they just trying to turn Jigsaw into the Joker, and I think the comic book version of Jigsaw isn't really that. There's elements, but, like, he's just, like, causing mayhem for the sake of causing mayhem. So I think he is a pretty weak villain in this movie because he doesn't really have any depth. And again, he's just a Joker copy. But the best part of this movie is Ray Stevenson as the Punisher, and it's genuinely good. And I think that this is the best Punisher movie. And, you know, again, I like John Bernthal's Punisher quite a bit. But I think Ray Stevenson, I think hands down, has to be the best Punisher. Just the way he, like, kills criminals, it's just comic book Punisher. Like, this image here is comic book Punisher. You have John Bernthal doing his amazing acting as Punisher, like, when he's killing people. Like, I feel like he thinks he's putting more emotion into it, but I like to see when the Punisher just kills people, it's just emotionless. He does not care. It's fucking stepping on ants. He thinks these people are below deserving life, man. They don't deserve anything. And, like, the opening scene, he's just killing criminals with a fucking straight stoic ass face. That's some damn good Punisher action right there. But anyway, yeah, good stuff. The Purge. I remember, does anybody remember this shit? This may have just been a local thing, but, like, during the Trump and Hillary Clinton election, there was, like, rumors going around that Hillary Clinton wanted to make the Purge a real thing. It was like a fucking middle school retarded rumor that, like, kids made up or whatever. Was that a thing? Is that a thing that you guys did as well? Fucking, I don't know. It was basically thrown around like facts, man. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, The Purge, man. It's good. It's quite a good horror movie. It's technically a bottle movie, and a movie that I think would be more interesting, like, if you wanted, no, it's not technically, it is a bottle movie. If you wanted to, like, get more, I guess, eyes on it and be, like, more, I guess, grandiose, you could have made it in the streets of a city, which I think they do in the sequel. I think I've only seen the sequel, like, once. But no, they set it in a house. And basically, these people from The Purge are trying to break in because the naive kid, lets a homeless guy in. There's some, like, social commentary in here because, like, the rich are basically protected from The Purge because they can afford the security systems. And it's the poor that are being mainly targeted during The Purge, which, yeah, like, fucking hell. But yeah, it's... on paper, like, you have to, like, there's a little bit, I was gonna say you're gonna have to suspend your belief of reality. You do that with every fucking movie, but, like, there's no way the US would fucking pass something like this. It's ridiculous. But in this world, like, I guess crime rates were so fucking high, they were, like, desperate to, like, lower it. But even though the main people who were purging were the people not committing crimes, so it's like it basically the idea is like people who are committing crimes, you have an entire night to do whatever you want, get it out of your system, and hopefully that will lower crime rates. But anyway, it's good. I think it's a good like horror, sometimes even action movie. Good performances, good themes, good stuff in it. The pursuit of happiness. Is this Will Smith's best role? Probably. Is this technically a biopic? No, because I feel like a biopic kind of like their entire life, a significant part of their life. This is just like a couple weeks, months, maybe even close to a year. But yeah, it's inspired by the real man. A lot of the events did happen in this movie. I think I watched a documentary or like a YouTube video on it or whatever, seeing how accurate it was. There's some creative liberties. But yeah, it's quite good. I like it quite a lot. It's a very emotional movie, and it's very like, it has the message, and I kind of hate like the modern message of if you didn't get where you wanted to be, it's because you're a victim of the system, and there's nothing wrong with you. You're fine. You're just a victim. This movie's like, fucking look. It's gonna get hard. It's gonna suck. It's gonna be like you're gonna want to give up, and most people do at this point. But if you just fucking work hard, push through, have the mental capacity to fucking get through hard times, you can do it. You can get it. You can get where you want to be. And very much like so, this is with anything. Most people are like, well, most people don't make it. Some are lucky, some aren't. I think that's one of the most bullshit fucking things ever, man. Most people just give up because it gets hard. And just because it's hard doesn't mean you need to give up. Just fucking push through, man. And this is very inspirational for like anybody who's trying to achieve their dreams and even just kind of trying to get anywhere in life. Maybe you're trying to get like a certain place. Maybe you want to be able to buy a house. Maybe you're not trying to be like a fucking rich stockbroker like this guy. Very inspirational, quite good. Will Smith and his son Jaden Smith are in this movie. Jaden Smith plays his son, so like the dynamic is very good. But yeah, I like this movie a lot. Anyway, Rampage, a video game movie. Is it the first video game movie we've looked at? Yes, I got this for free as a gift, and I was like, okay, fine. I hadn't seen it at the point when I got it, and then about a year after I owned it, I finally popped it in and watched it, and I was like, yep, that was a fucking Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson slop fest. It's not good. It's not accurate to the games. It's stupid. The plot doesn't make any sense. It's basic ass action. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is playing the same character that he played in his last 45 fucking 100 movies. The lizard has turned into a crocodile. This is based on a game, Rampage. I'm actually a fan of those games. And the game is, I wish they would have just leaned into the goofiness of the game universe. Because it is very goofy and like weird, and like it's like, I don't even know if you could use the word campy, but like it has its own like stylized feeling where it's not supposed to be taken seriously. They go full on fucking like, this is this is craziness. This is it's so tragic. The story with George. Oh man, poor little George. And the games, all these are just mutated humans. For some reason, George is now albino gorilla. I'm pretty sure that's a skin in the original game, if I'm not mistaken, but the point fucking is, Ralph here is a fucking, they turn the stylized, quirky looking animals in the game and just turn them into generic fucking monster movies. This could very much be in the universe of the fucking Godzilla monster universe from is it Lionsgate? I don't fucking know. But yeah, Jesus Christ. This is shit. This is genuinely shit. I knew it was going to be shit because when I saw the trailers, I was like, fuck, that looks like a generic Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson movie. And I was in high school, and I was a fan of the games. And I didn't like that wasn't accurate to the games. And then I saw it was Mr. Wickless's class. I fucking love you, Mr. Wickless. I was sitting in the class, and this fucking girl asked my teacher, Mr. Wickless, if she had seen Rampage. She said she loved it. I just wanted to punch her right in the face for like absolutely no reason. Now I hope she's doing well. I don't know why. This movie pissed me off when I hadn't even seen it. And anybody liking it pissed me off. But now I don't care. Like what you want. Even though you're an idiot. And you probably deserve to be punched in the face if you like that movie. Reservoir Dogs. This is another Tarantino movie. This is his first movie, and might I say, this is a classic, and I think this movie, oh, my neck. This movie, holy shit, sorry. This movie needs to be fucking studied. The story behind the scenes of this movie being what it was fucking great. Tarantino basically had the script, and it was very stubborn, about directing it. They were like, look, man, we'll pay for he was offered a lot of money for the script, and he said, no, I want to direct it. I want to fucking direct it. They agreed, but they gave him a small ass budget since it was his first time directing it. I forget the guy's name in this movie. He plays Mr. White. Then he plays, in Dusk Till Dawn, he plays the dad. And then in Pulp Fiction, he plays the wolf. But he was like a big part of helping Tarantino get through this movie because, and all the cast was as well, because like to save money, they didn't really have a wardrobe budget at all. So the entire cast brought their own suits and their own wardrobe to help with the budget costs. And everybody kind of pitched in. Everybody believed in the vision. They all loved it. They believed in Tarantino, and they got this movie made, and it's a fucking masterpiece. One of the people who got me into Tarantino, there were two people. It was my stepdad and my dad, because like as soon as I said I liked Django, my stepdad and my dad were like bombarding me with Tarantino movies. They're like, watch this, watch Dusk Till Dawn. Have you seen Natural Born Killers? He wrote this. What about Pulp Fiction? Have you seen Pulp Fiction? And they was like throwing shit at me. But yeah, I think I watched this for the first time with my stepdad. I don't think he had ever seen it. About a year or two ago. I think it was more like 3 years ago now. He had never seen it, and he was like, damn, this is pretty fucking good. I didn't know he made this movie, or it was his first movie. I kind of always assumed Pulp Fiction was his first movie. But yeah, directorial debut of Tarantino. It's a bottle movie. It's low budget, but it's great. A great needle drop, great performances, great storyline, genuine good twists in this movie. Has a little bit of a plot twist that, if you were paying attention, I feel like you kind of would have like, you would have had to been hard paying attention, but all the characters are consistent. And again, dialogue is like the biggest part. Like you could just listen to this character speak for 3 fucking hours and it would still be a masterpiece. So yeah, Reservoir Dogs are really fucking great, man. R.I.P.D. not as good of a movie. It's not as great as not great as the others. I don't know what to fucking compare it to. It's just not great. Ryan Reynolds in this movie, he dies, he's a cop, and he becomes a police officer in the afterlife, and then these two can roam the real world, but they're disguised as a hot chick, and he's a shriveled up old Asian man. But yeah, I guess they're like investigating any like criminals in the afterlife and stuff, so I don't really have much to say. It's generic, it's fun in parts. I wouldn't call it necessarily a bad movie. It's just not great. Anyway, and that's okay. Generic's okay, man. Just because it's generic doesn't make it bad, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Rocky collection. All of the Rocky movies, I think, including Rocky Balboa. Is it in here? Yeah, it says 5. I think heavyweight collection. How many movies are here, you fuck? Yeah, Rocky Balboa. Yeah. So all 5. 6. There's 6 Rocky movies, and not including the... Okay, anyway, fucking Rocky Balboa, Sylvester Stallone's Rocky. So look, I'm going to say something here. Don't kill me. I like this movie. I like the first one. I have seen the other ones, but it's been a long fucking time. My stepdad and dad used to watch them all the time when I was younger. I've seen all of them at least once, in a completely out of order, but I do like them a lot. And I just haven't. I rewatched the first one frequently. I just don't watch the other sequels. So I have a high opinion of the first one. I just don't have a high opinion of the other ones. I need to rewatch the entire series because I know it's good. I know some of the movies aren't as good, but like they have their own charm to it. The first one, they're even doing a fucking biopic of Sylvester Stallone for the making of this movie because of just how inspirational the making was. And it's basically this movie is like a self-insert of himself, but it's super inspirational. Usually self-inserts especially for the narcissist. I feel like if you're in Hollywood, you have to be a narcissist in a way. Anyway, I'm getting off on a fucking... Self-inserts usually do not pan out well, but in this case it did, and it's a very inspirational story. That it's the underdog story. It's literally the underdog story. You want somebody to watch an underdog story? Watch them rock Rocky Balboa. But yeah, it's the entire collection. Found this at a flea market for $5. I bought it. It's nice. It's a nice collection I have, and since I have all the movies on Blu-ray, I have no fucking reason not to rewatch all of them. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it. But yeah, Rocky, great movie, great fucking movie. The other movies are good too, from what I remember. But yeah, also a lot of the characters in that series are just iconic, man. Fucking Mr. T, the Russian man, the big old Russian that kills fucking Apollo Creed. Everyone fucking knows that. Anyway, oh fuck, this is the S's. Okay, I guess we're moving on to the S's now. Alright, moving on to the most commonly used letter in like any fucking title, because there's like fucking 15, 20 movies here. As you can see, I fucking took like half this fucking shelf. Let's just get through it. The Samaritan. This movie is... I don't really have much to say about this movie. The only real thing I can say about this movie, it's a little bit disturbing. I guess Samuel L. Jackson has a good performance. Samuel L. Jackson's character accidentally fucks his daughter. I remember that very vividly because my stepdad and my sister were watching this movie for the first time together. My sister was like 16 or something. I was like 14. We had never seen the movie, watching The Samaritan. We rented it from Blockbuster. And it's revealed that the chick he's been fucking was his daughter. There's a reason why he wouldn't have known it was his daughter. It's fucking, I guess just watch the movie. I don't even really fucking remember. I know there's a pretty good explanation. And then he starts to throw the fuck up and like get disgusted with himself. And then my stepdad and sister are just silent and just so awkward during that entire scene. Anyway, moving on. It's kind of bad, I guess. Anyway, something that's not bad, a classic, and if you think it's bad, you're a fucking idiot, because it's one of the best movies ever fucking made. One of my favorite top 3 movies ever, baby. Shaun of the Dead, baby. Let's go. Yeah, Shaun of the Dead is a fucking classic. This is probably the most rewatchable movie ever. Yeah, so many gags and jokes, but some of the gags and jokes you won't get after you've seen the movie, so when you rewatch it, it becomes even funnier. There's so many like hidden details and gags in this movie that I think almost every single time I rewatch this, I think I pick up on at least like one little gag each time, and I learn something new. I guess it's the same with any movie, but still, specifically with the gags in this movie, it's hilarious, it's funny, it has some good commentary on just life in general. Don't become a zombie. You know, like they, because like Sean is living basically a life like a zombie. He's just going through life just to go through life. He's not really even trying to live a little. And when the idea of trying to live is brought up by his girlfriend, he kind of is like, yeah, let's do it. And he kind of completely fucking fails. But yeah, at the end of the movie, it kind of seems like he inspires to live a little bit more, and he does. But he's just a different version of being a zombie, but it's a little bit better. I don't know, it has some good commentary. Don't fall into that way of life. Try new things, be different, live a little. Life is short. It has a very good theme, and it's hilarious. It's a zombie movie, but it gets serious at times, because it has a kind of like a relatively serious theme, and it's good. I think it's quite good, and I think it's really good, actually. This is like the part of the trilogy of these two making movies with Paul and Hot Fuzz. People like Hot Fuzz. I feel like Paul's considered probably the worst one. I think this is debated if Shaun of the Dead or Hot Fuzz is the best. I think this is the best, hands down. It's a steelbook too. I got a steelbook of this. I remember when I first started getting into like collecting movies, I wanted to at least own a copy of like some of my favorite movies. Django and Shaun of the Dead, Avatar were like on that list. And I couldn't find this anywhere. I went to an FYE, the same FYE, I got Django steelbook, and it was an FYE exclusive steelbook, and I was like, oh, is it Blu-ray? It is Blu-ray, so I got it, and this is the only copy of Shaun of the Dead that I own, but it's, I own it on DVD, but like in Blu-ray, but yeah, it's really cool. It'd be cool to find a normal Blu-ray eventually, but this is still a really nice steelbook, man. The back is nice, the inside's really cool, so yeah, glad to have this a part of my collection. Probably one of my favorite Blu-rays that I have. Steelbooks, yeah, blah, 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 blah. The Simpsons movie, dude, this is like fucking, guys, Bob's Burgers, current SpongeBob, anybody who's making a fucking movie that's a TV show based on a TV show, just a fucking spin-off movie of the TV show. Can you just study this in the SpongeBob movie? This did it perfectly. This or the SpongeBob movie are the best in that regard of like an animated, like long-running show being turned into a movie. This is great. It's funny. It's hilarious. This is classic Simpsons encapsulated into a movie, and that should just be the goal. Stop trying to go grandiose. Stop increasing the fucking animation budget with $10 million, $100 million, and completely changing the style of the animation. Just polish the animation. That's what this movie does. And this movie is it's the normal Simpsons animation. It's just polished all to hell, and it looks like the Simpsons. It doesn't look any different. This movie's so great that I think I've seen like bits of modern Simpsons. I haven't watched jack shit of it, but I've seen bits, and modern Simpsons still doesn't even look as good as this movie. And it's just still the same animation style. So anyway, yeah, great movie. Love it quite a lot. Great themes. There's some actual arcs in this movie, so they were a little bit ballsy with that, giving actual arcs with Bart being dissatisfied with his father and kind of looking to Flanders for that hole in his life. And then it really dives into Homer being an idiot and selfish and kind of being selfless a little bit and learning how to be selfless. Is it all thrown out later in later seasons? 1000% for gags. But yeah, great, genuinely hilarious movie, and I like it a lot. The original Spider-Man. This is a fucking classic. I think I said that about like 20 of these, but whatever. You can have multiple classics. I'm just saying I've said that a lot. Spider-Man 1. So I've always liked this movie, but I rewatched this about a month or two ago, and I think something like actually finally clicked for me, and I was like, holy shit, this is like amazing. No, excuse me, no pun intended. This movie is like the classic superhero movie before superhero movies became cliche. And kind of like use this formula. The villain is actually interesting. Spider-Man's actually interesting. Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, is just as much of a big character as Peter Parker. And what's happening in their lives are completely, like, they're not related, but they clash together, where Spider-Man's just trying to stop him. And then like their plot lines collide after like set up throughout the movie. And anyway, yeah, it's some good stuff, man. It's super rewatchable. It's great. I don't think it's the best out of the Sam Raimi trilogy, but like something just dawned on me when I was rewatching it. I was like, holy fuck, this is like the classic superhero movie. This is like one of the, before it became cliche. And of course you had Superman and the Superman movies before that. You had Batman 89. But like, I think this is like a part of like the classics of superheroes. You have Batman 89, Christopher Reeve's Superman, and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. I think those are like the classic superheroes. I never really like realized that, I guess. I don't know. Spider-Man 2. This is, remember when I said top 3 superhero movies would probably be Dark Knight, Logan? Then it would be this one. This takes everything about the original and just improves on it. Better storyline, better character development. Maybe not a better villain, but fucking dude, Alfred Mullaney, wherever the fuck his name is. Alfred Mullaney, yeah. I can't find it. All right, I'm pretty sure his first name's Alfred. It's something like that. Great as Doc Ock. Well, pretty good casting for Doc Ock as well. I think underrated cast. Also, I didn't talk about the first one as well. J. Jonah Jameson, J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson. Everybody's like, what's the best comic book casting of all time in superhero genre? It's J. Jonah Jameson, and if you disagree, you're just fucking wrong. And he has the best moments in this movie as J. Jonah Jameson out of the entire trilogy. Tobey Maguire really steps it up as Spider-Man. And Peter Parker has it has the best Peter Parker stuff in this movie coming. People still don't really understand. People think it's stupid that he loses his powers because he's having negative emotions. Guys, shut the fuck up and be real for a second. You've never had a traumatic event or traumatic events in your life, and you didn't perform in life a little bit less. You didn't start, you know what I mean? Like performance issues. Come on. You've never had performance issues because you've been stressed or fucking depressed? Really? Oh, okay, yeah, sure, buddy. Okay, Andrew Tate. okay, all right, you're an alpha male. You've never had any sort of performance issues or never had difficulty getting through the day and having difficulty doing tasks that you're normally able to do. You're right. You're an alpha male fucking wolf. You're right. You're just so much better than me. I'm the cuck. You're the real man. Anyway, this movie explores those themes, and it's not necessarily that he loses his powers. He's just having performance issues because so much traumatic bullshit is just fucking... it's just fucking bringing him down, and he just doesn't... The stress of living two lives is just... It just comes to the breaking point. And, yeah, anyway, quite like this movie, like the themes, and action's great, everything's great, everything looks great, it's amazing. Spider-Man 3, not as great, worst of the trilogy, over-bloated fucking mess, too many villains, Venom's terrible casting for Tom Hardy, Tom Hardy, fucking what? What is Venom's real fucking name? I can't believe I just called him Tom Hardy, no! I hate Tom Hardy as Venom, no! What's his name? Oh my god, Eddie Brock, holy fucking shit. Terrible casting for Eddie Brock. I like the fact that they finally put a cap on the Green Goblin plotline. If we're being completely honest, Harry Osborn should have been the main villain of this movie, and maybe Sandman. The Sandman stuff is great. There are parts of this movie that I think are good. I think this movie's overhated a fuck ton. Do I think it's objectively good? Yes, it has a lot of fucking problems, but I think there's more good than bad. The set-off of Harry Osborn is quite good. Alright, the writing around Harry Osborn is quite good, even though I'm not completely convinced that he would believe Peter still killed his father after finding out that, I get the goblins in his head, actually. It's fine. The Sandman stuff is really good. I think Venom was basically, those of you who don't know, Venom was not supposed to be in this movie. Sam Raimi didn't want to put him in this movie. Avi Arad and the Sony studio, Venom was popping off as a character around the time, and they forced him to put Venom in this movie. I think this movie would have made for a lot better if there wasn't a symbiote storyline. But it was the first symbiote storyline on film, so I guess, and we haven't gotten it since, so I guess that's one of the things that kind of stands out. But yeah, the symbiote suit's still cool, and some of the elements are kind of good, and it kind of leans into the theme of the movie a little bit. They tried. Sam Raimi really tried, but I think he kind of fumbled the ball a little bit. But I still think this is okay. Like, I still think it's quite good. The biggest problem is it's just bloated, and you could tell Sam Raimi just didn't want to make that movie. He wanted to make a completely different movie. The Amazing Spider-Man. I remember when... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. We're going back. Memory with this movie. My dad had taken me to go see this movie in theaters, and then my dad was dropping me off at my grandmother's house because he needed to do some stuff or whatever. And I remember coming back home from the theater, or going to her house, and my grandmother was like, "Wow, did you like the movie?" And instead of answering her question, I just described the entire movie to her over the course of an hour. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. 1. The Amazing Spider-Man. The original Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah, so, look, man, I think this movie isn't great, but there's elements that I quite like. The score's great. I think Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man is actually quite good. I think Andrew Garfield as Peter Parker, I wish they would have gone for somebody younger, because I think it's more distracting than the Sam Raimi trilogy as just adults acting like fucking teenagers. This is worse, I think, as far as the distracting of like, oh, this guy's supposed to be 17 or 16, really? Okay, sure. But yeah, I think the Spider-Man suit gets a little bit of overhate. I think I actually quite like the Spider-Man suit in this movie. Man, I don't know. I don't really have much to say about this movie, man. I remember being upset that when they found out that they were recasting Spider-Man, they were rebooting it. I think I cried a little bit because I was like a kid, and my dad told me, and I was like, they're not bringing back I didn't know Toby's name, but they're not bringing back the old guy, and they're not bringing back that guy, no! I got over it. And I did like this movie when I was little, and I still do like it a bit. I like it a lot. But I know it's not great. You know what isn't great, and I think is objectively bad, but I enjoy some of it, but I know it's bad, and I don't really enjoy it in general. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Do I think this is the worst Spider-Man movie? Not anymore. Not anymore. Oh, the new Spider-Man movie sucked, bro. Maybe it's recency bias, but I still think this is like down there. This is like, it has a lot of the problems with Spider-Man 3, just like cranked up to fucking 11. there are elements of this though that I think do make this better than Spider-Man 3 in some ways. But I think Spider-Man 3 is actually kind of good. I think this is a mess of a fucking movie, but there are charming parts about this. I think Mark Webb, I think who directed it, something Webb, I can't remember his name. Anyway, neck crack. Holy shit, I've been sitting down for a long time, man. He does a really good job at like directing like bromance, and so like I really do enjoy like. I'm convinced that Peter and Harry have been friends that haven't talked in like 6 or 7 years, 6, 7, and like the chemistry between them is immediate, and like it's genuinely a good part of the movie. But I think it's an overbloated mess. I don't really have much to say about this one, man. It's not good, but there are really good moments. The swinging's great. The suit is the best Spider-Man suit up until, I mean, I hate the new Spider-Man movie, but come on, it's the best Spider-Man suit. Gwen Stacy's death is tragic, it's sad, it's fucked. It's Andrew Garfield's performance is great in that regard. I think Rhino is just, I don't know why he's in this movie. You could have gone without Green Goblin. You did not need him in this movie at all. There's too much setup for their universe that they're trying to fucking build around Spider-Man that never quite got off the ground. Electro should have been the only villain in this movie. I like elements of Electro, but he's kind of cringe and he's kind of fucking, he's relatable, but then he's just crazy out the get-go, you know what I mean? So he's not as relatable, but I don't know. And also like how he gets his powers is kind of ridiculous. And I'm not talking about him falling into a vat of eels. Okay, whatever. It's a comic book movie. It's fiction. I can believe that. But like for some reason, everyone at Oscorp just ignores basic OSHA fucking policies. And that's like the only reason he gets his powers, because he's like, hey, I need you to fix the fucking electrical grid. And he's like, yeah, can you turn it off? No, I'm at the door. Sorry. I could die. Nah, yeah, you got it. Oh, it's just like a lazy way of showing that Oscorp is just evil and just a corrupt piece of shit corporation. It's like, you could have, that's the most basic ass way to fucking do it, you fucking dumbasses. It's not very good. Spider-Man Homecoming, man. I have said it before, I will say it again, and I will continue to say it. This movie's great. I like what they were going for. I like the themes of this movie. I like the fact that it's about a young superhero who's just trying to be a superhero for the gratification and the recognition of being a superhero and wants to be cool, and then realizes that that's not the point. That's not why you should want to be a superhero. It's actually a lot more than that, and it's a very noble and hard job, and you have to make some sacrifices. This is a terrible Spider-Man movie, though, and I think they completely... This is like one of those weird things where like Civil War kind of like sets up the fact that he had already learned that lesson, because he basically says in Civil War, with great power comes great responsibility. But in this movie, it kind of retcons it, and it's like, no, he hasn't learned that lesson yet. And of course, in the later movies, it shows that he never actually did. It's confirmed. And he's just like learning the lesson again, but like he doesn't even really learn that lesson still until the last part of the trilogy. But regardless, that doesn't make this movie bad, and I think it's a bad adaptation of Spider-Man, but that's okay. That doesn't mean this movie's bad for the fucking third time, and I think it's actually quite good for what they were going for, and in universe as a movie, I think it's good. But again, I would fucking rather watch other Spider-Man movies, and I think it's a poor adaptation of Spider-Man. This movie cranks up the fucking poor adaptation of Spider-Man to a fucking 11, but this movie is still quite good. People shit on this movie a lot. I understand why. I shit on this movie a lot. I've been a hater of this movie for a while. I hate on this movie a lot, but I don't hate this movie, if that makes sense. I still think it ranks pretty low in the Spider-Man movies. I don't love this movie, but I think it works in universe. I think there's good arcs with Peter. And I like the relationship between him and Zendaya, MJ, Michelle Jones. Mysterio, I think, was pretty clever. I like the fact that they turned different characters throughout the MCU who Tony Stark fucked over into like basically it's not just Quentin Beck as Mysterio, several people are Mysterio, and I kind of like that. Besides the fact that this is just another Iron Man villain fighting Spider-Man, yeah, it's fucking... sucks a bit, but that doesn't necessarily mean... I think people kind of overlook the fact that even though his motives are initially like are because of Tony Stark fucking him over, he does become a Peter villain. Like, he does actually come to like view Peter as a problem, and he becomes a Spider-Man villain. Same with Vulture. So the argument has merit, but also like just every villain has some sort of reason as to why they're bad. And then Spider-Man, or the villain, or the antagonist of the story, usually ends up stopping them or becomes the new antagonist of the villain story. That's like with any villain, right? So anyway, I like it quite a bit. Yeah, but I think this is a worse Spider-Man movie than Spider-Man Homecoming. This is the worst of the trilogy. I do like it quite a bit, but I think this relies too much on a monkey brain shock factor. Oh, I recognize that character. Oh, I know him. Oh, fuck. Oh! There's points in this movie where there's literally, it's so distracting when you notice it, where a character like Andrew Garfield Spider-Man and Tobey Maguire Spider-Man comes back. That when they come on screen, when they show up on screen, there's like a moment where they pause and be like specifically with Andrew Garfield, where like he comes out of the portal, takes his mask off, and he's like, okay. I'm not even over exaggerating, right? He's literally just standing there for that long, and it's because it's for the audience to clap. And it's like, it sucks. Like, it's so distracting. It's like, why are we lingering on this shot for so long of him breathing? It's like, because they know the audience is going to go fucking crazy. By the way, if you fucking get out of your seat and jump around like a fucking chimpanzee and start clapping in a movie theater, look, I'm a very sympathetic person. I can relate to people. I have a very big heart, okay? All right? But I'm being genuine here. You deserve death if you do that. You deserve to die. Stop it. I'm missing dialogue. Okay, I get it. You're excited. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. Sit the fuck down, please. All right, I'm missing dialogue. Okay, please just stop jumping out of your fucking seat like a chimpanzee. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do it, and you look like an idiot. Just stop. Anyway, fucking this. It's quite good, and I like how they finally fixed MCU Spider-Man in this movie. He finally learns a lesson. With great power comes great responsibility. Took too fucking long, if you ask me. Again, bad Spider-Man movie, but again, good movie, good themes, good stuff. And I'd be lying if I said I don't think it was cool as fuck to see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield back as Spider-Man. I do think elements of this movie are really fucking ugly, though. I think the CGI is not dated terribly. I think, like, specifically, like, the ending battle is just ugly. Like, there's a lot of scenes in this movie that are just ugly, and, like, there's clear green screen, and, like, ugh, but it's still a good movie. I like it. It's good. It's a very rewatchable movie. I think it's the most rewatchable movie out of all the Tom Holland movies. But yeah, more Spider-Man. Holy fucking shit. I'm getting tired of talking about Spider-Man at this point. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Saw this in theaters. I saw all those movies in theaters that I just talked about. The Tom Holland ones, anyway. This, I immediately fell in love when I watched this. I don't think it's the best Spider-Man movie. I think it's a little bit overglazed. This is like in the top. This is like on everybody's top of the fucking list for some reason. But when I say overrated, I don't even know if that's the right term to use. It gets the right amount of love. It's great. It's stylized. It ushered in a new era of animation. Everybody started copying the animation style of this movie. And then the people who copied it didn't really understand why this animation style worked. It was trying to be like a comic book because this is based on a comic book. Well, not specifically any specific comic book, but it's based on comics, and the animation works really well. Miles Morales is a great character in this. They take the character from the comics and just like, I don't want to say improve, because I think the character, everybody shits on the character from the comics for some reason, act like he was a boring character. Get the fuck out of here. But they had some like cool traits with him, like being into like spray painting and stuff. Yeah, the relationship with his parents is cool. He just, you kind of feel for the kid, like he's just put in the situation they just doesn't want to be in. But like he wants to live up to a hero who basically saved his life and becomes his own type of Spider-Man. And it's good. Miles Morales, great character in this movie. Peter Parker as well. Peter B. Parker. Gwen Stacy. Everything's good. Into the Spider-Verse. This was like one of the few good multiverse movies. But yeah. And I also kind of wish... Well, actually, we'll talk about it with the sequel, actually. But Across the Spider-Verse. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. When I heard they were making a sequel to this movie, I was like, okay, cool, we're going to get a grounded Miles Morales story. I think one of the most disappointing things about the sequel and the trilogy in general, I really wish they didn't go the route of making it a multiversal story, man. I kind of just wish we would have gotten a more grounded Miles Morales-centric story. And this movie does kind of give that to you to a degree. It is a Miles Morales story and there is an arc. But I think there's a lot of plot holes in this movie. A lot of their multiversal roles don't make any sense. A lot of the things that happen, like when you think about it more than 10 seconds, don't really make any sense. Miguel O'Hara is fine. I think it's kind of like trying to like portray that he's this. I think he's from the same Earth as the 2099 from the comics, and they stay the same. That's like the same universe, but I don't think this is supposed to be the same character, except they're trying to make sure that their universe numbers line up with the comic book continuity, specifically calling the MCU Earth 1999999. So I don't. That's a little bit confusing. I know that's a little bit of a nitpick, but like a lot of things don't necessarily make sense. I think this movie's extremely overrated. I remember when this movie came out, and my friend at work, he was like, dude, best Spider-Man movie ever, bro. You gotta see it. Holy fucking shit, it's great, man. Oh! And I was like, oh, whoa, it was that good. And I watched it, and I think I kind of diminished my enjoyment of the movie a little bit, because initially I did not like this. And I was all like, you know when somebody overhypes something, and then you watch it, and it was like, dude, that was not that good. I rewatched it, and I do like this movie quite a bit. But it has a lot of problems, and I think people are overlooking the problems, specifically with their multiverse rules, and some of the writing's a little weird, and I genuinely do not like buy the fact that Miles Morales, a new Spider-Man, is able to outrun hundreds of Spider-Men, and like all the Spider-Men are just like bumbling idiots. And even though like it's like established in the movie that Miguel like handpicked a lot of these Spider-Men to be a part of his team, and like all of them are just like, then you think like, okay, you didn't want Miles, but you wanted the 1960s Spider-Man animated guy who moves in slow motion. Like in a lot of things are just kind of used for gags, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. Anyway, I could go on and on about how like. I think when I like again, like when I sit down and like I would watch this movie, I could point out specifically, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't line up. I don't really necessarily like that. It's a fine sequel. I think the first movie though like blows us out of the park, and I don't like the fact that they made it into another multiverse movie. But you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Holy shit, the S's are going to be super long, dude. I have two of these like pack-ins. I guess I'll just talk about the Star Wars prequel trilogy in general. I'm really glad that the Star Wars prequel trilogy is getting the love that it deserves. Dude, these movies are great. I love the theme that they were going for. Yes, are there bad parts about the movies? Yes, okay, fine. But just because a fucking supermodel has a couple pimples on her face doesn't mean she's not beautiful, okay? So, like, I don't know. Like, it's just... Yeah, there are some problems. Is Episode 2 a good movie? A lot of times, no. But, like, you have to respect the vision and what he was going for. George Lucas specifically with these three movies. And I think there's more enjoyment than there isn't enjoyment. I remember everybody talking about how Phantom Menace is a shit movie, dude. I love the Phantom Menace. And I was actually thinking about doing a video essay on how great the Phantom Menace is. Because the Phantom Menace is genuinely a well-written... I'm sorry, if you can suck my dick, the Phantom Menace is a well-written masterpiece. And I honestly think, like, it's right behind Revenge of the Sith, and it's pretty fucking close, in my opinion, on the best out of the prequel trilogy. Revenge of the Sith, of course, fucking fantastic. Attack of the Clones is the worst, and I think it has some of the worst writing. And I think this is the only movie that you can... Attack of the Clones is the only movie I think you can actually try and convince me is a bad movie out of all these three. But, yeah, I think the main hate from these movies came from the... what was the guy's name who did like the prequel trilogy, like video essay hate videos? I forget his name. He played Desmond in Smiling Friends. He has the voice like, hello, Star Wars sucks. Star Wars sucks. These prequels suck. He has that voice. You guys know what I'm talking about? That guy? Anyway, moving on. Prequels are great, man. I love them a lot. I can go on and on, but... I kind of want to get through the S's, honestly. Star Wars The Clone Wars, the movie, baby. Look, this movie's bad. It sucks. I don't know why they decided to pack... Look, man, if I had a nickel for every single time a movie that was based on a Star Wars TV show that released in theaters that had that involved the plot of rescuing Rada the Hutt, if I had a nickel for every single time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels, but it isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened fucking twice. I actually do think, as much as I don't like this movie, and I think this movie's shit, and I think it's unfortunate that it gives a bad taste in people's mouths for the amazing animated series. I think this first, I'd say like 20 minutes of this movie is actually quite strong, and I think the clone stuff is always good as well. But then it just fucking takes a deep fucking shit. It's like it takes a fucking hard shit on your face. I don't know why they chose these specific episodes to launch the series, and this is a Star Wars movie. People always leave this out when ranking the Star Wars movies. This was theatrically released, man. This is a Star Wars movie, okay? It sure combined a couple episodes of the Clone Wars show, but so did The Mandalorian, and people are putting those on their fucking lists as well. So fucking, and that movie was shit too. So anyway, it's shit, but it's charming. I grew up with the movie. I guess I rewatch it occasionally just for nostalgia's sake. So yeah. But speaking of a bad movie that I like, Solo Star Wars Story. Fucking look, man. I think this movie gets way too much hate. I actually think this movie's quite good. I think the guy who plays Han Solo, young Han Solo in this movie, is actually quite charming. He's pretty good. He's doing a pretty good Harrison Ford impression. Donald Glover as Lando is probably the best part of the movie. Chewbacca's great in this movie. Yeah, is Kira a good villain? No. Is Vision, the guy who plays Vision, I forget his fucking name. Is he a good villain? No, not really. Is the stuff, but I do like, what the fuck is Woody Harrelson's character's name? Holy fucking shit. I said I like this movie a lot. I don't know. I forget his name. I forget his fucking name, but I think he's actually quite interesting and a pretty interesting mentor as Han Solo. I feel like a lot of people do compare this to the Han Solo trilogy of books that came out in the fucking 90s and are like, whoa, they really stumbled the ball. They really fucking fumbled the ball on that one. Yeah, look, man, it's better, okay? I've read them. Yeah, okay, good. And this takes elements from the books and it just does a worse version of it, okay? I understand that, all right? The thing is, doesn't make this bad. It's generic. But look, man, I think I'm a little bit biased as well because I love the Clone Wars series, and the Clone Wars series was always considered canon, and this is like the first movie that like officially implemented it and like cemented it in canon, because Maul shows up at the end of this movie and it's like fucking like, yeah, is it a fucking monkey brain cameo to get you to go, oh, Darth Maul? Yes. But the thing is, I thought it was a really weird cameo because most people haven't watched the Clone Wars, and I literally remember in the theaters watching this and somebody next to me was like, didn't that guy get cut in half? Most people didn't know, so it was like a weird like fucking cameo to put in. But for me, as a fan who knows Darth Maul survived, that was like a huge deal for me. I'm like, Clone Wars is cemented in canon. Unless you hate this movie so much and you don't even consider it canon, in that case, fuck me then. Fuck it, yeah. Okay, look, I know it's not great. I know it's not amazing or anything like that. I enjoy it for what it is, man, all right? It's a guilty pleasure. I guess I'd call it a guilty pleasure, but I don't feel guilty for liking it. I think you're wrong. Rogue One: A Star Wars Story. This movie's great. I think this movie is fucking... Look, I think this movie has problems, and I think it doesn't do a very good job at fleshing out the cast so well. The only people you really care about are Cassian, K2SO, and Jyn Erso. Cassian Andor. I don't know why I said their full names except Cassian. But the thing is, I will say, in this still... I don't think you should improve... Just because a prequel comes out and improves things that makes you look at this movie in a different light does not mean this movie does not have flaws still. But I think it's easier to overlook them because Andor, the prequel, Cassian Andor, the prequel to this movie, the show, that isn't about the main character of this. It's about the supporting character, Cassian Andor. Guys, Andor is fucking amazing, and I will save talking about Andor because, spoilers, I have it on Blu-ray. But fucking, yeah, man, this is good, and I think Andor improves this quite a bit because of how good Andor was, and I think it makes the ending of this movie a lot more emotional, the sacrifices that are made, and I think Andor flows so perfectly well into this movie, and it improves this movie by a lot. But I still like this movie before Andor, though. So yeah, it's good. I still like it. I think the action's good. I think I like seeing and it was done well. just what normal people in the galaxy, how they fight the Empire. And we did see that in the original trilogy, but they always was like a Jedi or a Force user helping them in some sort of way. There's none of that here except for Chirrut. Chirrut, I guess, is a little bit Force sensitive, but like he doesn't have a lightsaber, he's not able to fucking like push over a fucking like fucking AT-AT or whatever with the Force and shit. But yeah, interesting cast of characters. I think the characters are interesting. I just wish they would have been fleshed out more. Also, I thought it was weird that this was like the first debut of a Clone Wars character with Saw Gerrera. And like, I remember like, I didn't know it was the same character until like because I'd watched the Clone Wars before and I binged it like 4 or 5 times at that point. And I recognized the name. I know I said earlier that like Maul being in Solo, like some like cemented Clone Wars canon. But that was just because Darth Maul being back is like a huge deal. But like Saw Gerrera wasn't really enough for me to like cement it in canon. But it was kind of weird that like, they chose this character from the Clone Wars to be in this movie and a big part of the movie as well. But yeah, like it's cool. It's a good movie. I like it quite a bit. The Tridge. Look, I really like the prequel trilogy a lot. But guys, this is the movie trilogy, right? Like this is the movie trilogy besides like, you can make an argument for like Back to the Future or fucking the original Indiana Jones or fucking Die Hard or fucking, I don't know. This is still, I think this is like the best trilogy ever made. This is like the movie trilogy, man. And look, man, when I say people get shit, when I get new people into Star Wars, I always try to show them timeline order and show them Clone Wars and all that because I think those improve these movies quite a bit. But look, man, if you're not into all that and you just want to watch a good fucking classic movies, watch the original Star Wars trilogy. If you don't want to get into an entire universe, this still holds up on its own. Yes, the other movies and spin-offs improve it, but on its own, it's still a classic. It works. It's still great, and you'll immediately fall in love. The themes of these movies are great. It's the classic underdog hero story, besides Rocky, I guess. But like, it's like Luke Skywalker is like the fictional movie underdog hero. Darth Vader is the most iconic villain of all fucking time. The themes of dude, like the last one, the Return of the Jedi is so fucking good. The stuff between Luke and Vader and the theme of like, not the theme, but like the message of like, no matter what you've done, no matter what you do, no matter how dark of a pit you've fallen in, and no matter how big of a rut you're in, it's never too late to change and become better, you know? And it's like, I really like that message of that movie. Luke, everything building up to Return of the Jedi is great. I know I said earlier that I think episode 4 is the worst out of the original trilogy. I think I said that for like fucking comedic effect. Episode 4, A New Hope, the original Star Wars, is fucking amazing. It's genuinely great that it was made. It's George Lucas being able to make that movie. The fact that he basically screwed over Fox by securing the personal rights to the sequels was great. But yeah, man, it's great. It's great. I love these movies and I can't really talk much about it. Fucking holy hell. I don't know. It's great. The 5th time fucking saying that. This is the collection on Blu-ray of the first, of the original 3. Okay, we're going to do this quick. The Star Wars sequels. Fuck me, man. Look, at the time when I was younger, I liked these 2 movies. The first 2. When Rise of Skywalker came out, I immediately fucking thought it was dog shit, and it made me realize that the entire trilogy was dog shit. But guys, look, I've been waiting all my life for Star Wars. I didn't think for Star Wars to come back to the theaters. I didn't think it would ever happen again. I never thought I'd see the day. It was basically impossible. It was a pipe dream for it to ever happen. And then when it was announced, I had never been looking forward to another movie more in my life. Saw this in the theaters and I thought it was amazing, man. Last Jedi as well. I was just glad to get more Star Wars. And then once I realized the behind the scenes, I really delve into the character arcs and as to who the characters were, if I resonated with them, if the plot even really made sense. what they were for Star Wars, how they kind of shat on legacy characters. I fucking hate these movies, man. I do not like them. I still think I think this is still the strongest one, and I think it mainly has to do with the fact that it did actually do genuine good setup for the future of the trilogy to like do some cool and interesting stuff with it. I think Han Solo's death, given a different context, and if we actually got a reunion between him, Luke, and Leia, and even Lando or Chewbacca, I think would have been better. But I think the death scene in general, I think, is pretty well done. It's a little bit emotional, but like, again, when you think about everything surrounding it, it's like, fuck, like, it sucks. That's the way Han Solo goes out. But you know what? It doesn't even matter, because I don't even consider this movie canon. Most people don't even consider the sequel trilogy canon anyway, and we collectively ignore it anyway. And if you don't, I'm glad you like the movies, okay? But nobody cares. Anyway, Straight Outta Compton. This is my favorite biopic, because I was talking about earlier how like biopics will take like a person or a group of people and explore a very significant portion of their lives, and if the people did some fucked up and bad shit, they kind of just skipped over it, and or if they did show it, they were kind of painted it in a different light. This movie is not shy about showing it as to who these people were, and it's actually super surprising because Dr. Dre and Ice Cube, of course, this movie being about NWA, Ice Cube and Dr. Dre being like some of the biggest parts of that band, besides Eazy-E, because Eazy-A fucking died. Eazy-A, what the fuck? E. They had a big part of this movie, and they did not shy away from a lot of the fucked up and honestly a little dumb and evil shit occasionally that they would do. And they don't try and like paint it in any different light. It's just what they did. It's who they were. They're different people now, and they just kind of, they wanted to tell it as accurate as it was. And like, there's a scene in this movie where Ice Cube breaks off from the band, and this guy kind of like, the manager of the record company, or like maybe he's the CEO or whatever, but like he promises him something, like if he makes a good album, the next album he'll pay him like full, like I guess something, I can't even fucking remember. I'm brain farting here, but basically goes back on a deal, and Ice Cube walks in with a baseball bat and smashes up his office. Was that the right thing to do? Probably not. It's probably kind of a bad thing to do, but was it reasonable to a degree? Do you understand where he was coming from? 1,000%. And it doesn't try and paint it in a light, but that what he did was good. In fact, the music and the scene is kind of like framed as if like Ice Cube's doing a very irrational and fucked up thing here. Sure, the guy fucked him over, but like that's not like an appropriate response, right? But the thing is, right, it leaves it up to you if he was justified or not. And it's not trying to paint it like with rose-tinted glasses. And it's accurate, it's good. There's like actual arcs in this movie. The death of Eazy-E is like super tragic in this movie, even though these people are like occasionally at points degenerates. It gets you to like every single person a part of this group. They're so degenerate. In fact, one of the group members, they even do this because, again, this was documented that they actually did this. I forget the group member who did this. I think it was can't remember his name, but like the guy would just watch porn like in their fucking tour van, and then all the band members would be like, of the rap group would be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Are you just watching porn out in the open? And he's like, yep. Like, they would just do degenerate nonsense, and they very much betrayed it, but like it has themes of like of them just trying to like voice like it's their art, and like the real like repercussions that came with them. There's certain songs that they made that like their freedom of speech was trying to be like suppressed and stuff, and like there's some cool stuff in this movie, and I really like it a lot. It's the most rewatchable. It's hard R. Yeah, but I like it. I like it a lot. All right, let's try and get through these S's quick, because holy shit. Suicide Squad. This movie shit. One of the worst movies a part of that DC universe. It kind of sucks that they had like miss after miss after miss. They were not doing great. I remember this was like all of the edgy teenage girls' favorite movie for a while in high school. I remember I had a friend named Cheyenne. What's up, bro? Hope you're doing good. If you're watching this, probably not. We're like 6 or 7 hours into this video, I think. Like 5 hours, maybe? Yeah, this movie's shit. The plot's a mess. The characters aren't particularly interesting. They rely on like cheap thrills that like teenage girls would like. I remember everybody was like, I don't like how they paint the Joker and Harley Quinn's relationship as like good to a degree. I really hate that because it was never portrayed like that in the comics. where like I remember again all the like edgy teenage girls were like, oh, the Joker's so hot, oh I like how damaged he is and she's able to like almost fix him. Dude, the Joker beats her, dude. Like, what are we doing? Why are we trying to paint their relationship in a good light? That makes it so much less interesting for me. But yeah, man, it doesn't do a particularly good job of fleshing out these cast of characters, and most of them fucking die anyway. But yeah, I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't have much to say. I guess just fucking those are like the basic complaints. Deadshot's not particularly interesting. I guess he is to a degree, but it does like that cheap fucking. He has a daughter that he can't see. Do you feel bad for him? Margot Robbie's probably the best part of this movie as Harley Quinn, but besides that, it's fucking shit. It's so shit that I would have never thought that the sequel to this movie would be one of my favorite comic book movies of all... Jesus Christ, excuse me, one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. Now, believe it or not, if you know me, I shit on a lot of what James Gunn has been doing with DC lately. I think Superman was shit. I think Peacemaker Season 2 was shit. I think Creature Commandos was shit. And I haven't seen Supergirl yet, but everybody collectively thinks that's shit. And I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm probably going to shit on it a lot when I finally watch it. But The Suicide Squad... before he was hired to be the new fucking guy at DC running everything, this movie's fucking great. Unlike its old movie, it actually does a very, 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 very significantly better job at establishing its main cast of characters, getting you to love everybody. It does kind of benefit from the fact that Harley Quinn and Rick Flag are established characters already at this point. It very much leans into the actual theme of the original comics, and the original movie, the first movie kind of does a little bit too, but this is a Suicide Squad. These are missions that Amanda Waller is not expecting them to come back from, okay? In the original movie, it's kind of like alluded to a little bit, but in this, a lot so. She's actually purposefully sacrificing lives, like in the original Suicide Squad comic. Every single character here is amazing. King Shark is lovable, even though I think it's a shit adaptation of King Shark. Ratcatcher 2 is an original character. The original Ratcatcher isn't, but the character of Ratcatcher 2 is an original character. Polka Dot Man is like one of the most joked about fucking niche, retarded Batman villains ever, and he's very lovable in this movie. Bloodsport being a Superman villain, I was very familiar with him, and I think he was adapted quite well. They made his powers a little bit more realistic, which I thought was a little disappointing, but it's just nanotechnology instead of like a portal of them like spawning in guns. But it's whatever. I still think it was pretty cool. Bloodsport version of Bloodsport, Peacemaker. And if you were a fan of Peacemaker before this fucking before this movie, you're either lying or your fucking comic books are your entire life. Because the only thing I knew Peacemaker from before this movie was Crisis on Infinite Earths. I had no idea who the fuck the character was, but besides that, I knew a little bit about him. I think he showed up in other like Batman stories occasionally, but like very niche character, and I think that's one of the best parts I like about this movie. All these characters are super niche. Bloodsport and Harley Quinn are probably the most recognizable characters on this list. Actually, I'd probably say Polka Dot Man because he's pretty much notorious for being a ridiculous villain. But really love this movie a lot. Cinematography's great. It's ridiculous, but in a good way. Amanda Waller is better in this movie than she was in the original movie. Rick Flag's great in this movie. Very tragic end to the character, and I think it's done very well. And love the themes of this movie. Bloodsport's infinitely better than Deadshot. They were originally going to bring back Deadshot, but Will Smith didn't want to do it. So they replaced him with Bloodsport, and I think it's better. It's better off for it. But yeah. Great stuff in that. Alright, so Superman vs. the Elite. This is the best Superman movie ever, and if you disagree, you can suck my fucking cock. But it's fine. I get it. You don't want to watch an animated cartoon. You don't want to sit down and watch animated cartoons. This encapsulates the hope and the optimism of Superman, his ideology, and how he views the world, encapsulates it perfectly. He's challenged by a group of people with that ideology because they are a group of people who are just straight up killing criminals and trying to fix the world, and people are kind of resonating with them because they're kind of maybe they're doing a little bit of good with that, and maybe people are kind of getting tired of Superman's ways of being naive and not really wanting to kill anybody, and his way of trying to bring hope and optimism into the world and believing the good of humanity versus they do not believe in the good of humanity. And the world starts to lean more towards their way of doing things. It rushes through a few things. It's an hour and a half. I wish they would have fleshed out a few more things as well. This is based on a specific comic book story. I think it was an Action Comics with Manchester Black and his entire crew. It's a pretty good adaptation. Of course, the adaptation fleshed out more things, and more characters in DC Comics were more involved. Not very good at world building, because like Batman and like the other Justice League members, of course, would probably be involved in this, but it's a Superman-centric storyline. So those are some flaws, but great action, great soundtrack. This uses the Superman Doomsday theme, and that's my favorite Superman theme. And it perfectly encapsulates the fucking character of Superman, and I highly recommend it. If you're not really sure as to who the character is, and the Superman movie didn't really do it for you, this is a great movie. I like it a lot. Yeah, and then the last movie in the S's, the animation's good. That's all I could say. This is a terrible, I think, adaptation of the games. I think it completely misses the soul and the heart of what makes the games great. Too many gags. It's super fast-paced. The characters aren't adapted particularly well. The voice acting is just terrible, if you ask me. They need to stop fucking casting Chris Evans in voice acting roles, because he's not good at it. The best voice acting in this movie, I think, is Charlie Day as Luigi, because he actually kind of sounds like Luigi. Peach in this movie, I forget who plays her. She's just the chick who's playing her, you can tell she's just not into the role at all. Jack Black as Bowser, I think, was a terrible fucking choice. There are versions of Bowser a little bit more goofy, but like Bowser should be an intimidating, like monstrous threat. And you can do goofy things like that, and it kind of does get a little bit serious, but like Bowser's just too goofy in this fucking movie. When he started singing Peaches, I was like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing, bro? I don't like this movie at all. And by the way, I'm a massive Mario fan, okay? If Mario was real, I would bounce on it, okay? I would let him get it, all right? He probably wouldn't want to get it, but I'd try. But fucking yeah, man. I love Mario. I love the Mario universe, and this movie takes a giant shit on it, if you ask me. But yeah, completely misses the point, and I do not like this movie. Moving on to the T's, I think. Yep, we're moving on to the T's and the U's. Yeah, the T's and the U's. All right, next up we have Taken. I'm going to do both of these at once because I've only seen these once. They were on Blu-ray after I bought them. Guys, this is probably the first one I'm probably just going to be like, guys, it's Taken. Everyone knows the iconic fucking, I don't know who you are, but I have a very particular set of skills. Okay, everyone fucking knows, all right? It's cool action movies. One's great, from what I remember. Two's just the same fucking shit, but in a different scenario, and I haven't seen three. These are generic action movies, if I've ever seen one. They're fine, okay? Like, they're fine. I really don't know what else you want me else to fucking say, man. It's fucking... It's Taken. It's Liam Neeson. Thor, speaking of generic Marvel movie, or just generic movie in general, fucking, when I say speaking of generic Marvel movie, I said generic movie. This is just a generic-ass movie. I think this is strong in a lot of ways. I think the character of Thor, I think, has a great arc in this movie. I think it's probably the strongest part. I like the whole aesthetic of Asgard that they were going for. Loki's great in this. I really like Tom Hiddleston's performance as Loki. I think people kind of overlook it in this movie and kind of mainly look to his later performances. But like his entire conversation with Odin when he found out that he was adopted is fucking... It's chef's kiss, man. It's actually kind of great. Just like, tell me! Ah! You know, fucking, it's all good. Heimdall, great in this, but yeah. Good Thor movie. Okay adaptation of the comics. It's kind of shit at times, honestly, but I think when it comes to an adaptation, he has problems. I think it's a little bit too comedic at points. Has one of the best Stan Lee cameos. Hawkeye's MCU debut in this. But yeah, man, it's good. I think the Thor arc in this movie, I think this is overlooked. I think this is actually quite good. Something that people shit on a lot that I actually think is overhated, but I think it's still kind of bad at points. Thor: The Dark World, I actually like. I just don't think it's great. I think this is more generic than the original Thor. It's kind of just like, it's one of the most generic MCU movies, but I think it's forgiven because it actually has a big thing in this movie being the introduction of the Reality Stone. So yeah, I think it has some of the best Thor and Loki moments in this movie though as well. So yeah, don't really have much else to say about that one. I just think it's not as bad as a lot of people say. Yeah, Malik, the villain, nothing burger. He's nothing. Okay, now I'm gonna say something here. I think this is a disgrace. I like this movie. I like it a lot, but I think I saw this before a lot of people did. I think one of the reasons I kind of hate this movie to a degree, again, I don't hate it. I think it's good a lot of the times. I think it's mostly good. But I saw the success of this movie. I realized I was like, fuck. They're going to do the same thing and they're probably going to crank it up to 100 and this is the future of Thor. And then they did do that and everybody hated it. Yeah, this is a little bit too goofy at times. I think a lot of the serious moments are kind of just like covered with a joke. I think Taika Waititi just can't fucking help himself a lot of the times. And I think that's one of the reasons his career kind of fell off, is people kind of realized that he can't really take anything seriously. There are serious moments in this movie, but like you can't go 10 seconds without a joke. And when you do get like a serious moment, it still feels like there's like a layer of goofiness to it. So yeah, man, it's good. I like it. I like the arc of Thor in this. Hulk in this is great. The fucking, I just don't think this movie's as great as a lot of people say, man. It's whatever, I guess. I like it, but, it doomed the Thor movies, if you ask me. But okay, TMNT. This movie I grew up on, and I like it quite a lot. I had every single figure a part of the series, and I looked it up. I wanted to get them back. I kind of regret losing them. I have no idea what happened to them, but they are like super fucking expensive. Dude, I don't fucking know. This is a great Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. It's an original story. I like the arc, specifically with Leo and Raph. Dawn and Mikey are kind of put on the back burner in this movie, but like what else is new with TMNT fucking storylines, which I find kind of funny that that's the case, but like Michelangelo is literally on the fucking front cover. I've always been a big fan of TMNT, a big fan of the comics, big fan of the movies and stuff, so and I think people don't talk about this a lot. I think this is like the second best TMNT movie, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. The original movie, and then this movie comes in a very close second for me. This movie's good. I really do like it. I like it a lot. It's funny, it's good, action's great, arc is good, theme of the movie's great. I'm kind of going through these kind of fast because, not gonna lie, the recording session of today is about to end after the T's and U's. My ass hurts. I'm ready to end this today because I've been doing this for like a few hours now, so sorry if I'm rushing through these, man. I'm gonna try to slow down a bit. All right, Toy Story, classic fucking Pixar movie, man. The classic. It's a classic. It's a fucking classic. Great. Fucking Tom Hanks as Woody is great. Tim Allen as Buzz. They're all classic fucking performances. Has a great story. It's a Toy Story. Kind of like the idea that like the toys to life, that their entire purpose in life is just to bring joy to a kid. And it dives into the complexities of that, how it's not always easy, and how toys might get jealous of one another because the favorite toy fucking changes throughout the years, you know? So, yeah, it's good. I like it a lot. I don't think this is the best Toy Story. I do think it is like the most classic one, though, you know, like without this movie, Toy Story 2 and 3 wouldn't exist. So like there's a lot to appreciate in this movie. It was the first CGI movie ever, and CGI like animated movie anyway. So yeah, good, really good. Pixar's first movie. So yeah, good stuff. Toy Story 3, this is my favorite. Although I will say, rewatching it, because I rewatched it to go watch Toy Story 5, I will say I think this has a little bit more problems than the original 1 and 2. I think there's a lot more conveniences in this movie, but the thing is, right, I think everything, putting all that aside, the ending to this movie is perfect, and I really do not know how you could have ended it better. Were the sequels a little bit unnecessary? Yeah, I like Toy Story 4, and we'll get into it later, but this probably should have been the ending, and I will acknowledge that. And I don't think anybody really would have complained if this was the ending. Nobody was. People got pissed off that they announced sequels. So, yeah, all of the stuff with Woody is amazing. His own journey and Andy. I should say all the stuff with Andy going off to college and the toys just being like, feel like almost abandoned, you know, like not abandoned. They do feel abandoned and lost and like they lose their purpose. A lot of them haven't really gone through this situation before. So they're just kind of like, what do we do? You know, and they find comfort in the daycare, and the daycare is run by the fucking governor, fucking Lotso the Huggin' Bear. But yeah, I like the kind of twist there that he's like not a good bloke, and I use the word bloke. He's kind of like a little bit of a dictator, and his pain has like fueled him so much that he wants to make sure nobody feels that pain again in a sick, weird degree, even though he's causing more pain. But yeah, he found a solace, I think is the right word, in that at the daycare, and he controlled it to where he's never going to get hurt again. But yeah, like quite a bit. Your villain's really strong, probably the best villain in the entire Toy Story movies, all the Toy Story movies anyway, and has some problems. I'm blanking on the problems now, but I remember when I rewatched it, I was like, oh, fuck, this movie does have a little bit of flaws, doesn't it? But I still think it's the best. The ending's really good. And the villain's good. There's several things to like enjoy about the movie. The flaws are almost fucking non-existent because of how good it is. Anyway, the transporter. I'm not going to spend long on this at all. Yeah. It's an action movie. It's one of those, like, they say chick flicks. This is a guy flick, dude. Guy's badass. He transports things. Ends up having to transport a woman. Decides, no, I'm not going to traffic this woman. And the woman, even though she's been sexually abused, immediately sleeps with him. She's hot. Cool. You know, has that savior type fantasy. He's cool. It's a good action movie. I'm not trying to shit on it at all. It's just, it's targeted towards the bro type men, you know? So fucking, I haven't seen the sequels. I know I said I was going to get through these because I want to stop recording for today, but literally I don't think this would have been the same if I wasn't tired anyway. I don't have a lot to say about it. Maybe I need to rewatch it. It had sequels for a reason, surely, right? But yeah, it's good. It's fine. It's an action movie. Up, baby. So I think between Monsters, Inc. and this movie, I think flip-flop most often for my favorite Pixar movie. This movie, it has so much heart, so much soul. The theme is great. The characters are great. The villain is probably my favorite Pixar villain. He's so interesting. And I don't know how many people are going to fucking hear this because we're like 6 or 7, probably close to 6 hours into this video. The villain is so interesting. I think has so much depth. I have actually thought about myself making a fan fiction of his time in Swallow Falls, or I can't remember the fucking, what's it called again? I don't know, Paradise Falls. Why do I call it Swallow Falls? Paradise Falls, his time there, and his journey of trying to hunt the bird, and the people that he killed along the way, because there's so much interesting stuff there I feel like you could explore. I've actually thought about doing like a fan fiction book on it, and writing my first book of fan fiction, non-profit book. I've actually thought about doing it. It's something that I think I eventually will do, because there's so many ideas that I have for that character that I just like feel like need to be explored. But yeah, dude, this movie's great. Carl is great. This man's funny as hell. This little Asian fucking boy. it kind of, I think when I get older as well, I think I'm gonna like this movie a lot more, because this, yeah, it's a very wholesome message that, look, just because you didn't do all these grandiose things doesn't mean you can't have a nice, fulfilling, adventurous life. And you know, he learns that throughout the movie. And you know, I relate to him a lot, because I don't know if any of your grandparents did this, but like my grandmother did this a lot. She would like talk to objects and things like the people were actually there. You know, like she would talk to pictures and like certain objects or rooms like they were in there, and she would kind of like think we were in on it. Like she would just kind of like be like, hey, like, I guess she would just talk. She would literally talk to the photo of her mother and be like, God damn it, this kid. What am I gonna do with this kid, Mom? You know, shit like that. So I don't fucking know. It's very relatable. I always thought that was kind of interesting. Obviously, have your grandparents ever done that before? I don't know. Let me know in the comments, or don't comment. I'm not expecting this video to do well at all. It's a long form content. Most people watching this are probably asleep. Probably recommended to you, like most long form content is. Or maybe you're doing dishes or doing chores while watching this, or masturbating to my beautiful face and my beautiful blue eyes. I don't know why you would be. Please don't be. There's better people you could do that to online, man. Anyway, what am I even talking about? Up! Why am I talking about this? We're talking about Up! Really like it. Probably my favorite Pixar movie. But yeah, I'm done for today. We'll move on to the V's and W's when I come back the next day. All right, we're actually back 3 days later, I think, since the last recording. I took a bit of a break because this, believe it or not, is exhausting. But let's just get back into it with the V's, baby. Venom. Tom Hardy, Venom, Sony's first attempt at building a universe around Spider-Man villains without Spider-Man. I did see this in theaters. My dad took me to go see it. My dad liked it. My girlfriend liked it. And let me tell you, I didn't. I was a buzzkill, man. I hated this movie, and I still do. I think there's elements of this movie that are all right, that are kind of enjoyable. I think what like really, this is the small thing for me, but I remember going into the theaters, AMC theaters, and there was somebody standing right outside with their friends, and this fucking basic ass fan who probably just jumped on the Marvel bandwagon because her boyfriend liked it. But she fucking was all like, oh, I think Venom is my new favorite superhero. Oh my God. I think that's one of the things that rubs me the wrong way with this movie. And I think my biggest complaints with modern Venom and just what the character's been turned into. The word superhero and Venom should not be fucking in the same sentence. Anti-hero, maybe, all right? But Venom is at his best when he's a villain, and the fact that his first solo movie outing is him being a superhero is kind of annoying to me. Besides that, I think the movie's a complete fucking mess. I think a lot of things don't make any sense. It's been a while since I've watched it. I think the only time I sat through it all the way actually was in the theaters. So I've seen bits of it since then. But yeah, man, I don't have any of the sequels. I think Let There Be Carnage is slightly better, believe it or not. But I still think this fucking sucks. But I don't have much to say because, again, I haven't seen it since, what was it, 2018 when that movie came out. So it was, oh no, that movie came out in between Infinity War and Endgame. So I think it was either late 2018 or early 2019, but anyway, Warm Bodies. This is a romantic comedy with a zombie boyfriend and a girl. Oh, that hasn't been done like 40 billion fucking times. Holy shit. I know, it's crazy. I do like this movie a lot, though. Again, this formula has been used a bunch of times, but I like this one quite a bit. My sister, I remember she was watching it one time and I got into it, and I do like my boy here, I forget his name, Beast, Lex Luthor, other roles that I can't name right now. It falls into that, I think I complained about it earlier, it falls into that, did I complain about this earlier? I don't fucking know. It does that classic cliche chick flick whole ordeal where she basically cheats on her boyfriend. I don't want to say cheat because he dies, but like she falls in love with this guy and he killed her last like boyfriend. is this like a fantasy for women? I genuinely do not understand. Like, I get scared. It's why I don't date white women, because it's always white women. It's always the white woman fantasy, I tell you. But yeah, obviously that was a joke. I don't discriminate. But fucking, you know, I don't. It's good. I like it a lot. It has some good comedy. It has some good character moments. Performances are good. It's a little basic and fucking. There's nothing too crazy, but I think it's fine. I think it's a good time, and I like it a lot, and I have some good memories with my sister with that movie, because she loved that movie. Watchmen director's cut. I've only seen this once. I'm pretty sure it adds the kid buying the pirate comics. Not the pirate comics, the comics at the stand, and then it adds some. It basically only adds those scenes and a couple things. And I think Watchmen, yeah, this is rated R. The original Watchmen cut was rated R anyway. I'm thinking of Batman versus Superman. I look, man, from what I remember, I think I prefer the original cut. I think Watchmen is pretty good. I think it's a pretty good adaptation. A lot of people don't talk about that besides the ending, which maybe we'll get into, I don't know. But with the director's cut in particular, I think Zack Snyder kind of missed the point of like the purpose of the side story with the kid in the comics, because that was left out in the original cut. And he added it in the director's cut. I feel like he didn't really get why that was there, and I feel like he kind of filmed it out of obligation for the source material without truly understanding it. Kind of a theme with Zack Snyder and his adaptations. But from what I remember anyway, I could be wrong. Again, I've only seen this once. I've seen the original cut more than this. Honestly, I bought this on Blu-ray. It was part of like a Blu-ray haul for like $10. And I still haven't watched this on Blu-ray. I've seen the director's cut. I just haven't watched this copy yet. I don't even know if it fucking works. Did I get scammed? It's in there. I think I checked beforehand, but yeah. As far as the movie Watchmen goes, it took me fucking look. I'm a huge fan of the original comic book series, Alan Moore's Watchmen, man. Look, even if you're not into comics, I feel like that's one of the most suggested, and like, you don't have to be into comics to like that comic, because it's one of the best pieces of literature ever. It's won several awards, and again, it's one of the best comic book series, limited comic book series ever. So yeah, I really like the comic, and the things that they changed, I was kind of being a little nitpicky, but as far as like character adaptations go, Rorschach is fucking adapted beautifully. Dr. Manhattan is adapted beautifully. Night Owl is a little changed here and there, and but yeah, it gets I think, I don't know, it's Zack Snyder. He stylizes the story a bit, but it's still a pretty good adaptation besides the ending, and it recontextualizes a few things. I wish they would have gone with the original ending. I know it's a little fucking ridiculous what the ending was, but anyway, I still think his version of Watchmen is fine. And I honestly think, since we're talking about Zack Snyder, if he's ever going to do a comic book movie again, I think this is the type of characters that he would shine best with, is characters who are gritty, down to earth, and murder. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Zack Snyder is a fan of the traditional comic book hero, the archetype, and that's fine, but then maybe you shouldn't be doing Batman and Superman at that point. Like, I really do honestly believe, given the right script, I don't think Zack Snyder's a good writer at all. Did he write this? The only reason this is mildly well written is because he was basically copying the comic book. Yeah, if you were to give Zack Snyder a directing position in a movie for like Lobo or something like that, or like a Deathstroke, I genuinely believe he would do good. But yeah, man, fucking good DC movie. Okay, it's good. I like it. I like it quite a bit, and I think it gets a little overhated. But yeah, I'm with you on the nitpicks. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? This is like the definition of like a fucking classic at this point, I would say. Man, I'm blanking. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck is the guy's name? Oh my god. What the fuck is the guy's name who plays Bob Hoskins? He played Mario. He went fucking insane making this movie. I think it's been well documented that like this movie and the Mario Brothers movie are like some of his worst acting experiences ever. He's been very vocal about it, because he was virtually talking to nobody throughout the entire filming of this. It drove him fucking nuts. Yeah, but the thing is, though, he still fucking gave it his all. It's a great fucking movie. It's goofy. It's fun. The characters are great. Roger Rabbit fucking falls into that annoying, like, era of cartoons where like everything's silly for the sake of being silly, and it's just complete fucking nonsense, and it completely annoys the fuck out of Bob Hoskins' character. I can't even fucking remember his name. Jessica Rabbit, I think that was the first cartoon character, animated character that I wanted to stick my dick into. So do that with that information as you will, I fucking guess. But yeah, she's unreasonably hot, but of course she's a cartoon character. I like how it's established, like, cartoon, the toons in this universe don't have genitals, so like I find it really amusing that, like, obviously I was a child when I wanted to stick my dick into Jessica Rabbit, but like I do find it kind of funny, like all the adults are like drooling over her and they couldn't even have intercourse with her, even if they wanted to, even if she wanted to. It's all about what she wants, by the way. Everything should be consensual, and like sex for the toons is patty cake apparently. So anyway, I'm getting off fucking topic. It's a classic. I like it. I grew up with this movie, and parts of it scared the fuck out of me, including the dip. The death of toons in the dip disturbed me. But yeah, I like it. Okay, moving on. Wonder Woman, baby. Is this the only decent movie in the old DC universe? Shazam was fine, I guess. I didn't like it, but I guess people liked it. Black Adam was garbage. I'm trying to fucking think. Oh, wait, no. The Suicide Squad was a part of the old DC universe, actually, but even though there's don't even get me started on James Gunn's convoluted fucking universe. But one of the few good movies in the old DC universe before James Gunn took over. I saw this in theaters. I liked it a lot. I thought I have problems with this movie, but essentially, like, the biggest thing going into this as a Wonder Woman fan was, did they really capture the character of Wonder Woman well? Were they able to represent that? And yeah, they were. She has, like, Wonder Woman's always been like the sorry woke people if you fucking hate it when I say shit like this, but sorry if you have a problem with this. But Wonder Woman's always embodied the ideal and archetypes of a traditional woman. Strong, confident, caring, kind, and almost in that naive way, beautiful, and always stands up for what's right. She's like that archetype, you know what I mean? And it's translated well into the modern day, and it's like a lot of the times it's like the movie, even, like, I think they talk about it in the movie, like she does things, she does like the objectively right thing and helps people, and people are like, why are you so kind? You know, from what I remember anyway. I haven't seen this movie in a while, but the story is good because her kindness is a detriment sometimes, right? And same with her character in the comics. She always wants to do the right thing, but yeah, protecting the good, I guess, and she'll always put her life on the line if it means saving people. I fucking hated it, man. Little side tangent here, sorry, but I fucking hated it when the New 52 turned Wonder Woman into a cunt, man. They turned her into like a Captain Marvel, man, and it was fucking annoying. Like, Wonder Woman's always been traditionally a nice person. Like, if you're her enemy, she can be a cunt, right? But, like, the New 52 turned her into this bitch. I'm sorry. I'm using all these sexist terms. All right, she was an asshole. Okay, fine. Is that better? And the New 52, yeah, I'm glad they didn't adapt the New 52, and this is what I was kind of trying to say. And, yeah, good movie. I like it quite a bit. I haven't seen it in a while, so I don't have much to say, but I remember liking it. Brad Pitt, World War fucking Z, dude. I remember when this was like everyone's shit. Now, I wouldn't say everyone. This is going to sound a little racist, but this is just simply what I observed, and it's just simply true. And I do not know why. This came out when I was in 6th grade, middle school, okay? And I distinctly remember that because the middle school I went to had a lot of Mexicans. And I do not know why, but specifically the Mexican boys were obsessed with this movie. I genuinely, I don't know. Maybe it's because there was a lot of Mexicans. Maybe other white boys were fucking obsessed with this. Maybe I'm racist and I just simply observed that. I'm a racist, I guess. I don't fucking know, but that's why I specifically remember. I was, like, growing up, I was just always like, why were the Hispanics so fucking obsessed with this? Maybe it's because the cool little badass Mexican boy in the movie does a cool thing in, like, the last part of the first act. I don't know, but I like this movie quite a lot. It has some good action. I know it's based on a book. I haven't read it. The people who I have talked to who have read it, though, the book is like better in almost every single regard from what I hear. So I don't know what to take, but they still like the movie, I guess. So it's like an all right adaptation from what I hear. And this movie right here, the Jews are a problem in this movie. Got all the anti-Semitics fucking loving this movie probably. Holy fucking shit. I'm not going to say what I was about to say, but I just realized why somebody I know probably loves the hell out of this movie. They're a little bit anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say who they are, but I just had an epiphany. My mind just opened about that entire thing. He's like, he loves this movie, and I was just like, yeah, it's all right. And now that I'm like, oh, fuck, all right, you know who you are. You're probably not going to watch this. We're like, I keep saying 6 or 7 hours, but we're well past the point where anybody's paying attention at this point. This is all sacred territory. I can say wherever the fuck I want. I could drop some slurs right now and nobody would ever hear it. But I'm not going to, because that's wrong. Anyway, yeah, I like this movie quite a lot. Good action. Brad Pitt is great in this. I don't really know what else to say. I'm blanking. I seem to do that on movies that I quite like, but I like it. I don't love it. Oh, speaking of a movie I do love, by the way, hopefully I don't blank on my fucking love for this one. Whiplash, baby. I feel like everyone's seen the memes at this point. Fucking J.K. Simmons' character fucking yelling at Miles Teller.
You are a worthless, friendless, faggot-lipped little piece of shit whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he wasn't Eugene O'Neill, and who is now weeping and slobbering all over my drum set like a fucking 9-year-old girl.
Andrew. His name's Andrew. I like that. I forget what J.K. Simmons' character is. Fuck, what's his name? I'm a fake fucking fan, apparently. This movie, though, is intense. It's insane. The character works great. It's basically ignore the click-clacks of my fucking dog. Can you go away? It's okay. You got it. Go. Keep click-clacking away, you son of a bitch. She's coming back. All right. You're making me lose my train of thought. What the fuck are we even doing? She's coming back again. Can you go fucking lay down or something? Thank you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so the movie's about basically what are you willing to do to be excellent in your field. And J.K. Simmons pushes Andrew, Miles Teller's character, to the fucking absolute limit. J.K. Simmons is a beast. He's crazy. He's insane. He's abusive. He's a little racist. He's homophobic. I don't even know if he is those last two things. He's just fucking yelling these slurs at Miles Teller's character, Andrew, just to fucking motivate him more and push him to that absolute fucking edge. He expects excellent in the field of jazz that they're in, and the musician field. He wants to push them to the absolute limit. But it really is like about, if you want to be successful, you're going to need to sacrifice things, especially in certain fields. Not in everything, but sometimes you got to sacrifice your mental health. You got to sacrifice your relationships. You might even need to sacrifice your soul. Is it worth it at that point if you're sacrificing all those things? I'll leave that entirely up to you. If being successful is worth it at that point. I'm not saying in everything, right? In everything, that's not necessarily the case, but especially in what they establish in this movie, jazz, a dying form of music, a dying genre in music, it's really hard to stand out. And if you really want to stand out, you might have to make these sacrifices. And it really kind of gets into that. And I like it a lot. It's very down to earth and personal. I relate to it quite a bit. And it's honestly a surprisingly motivating movie as well. It motivates you, especially if you have a field you want to excel in. And again, like, let me very much be clear here. You're probably not going to need to go through the stuff that Andrew went through in this movie, especially since you don't have a fucking psychopath of a fucking conductor, composer who's fucking abusing you, literally physically and mentally abusing you. That's probably not going to happen, but are you willing to put in the work? I guess that's where like the the part that I relate to. It's like, are you willing to put in the work to be successful? Because that's the reason most people aren't successful. Don't give me any of that shit that you were poor or societal fucking shit pushed me down, or it wasn't just meant for me, or I was just unlucky and blah blah. No, it's because you were unmotivated. All right, you just didn't put in the work. A lot of the times you just give up. Ask anybody who was probably content, but maybe had a dream, and they most likely will tell you they just gave up on it. They didn't have the motivation. I'm going way too far along with. I fucking love this movie. Top 10 movies for me. It took me a while to watch this. I watched this for the first time about 3 years ago, and I immediately fell in love. I saw the memes, and I was like, what the fuck movie is that from? But yeah, I got... I basically caught my eye. I was like, holy shit, J. Jonah Jameson is slapping the shit out of fucking Wish Mr. Fantastic. Holy hell. But yeah, liked it a lot, and I highly recommend it. Fucking last one, and the W's. I think we did the W's, right? We did the V's and the W. T-U-V, okay, I have that, yeah. I have that in the right order. The Wolverine. Ooh, okay, look, I fucking, I don't know what that was. Ooh, I like it a lot, and I think Logan kind of complements this, because this sets up something in Logan, and I don't think that was the original intention here, but like with what the fuck is her name? God damn it, I can't remember any women's names. I'm just a little sexist now. I've forgotten a lot of guys' names too, but the mutant girl, the mutant chick, the mutant woman, the mutant Asian woman who can see people's deaths, like she foreshadows Logan, like she saw him on his back full of blood, and he was holding his heart. That's kind of what happens in Logan in a more metaphorical standpoint, but yeah, I like it a lot. I think it has a great vibe. Are we doing the thing where Logan's depressed and fucking living and drinking himself to fucking sleep every night? Yeah. I wish, hopefully we get something new with the MCU. That's just kind of part of Logan's character. He does that. That's how he copes, you know what I mean? But yeah, we open up here. The stuff they did with Silver Samurais, I'm a little nitpicky on. I think especially a movie set in Japan, you can really get into the culture of Japanese culture and the aesthetic of Japan. I really think you should have just gone with a more traditional Silver Samurai of him in just an adamantium samurai suit instead of doing an entire like ridiculous mech suit at the end. I think it's absurd. Okay, fine, I'll admit it, but I think the movie is really strong in characters and plot. The plot's strong. I think everything revolving World War II, the idea of like this guy that he saves in World War II becomes kind of afraid to die because he lives through something that like he shouldn't have lived through, and kind of becomes obsessed with the idea of taking Logan's powers, you know? So, but yeah, I like it a lot, and I recommend it. But like, yeah, this was like huge when I was in middle school. Everybody was watching the shit out of this. But yeah, it does have some problems, I can acknowledge, okay? But it's good. I like it quite a bit. Moving on to the, I dropped that. Probably the X's and the Z's, because I don't have any Y movies. So let's just move on to there. Can't even fucking speak correctly. I was editing this video before. I think it was the second recording. No, it was the first recording. I was getting tired, and I misspoke like 30 times. I sounded like an idiot. I sounded retarded. So sorry about that. I'm awake now, and now I just don't have any excuse to be talking like an idiot and stuttering. But fuck it, let's just move on. All right, moving on to the X's. We're starting with X-Men, baby. Yeah, so I think I talked earlier about classic superhero movies. I think this can like fall in to the classics at this point. I think everyone would agree. I think I said that. Did I stutter? I don't fucking know. Look, man, I want to say something right here. As much as I like the Wolverine, I like Logan, as I established. Look, I've always had a problem with Hugh Jackman's casting to a degree. I think he does fine. I think he does really good. But look, man, the reason Wolverine got his name in the comics initially was because he was a very small man, but he was deadly. Wolverines are small, but deadly. I don't understand why a 6'4" man got the nickname Wolverine, but it's fine. But I mentioned the casting because I think the casting in this is like, I don't really know how you can get much better than a lot of the people who play their characters in this movie. I think Patrick Stewart as fucking Professor X, I don't know how you do better. I genuinely don't. He looks like comic book Professor X. Magneto, Ian McKellen as Magneto, that's his name, right? Ian McKellen, I think so. I mix up his name with other people occasionally. Again, I genuinely do not know how you get better. Halle Berry, that's her name from John Wick Chapter fucking 3. Oh, or 2, or something. I don't know. As Storm could be improved a little bit. This is going to sound a little racist. Sorry, Halle Berry. I would like Storm to be blacker, but I don't know. I'm just, okay, whatever. Anyway, but fucking, no, but like, then who plays Scott? Great casting for Scott. I mean, but yeah, it's still classic here. I love this movie a lot. And without this movie, you would not have the MCU. A lot of that credit can also go to Spider-Man 2 and Blade and all that. I will 100%. I will concede that, all right? 1,000%. However, this is the first movie that I think went under the Marvel brand of like the having the Marvel logo. Blade didn't do it. Howard the Duck didn't do it. I don't think any other Marvel movie before that did it. There weren't a lot before this movie. And it really, like, these movies kind of cemented the brand, I think. And then Spider-Man jumped off of it with the Marvel logo and all that. And that's when people, like, in movies started to recognize Marvel more, especially if you didn't really, like, read comics. Like, guys, I know this is hard to believe, but, like, most people back then, Marvel and DC, unless you were into comics, they didn't know the difference. Superheroes were just fucking superheroes. So, like, yeah. Anyway, this is like this started to like cement the brand Marvel and their characters as distinct characters, a part of their brand away from DC. But yeah, X-Men, quite good, and I like it a lot. Okay, speaking of X-Men, X2, X-Men United. Fucking these titles, man. Just call it X-Men 2. The third one's called Last Stand. I just fucking. Anyway, Bryan Singer directed these. Isn't he a sexer? Sex predator now? I don't know. I don't know about all that. I haven't looked into it. So fucking, is he not? I don't know. Look it up. Make your own opinion. I think it would be very dangerous for me to just fucking push shit that I don't really know about. So fucking, I heard he might be. But yeah, I think I like this more than the first one. Yeah, I'll say that. There's some, actually, yeah, I do like it. There's a lot of cool stuff with Stryker, Wolverine. I think that's like a good highlight of the movie. I really like Wolverine being stuck with the students. I think is really great. Seeing him just kind of like, he's not the mentor type, but like they obviously look at him as a mentor, and he like stuck in this situation and stuff. The scene where they Bobby Iceman brings them to their house, or brings the team to the house after they escape the X Mansion, and then like I fucking love the scene where Wolverine is like drinking a beer and his senses go off because the cat came in, and he just extends the claws. And the cat just licks the beer off of his fucking claw. Anyway, it's good. Fucking also side thing. Okay, let me be very, very clear here. I hate it, and I think it's lazy and lame when comic books and people like take characters who have existed for like 60 plus years, and then it's especially in modern comics. This is only a modern comic thing. And then will completely change her sexuality because they need more gay characters without actually creating a new character. Bobby Iceman is now gay for absolutely no fucking reason. And in this movie, there's like a little bit of an allegory for Bobby being gay, even though like it's like a play on like him being a mutant and his mom. It's like when he tells his parents that he's a mutant, it's like coming out of the closet. I can't even fucking speak, bro. Closet. And like the mom was like, Bobby, have you tried not being a mutant? Like, you know, like, have you not tried not being gay? You know, it's an allegory, okay? Fucking, I find it kind of ironic. Maybe that's where they got the idea of turning Iceman gay for absolutely no reason. For political reasons, because you're too lazy to actually fucking make original characters. I will consume your gay characters if they're good, but stop changing my characters, you fucking lazy piece of shit. Stop it. It's annoying. How about this? I'm going to take your gay character that you created, and then 60 years from now, I'm going to make them straight, because I don't think there's enough straight characters in the industry or whatever. Yeah, you wouldn't like it either. Yeah, you wouldn't either. Yeah. Anyway, fucking, I like this quite a bit. I'm getting off topic. Nightcrawler is really well done in this. I think he's one of the best. This universe has like this, it's it's a hit or miss when it comes to adaptations. Nightcrawler is a pretty good adaptation. There's some things that are different. For some reason, his skin's fucking has texture to it or whatever. I think he scarred himself a bunch. Didn't he say that? Yeah, whatever. But Nightcrawler's really well done. Really well done. Really well done. Really well done. Ignore that. Fuck it. In this, Lady Deathstrike's in this. Fuck it. Yeah, it's just good. It's a good sequel. I like it. I like the good character moments. I think the best moments are with probably Logan and his relationship with Stryker. So yeah, good stuff. Not so good stuff, but I like this movie because there's a lot of nostalgia, and this is the first fucking X-Men movie I saw because I was like 5 or 6, probably even younger. But yeah, anyway, yeah, X-Men Last Stand. Yeah, this is shit. Everyone knows it's shit. It's a disgrace to the fucking... Let me just fucking... I think everyone can acknowledge there's too much in this movie. That's the biggest problem. There is way too much in this movie. They're doing Dark Phoenix and they're doing the Brotherhood of Mutants storyline. Get out of my face, all right? Choose one or the other or fucking don't do them at all, okay? Because, I don't know. It's fucking, yeah. Mixing the both story. I get what they were going for because, like, they tried to be clever and I think it works to a degree of, Magneto creating like an army of the Brotherhood of Mutants and him kind of just like taking advantage of Jean basically being consumed by the Phoenix and he's like, okay, I can use this. I get what they were going for, but there's just way too much. I feel like you needed to focus more on Jean, especially for the character being one of the, like, I think literally one of the main characters in the entire trilogy so far, and you kind of just like push her off to the side, it seems a lot of the time. She's like a nothing burger of a character in this movie. I wish they would have fleshed out the Dark Phoenix stuff a lot more. And one thing I will say that this movie does have, and I think the comics were like notorious, I don't know if notorious, but like why it was so impactful, is the Dark Phoenix was genuinely dangerous. There were stakes, you know that, because a lot of characters got killed off. Scott and Professor X die in this fucking movie. Now, that's another fucking problem. The characters who did die in the comics were established and they were still like at their prime, I would say, to a degree. Scott is a fucking loser, whiny baby because his girlfriend died fucking 2 years ago, and then he fucking just gets killed in the beginning of the movie. I think that should have been saved for maybe a little bit later in the movie. Maybe see him suit up one more time. I think the ending for Scott was annoying as hell, but they reverse it in X-Men Days of Future Past anyway. Yeah, this movie's virtually ignored though. I think it's, again, this entire movie's just erased in X-Men Days of Future Past. Dude, Scott is on the poster. What the fuck in his suit? That is false advertising right there. Oh yeah, and don't forget that Angel's in this movie for absolutely no reason. He adds nothing to the plot. I don't understand. I genuinely do not understand why Angel is in this movie. One of the original X-Men founding members. I fucking suck my dick. But yeah, I have nostalgia for it. I can't even think of anything that's good right now. Fucking Beast, Hank McCoy. I like Beast. Beast was always one of my favorites when I was little. I remember watching him and seeing pictures of him when I watched that movie when I was like 5, and I was familiar with Beast and Wolverine and Storm because I had action figures, I had little comic books, and I just looked at the pictures at that point, and I thought Beast was cool and shit. And I think Beast growing up is really well done in this movie. Hank McCoy, the character, I like. Holy shit, a shit movie. Look, man, I'm not going to spend too long on this. Everyone hates this movie. It's bad. It's poorly paced. The characters are terrible. Characters are poorly adapted. Completely convoluted. The timeline... This fucks with the timeline. This fucks with the timeline even more to the point where it literally doesn't make any fucking sense. Don't even get me started on X-Men First Class, which is a good movie, but that fucks the timeline even more. Of course, Hugh Jackman as Wolverine is always good. Deadpool is done dirty in this movie. It kind of ruined the character for a lot of people. I think that was like the biggest sin of this movie was the adaptation of Deadpool. But even if you look at it as an adaptation, Ryan Reynolds just was not good in that role. Now, I'm not saying in the role of Deadpool. I'm saying in that specific role that he was given in that movie, he wasn't good. So yeah, fucking Ryan Reynolds is a very tight cast. You need him in specific roles. And if you're gonna cast him as Deadpool, you kind of need to let Ryan Reynolds be Deadpool. But yeah, this movie sucks. I think everyone knows that. This movie, it's hot fucking garbage. Fucking, dude, why are my movies all the way down here? Oh my god, I lost the order. I lost the plot. Holy fucking shit. Are we still good? I think I fixed it. We're solid. We're good. All right, moving on. X-Men First Class. This is top 10 Marvel movies for me. I don't fucking care what you say. I don't care who the fuck you are. This movie is great. A great prequel, if you ask me, besides the fact that it fucks with timeline a little bit. A lot of things don't fucking line up. But hey, the movies before that already fuck shit up anyway, so who fucking cares? I think the movies that it never mind, I can't say that. I was going to say the movies that it mainly contradicts are the ones that are bad. X-Men Origins Wolverine and X-Men Last Stand, but this contradicts 1 and 2 too at some point. But yeah, dude, can you calm the fuck down? Can you stop click-clacking? Can you go away? Go. Get out of here. She's literally panicking for some fucking reason. Anyway, I like this movie. I'm going to take care of that. I don't know what the fuck she was barking at, but anyway, yeah, I like this movie quite a bit. Fuck, I'm blanking now. I'm blanking on this movie. The character stuff is great. I think this movie definitely shines, and I think it's appropriate to have these two characters on the fucking cover. The relationship between Charles and fucking Eric, Professor X and Magneto, mwah, chef's kiss. I don't know how you could have given me anything better. This backstory for a lot of these characters is very satisfying and nice to see. I think it was really well done. And I'm blanking. I just know I really love this fucking movie. It's one of my favorite Marvel. Why am I blanking on the movies that I love, dude? I don't fucking... The soundtrack's great. Why am I blanking? Oh my god, I'm panicking. It doesn't matter. This is just supposed to showcase my collection and talk about things that I like. Oh my god. I can't think of anything, so I'm moving on. Days of Future Past, baby. Look, X-Men First Class is my favorite X-Men movie, but I will be completely honest with you. This flip-flops, which also does mean this is like top 10 movies for me as far as Marvel movies go. Like this movie quite a lot. I like the fact that they naturally, I don't know if this was always the plan, but they kind of took the idea of the comic, the Days of Future Past comic, where they go back in time, and I feel like after First Class, they were like, holy fucking shit, man. We have an opportunity here. Let's capitalize on it. We could definitely fucking combine the two casts to make a Days of Future Past movie. As far as this movie goes, as an adaptation, I think this is shit. I think... if you guys have seen Avengers Endgame, in the original comic, and basically every, with the exception of earlier comics back in the day, but it was very much established in the 80s and 90s, and throughout the Marvel Universe, that time travel, if you change something in the past, it doesn't change the future. That was the case in the original comics in this case. That was the case in the Hulk Future Imperfect comics. It's just not how it works, all right, in the Marvel Universe, and it's probably how it wouldn't work in real life. Yeah, like in the comics, like it's kind of interesting. So like I don't really know how to explain this. This takes place with like the current characters, right? That we know, and then it goes back in time to the characters that we kind of know in that one prequel. And this, in the comic, right, it has the characters, and like our characters that we mainly follow, the main characters are still the characters that are in the present day, which is, and then somebody from the future comes back and warns them. And like that's like where the plot is. So like the story picks up in the future. I know this movie takes place in the future too, but like it's the future versions of the characters. Like Wolverine's older, Storm's older, everybody's older, and those aren't like the main characters. The main characters are in the future. Does that make any sense? You probably lost me a bit, but as far as this movie goes, look, it's a shit adaptation, but it's a really good movie and it works for what it was trying to do. I mean, kind of like. I think one of my big complaints with the X-Men Fox universe is Wolverine is not the main character of the X-Men. Stop fucking doing it. He should not be the main character of the X-Men. There are infinitely more interesting characters. Okay, I should say that. Wolverine's popular for a fucking reason, but I kind of hate the fact that he kind of became the X-Men. But, I mean, that was always a thing in the comics as well, but they weren't afraid of making somebody else the main character from time to time. Kitty Pryde was the main character of the original comic, so like Kitty Pryde, so it's fine though, I get it, but good stuff with Wolverine, and I think the ending is really satisfying. It's nice, it's really great. Seeing the journey of Charles trying to like finding hope again is really cool and nice, and the speech that Patrick Stewart's Charles gives to young Charles is a great fucking speech, man. It's one of my favorite speeches, I think. I don't want to say ever in fiction, but like definitely in Marvel movies. It's really cool. It gives me goosebumps. It's nice. But yeah, I like the yeah, I like it. I fucking like it. I don't know what else to say. Fucking X-Men Apocalypse. Look, I'm mixed. All right, I'm mixed on this. I don't think this is good. As far as a movie goes and the adaptation goes. They did my boy Apocalypse dirty. They did my girl Storm dirty. They did my boy Angel dirty. Psylocke is fine, I guess. They adapted her pretty well. I don't really like the stuff with Magneto all too much. It's a mixed bag. I think the stuff with him like trying to move on, like, okay, so the stuff with Magneto as an adaptation I don't like, but as far as like the movie goes, I think I do like what they were going for initially, him trying to move on from his past and then like starting a new family and stuff, and then that family just gets fucking completely taken away from him. It's really sad and it sucks, you know, and I think anything after that kind of just, I don't know, it kind of lost me. I don't know, it kind of became like this one note, like, I'm depressed, so I'm just gonna help you destroy everything type thing. I don't know, fucking whatever. They set up Dark Phoenix again in this movie. Okay, we're doing that twice now. We've done it twice in movies. We're not talking about the X-Men Dark Phoenix second movie, but look, the point is any hope of getting an accurate, nice adaptation in the MCU is fucking slim to none because it's already been done twice, and I feel like people don't care anymore. But yeah, Angel, yeah, good. Angel's bad. Sorry, let me be very clear here. I think that it was kind of satisfying for me seeing Havoc and Alex Summers and Scott Summers on screen for the first time. I didn't think that was ever going to happen. They have Ready Player One guy, Scott Summers, in this, though. Miscast, if you ask me. Jennifer Lawrence clearly does not want to fucking play Mystique anymore, and she's kind of fucking... I think she got paid the most in this. She did not want to come back for this movie. It has its moments, but I do find it kind of cool that Oscar Isaacs has played 3 different Marvel characters at this point, all in the different universes of the studios that own the rights to these characters. Like, he was in the Fox Marvel universe, he was in the Sony Marvel universe, and he's in the MCU as Moon Knight, and of course Sony's Marvel Universe as Spider-Man 2099. I think Oscar Isaacs is Hispanic Egyptian. I think he's a mix. I'm pretty sure he's Egyptian, and I like the fact that he played 2 Egyptian characters, Mark Spector and Apocalypse. But anyway, whatever, man. It's a mixed bag. I think I generally don't like it. I think it was kind of like desperate of them, and I think it was like the most Hollywood bullshit that, like, I think it's like a perfect example of like X-Men Days of Future Past. The Quicksilver scene was like super popular, everyone loved that scene, and so like the studio was like, do that again but bigger and better, and it was worse. You did a worse version. All right, fucking anyway. Almost done with the movies, guys. Holy shit. Zombieland, I find it kind of ironic and weird that I have Shaun of the Dead here on Steelbook, a zombie comedy movie, and Zombieland on Steelbook, also a zombie comedy movie. I don't know how personal I really want to get. I try not to talk about my traumatic past. I don't even know if I would call this traumatic, but fucking tone shift. What the fuck I was talking about? Look, so basically, yeah, I'll tell the story. Why not? I have a lot of nostalgia for this movie for a specific reason. I had seen this movie before this, but I had a DVD player. My siblings and I, my 2 siblings that lived with me. I have more than 2 siblings, but they lived with me. We shared a room for a while, and it got cold, and it was very cold. And so what we would do during the winter, should say. And so to conserve like heat, I guess, we would all like kind of sleep on the floor off of our beds and kind of like huddle together at night and like share a blanket and stuff like that. And what we would do is we would always put on a movie before we went to sleep. And we didn't have a lot of physical media back then. I had games, but like not a lot. And I had Zombieland. Not this copy, but I had a DVD version of Zombieland, and we used to watch it on my PS2. And like, because like we didn't have a lot of physical media, we would just watch the same movies over and over again. And we watched Zombielands like all winter. We watched Zombieland every night for like the entirety of winter, and it was a good times, man. So I don't even know if I would call it traumatic. I know like I know, like, hearing 3 siblings sharing a room, sleeping on the floor together because it's cold sounds a little fucked. I don't view it that way. Of course, when I was a teenager, any traumatic things like that I would use as fucking trauma points. But now I'm an adult and it doesn't affect me. If anything, it's a nice memory of doing things like that. So yeah, I have some like cool little memory with this movie. But as far as the movie itself goes, I still think it's quite good. I think it was overdone at this point of the zombie comedy, but this does it in a fresh way, I would say. Tallahassee, Woody Harrelson is great in this movie. Columbus, Jesse Eisenberg. The entire cast is really great, and I like the fact that like none of them telling anybody's like real names. I kind of like that idea of that. And then the only character that's actually named is fucking Bill Murray, which I find very amusing. But yeah, I like it. It's funny. It's good. The action's great. And the characters are really strong. And I think the characters, for me, right, if the characters are really... I know some people can be satisfied with action or spectacle. For me, it's always characters. Did the characters resonate with me? And in this movie, the characters resonated, and they were very enjoyable to watch. And they still are. The characters are very strong in this movie, I think. So yeah. I like it a lot. All right, the last movie, but not the last Blu-ray we're going to look at in this video because I still have TV shows. I separate my TV shows from the movies. But we'll end on a strong note here. Zootopia. I remember I was going to... Hey, I mentioned Edith earlier. I had not seen a fucking second of this movie, and then I went to my friend's Edith house. My girlfriend, I don't think my girlfriend, but like we were all friends. I think my friend group, like me and 2 other friends, went over to her house to pick her up. Like we were gonna meet her at her house and we were gonna go to the mall. I think my girlfriend at the time was there. It was like middle school, I think. Middle school or like early high school, I don't know. But like, I remember the first second I had seen of this movie, she was in her room and this was on the TV, and it was the Shakira Try Everything song was playing, and I was like, oh, this looks kind of fun. So I eventually did watch it at my another fucking friend. I had a friend, Cheyenne, who was my girlfriend's friend at the time. Same girlfriend who I think was at Edith's house. Friend Cheyenne, we were all hanging out at her house, and I watched this movie for the first time there, and it was quite good. And Cheyenne is a good friend. I still talk to her to this day, and we had like a relationship like the Fox and fucking Officer Hop. Why can't I remember their fucking names? I know their names. Where it was like very platonic, but it was like I always would troll her for her size, because Cheyenne was like she was like 4'10", and I was very tall. I shouldn't say very tall. I'm 6'2", but like I was significantly taller than her. So yeah, I would make a lot of jokes, and we really liked this movie. We resonated with this movie a lot, me and her. Because like the relationship just reminded us of this was us. But yeah, I would call her Rabbit, dumb bunny a lot. And Sly Fox. I was skinny in high school and I was slim like the fox, so it all made sense. But yeah, good memories with this movie. Movie's great. A little bit of social commentary that I think is still a little relevant with like racism, I guess. But yeah, it's a lot of the stuff is allegory for racism. And I think it's quite strong. It's quite good. The characters are good. It's funny, beautifully animated, and I like it. All right, moving on to we're almost done. I don't know how we're going to do this. I think we're just going to look at half of the TV shows and then the other half, and then we're just going to look at all the 4Ks, and then we're done, baby. Yeah, I separate my Blu-rays. Like, this is how I do my DVDs and as well. I just like the TV shows are separate. They're a different medium. They're a different medium. Yeah. In entertainment. So I keep them a little bit separate, but yeah. Moving on. I just realized after that cut, I said a little bit separate or something like that. I sound like an idiot. I just keep them separate. I don't know what that fucking meant. Anyway, moving on. First TV show, Loki, man. So I'll kind of get a little geeky with these steelbooks, these Disney Plus steelbooks a little bit when I show them, because I'm glad they officially released physically, because I didn't think I was ever going to see that. I'm a big advocate for physical media, and the fact that they released a lot of their Disney Plus shows on physical, I jumped on it. I don't like Loki season 1, okay? So but let me be very clear, but the fact I wanted to show my support when they were releasing these things. They stopped releasing them. I don't know if they're ever going to do it again. There's a lot of seasons of shows that I would like them to release. Dude, if you released Ironheart, okay, one of the worst MCU shows, She-Hulk, or fucking, what's another bad one? Which one was also bad? Those are like the main two that are absolutely garbage. Fucking, wow, I'm blanking. Moon Knight was released, and that's pretty bad, but there's, whoa, I can't think of any Disney Plus shows right now. Marvel shows. Okay, whatever. I can't remember. Okay, if you release The Acolyte on fucking 4K or Blu-ray, I would buy it just to show my support, okay? But anyway. Yeah, Loki season 1. All the episodes, these Blu-ray 4Ks, steelbooks or whatever, came with like little art in it. I thought that was really cool. It's a very nice collector's edition. It's the only physical version that's released, so you can only get them in steelbook, which, whatever. It's physical, all right? I own it. As far as Loki season 1 goes, look, man, I don't think this show is particularly well written. The characters are kind of strong. I enjoy a lot of the characters. Loki's strong. I think he's consistently good. I don't think he's a character assassinated in any way. Sylvie isn't particularly interesting. I don't like the fact that this breaks its own multiverse rules. I do not buy the fact that this, sorry, I had a hair in my mouth, that the MCU, this gives the premise that the MCU is the only universe, and that's ridiculous. I do not like that premise at all. It makes I do not understand it. And the fact that they turn the TVA, instead of being actual time travel police, time police, they're this outside of the multiverse, like, police force. And that raises the question because, like, the Marvel multiverse, the MCU was supposed to coincide with the comics in the sense that it is another universe that technically if people who could travel across the multiverse can interact, go to the MCU. But this completely scraps all of that. And I guess this is completely separate from the Marvel, multiverse, but then it later isn't, I guess. I don't fucking know. A lot of it doesn't really make any sense, but, yeah, like it, anyway, I have a lot of problems with this, but I think it has some good, strong character moments. I think Mobius is probably the strongest original character to come out of this. He's kind of interesting. And I think one of my favorite parts, I think the soundtrack is fucking good. The main theme of this show, it tricks you into thinking that certain scenes are good because the soundtrack is that good. I do not have season 2. I know season 2 released, but it's fine. I don't like it. I get why people like it. I just don't think it's particularly good. I kind of think it's bad. But yeah, I can enjoy elements of it. But anyway, okay, let me try that again. Holy shit. The Secret History of Comics. Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comics. I think that's the full title. It's the R's. It's technically in the R's because the full title is Robert Kirkman's Secret History of Comics. Robert Kirkman being the creator of The Walking Dead, Invincible, the original writer for Marvel Zombies, who created that concept. He later took over for Super Patriot and Image Comics. He did Outcast or Outlast or whatever. I can't remember. It was either Outlast, yeah. A couple other series that I'm a fan of. And yeah, he's my favorite comic book writer of all time. I always follow his work. I really like him a lot. Invincible and The Walking Dead, again, are just fucking standouts. The Walking Dead being my favorite comic book series of all time. But yeah, he made a documentary on AMC about certain aspects of comics. He dives deep into some very interesting stuff that maybe aren't as well known. I think this highlighted stuff like Wonder Woman's creator had a bondage fetish, and that's why Wonder Woman carried around a rope and tied up men a lot, and she ended up getting tied up a lot. He dives into the history of writers in Marvel, Stan Lee's legacy, Image Comics in particular, the black writers of the comic industry, dives into that. So like he dives into a lot of cool stuff. It was only 6 episodes. It was never renewed, unfortunately. I fucking watched the shit out of this. I watched it week to week, and I found this at a fucking Costco for $5, and I was like, holy fuck, I love this documentary series. I think it's the only documentary that I own on Blu-ray. and the only series that I own on Blu-ray, but it is technically a TV show because it was released in episodes. But yeah, I think it was supposed to go on for multiple seasons. He was going to do he was going to tackle a lot of different like characters and histories and cool niche topics in comics. This does like dive, like obviously there's an entire episode focused on Jack Kirby and Stan Lee, but again, he dives into more of like the more niche stuff, like Wonder Woman's creator and like there's some like more well-known stuff, but there's also some more niche stuff. And I really wish this was renewed for other seasons so we could have dove into the more niche history of comics. But yeah, but you know what? It's a solid 6 episodes of a documentary. I think we're just going to do this all at once, dude. First off, let me just say, shout out to my fucking boy Lincoln. We've been friends since middle school. I still owe you money, but for this, I'm a bad friend. I've always been a bad friend. I'm kind of a piece of shit, but he's accepted that about me, and he's a boy, so I love you, bro. The reason I'm shouting out Lincoln is because we were going to my local used physical media store, secondhand store, Everybody's Music, shout out to them. And I had been wanting the Clone Wars on Blu-ray for a long time. I had it on DVD, but I was like, fuck, man. Seeing it in crisp HD would be nice, because I see it on like Disney Plus. I'm like, fuck, I wish I could own crisp HD episodes of Clone Wars. And I had already found, I guess we'll talk about this too, I had found season 6, the lost episodes, on Blu-ray before I found this, and that made me even more like determined to find it. We went in to the store, I was checking out, this was behind the glass, and Lincoln literally saw my eyes light up, and I was like, whoa, do you know what that is? Like, he was like, he's not really into Star Wars, he's okay with it, he'll watch the movies, but he was like, no. And I was like, that's the Clone Wars, dude. The Blu-rays are so expensive and they're so extremely sought after. And I was like, I told the guy, I was like, bro, like the guy at the counter, I was like, I'm not going to be able to afford it, because it was like $120 and I only had like $30 on me left from like the stuff that I was buying. I was like, can I hold it? Can I at least see it? And then he was like, yeah, sure. I was taking everything out. I was looking at it, and I was like, this is so cool. I wish I could buy it. I was like, I'll get paid till next week. Is there a possibility you could hold it? And he was like, nope. I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. My friend Lincoln literally pulls out a debit card and goes, I'll pay for it. And basically, him and I made out in his car afterwards. We didn't do that, but he insists I don't have to pay him back. I feel like I owe him money. Because when he said it, he was all like, fucking, you'll pay me back, right? I was like, yeah. And then when it came time to paying him back, like, stuff happened, bills and all that, and fucking complications. But like, initially it was like, you don't have to pay me back. And I always felt like I had to pay him back, but I owe him. I don't know. I'm a piece of shit. I'm bad when it comes to owing people. That's why I say when people buy me things, I'm like, bro, don't, you're probably not going to get your money back, right? So like, I don't know, yeah, I don't know. I wish I could. We're getting into me just being a piece of shit. But I didn't ask him for it, okay? But yeah, he's a goat. He's a good friend, man, and he's a better man than I am. I fucking love you, Lincoln. You're a brother to me. I wish we could talk more. I wish you can always reach out, brother. I'm probably gonna reach out to you after this because I love you. But yeah, I have. Enough about that. The Clone Wars. How do I feel about it? It's my favorite animated series of all time. Does it have problems? 100%. I hate the stigma. I hate the new stigma that's been around this fucking series for some fucking reason. It was shit. It doesn't line up with the prequels. All that bullshit. Fuck off. It improves the prequels in a lot of ways. People saying that Anakin isn't the same character. Okay, why? Because he doesn't sound like Hayden Christensen. He is the same character, and there's a difference between Anakin in episode 2 and episode 3, and you see the growth from him from episode 2 to episode 3, and he changes and he develops as a character. You're just an idiot. And I see a lot of people who are criticizing the series who haven't actually fucking seen the Clone Wars. It's great. It has problems. The first 2 seasons, I get it, are shit. I have a lot of nostalgia with the series. I grew up on it. the characters to this day I am in love with. Ahsoka Tano, Rex, Maul being brought back made Darth Maul my favorite character. The character worked with Darth Maul in this show is amazing. It's fucking amazing, okay? It does kind of suck that a lot of the characters who originated in the show have kind of been shit, especially Ahsoka. I will completely acknowledge that Ahsoka is a shit character now. Fine, okay, you win in that regard, but initially, she was a great character, and nothing will change my love for this series. I love it a lot. Emotional, great. It matures with the fucking audience. Has some of the best Star Wars, period. But yeah, I like it a lot. But moving on to more Star Wars. You want to hear me geek out more about how I love Star Wars? Andor Season 1 on fucking 4K, man. Not 4K, Blu-ray, Steelbook. Okay, so another shout out to one of my friends. This was actually a birthday present. Luna, the tuna, the Fee-Fi-Fo Fuma. That's my nickname for her. She got this for me for my birthday about a year ago, last year. Not my last birthday, but my birthday before that. And I fucking love you for it. She isn't too into Star Wars, but she knows that I really liked Andor, and I was singing the praises. I was talking about how I wanted to buy the Blu-ray, and she bought it for my birthday and surprised me with it, and it was fucking amazing. But yeah, I wasn't expecting her to do that. You know how like usually like when we want something for our birthday, and we're kind of like, yeah, I really want this. You know what I mean? But that wasn't what happened. It was like months beforehand. I was talking about how I liked Andor and I wanted the physical release. And we're on the topic of how I really wanted them to release season 2 physically, but it doesn't look like they're going to. Please do it, Disney, by the way. But yeah, she bought it for me. Good. Thank you. I love you for it. Look, love the Clone Wars. Andor. I think we're just going to talk about the series and Andor in general. I grew up on the Clone Wars. I have a lot of nostalgia bias for the Clone Wars. This is the best Star Wars series, hands fucking down, and you cannot fucking change. Listen, I might flip-flop if I watch Clone Wars, like I binge Clone Wars again, but it's so good. It's so well written. The characters are incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. I'm always hesitant, and I don't know why it is, but like new characters being introduced in a franchise, it's really hard, I think, to get audiences to care about those characters. Bro, I love all the original characters in this movie. Cassian himself isn't an original character. He was one of the main characters of Rogue One. But his character is so good in this. Cyril is so good. Cinta Kaz, so good. Dedra Miro. Oh, man. Fucking. It's. Oh, brother. Everything that I have fucking suggested in this video. Look, man. There's only like 2 that I think you should watch. Like actually put down the video, stop, click off the video, go somewhere else and just watch it. American History X, Whiplash, and this. Especially if you like Star Wars. It's so good. It looks beautiful. The soundtrack is fucking goosebump. Fucking, it gives you goosebumps. It's, oh my god, I'm blanking on the things that I love about it, dude. I love it. I love it a lot. And look, it's a slow burn at times. I can acknowledge that. But I'm a character guy, bro. If the dialogue's good and I'm actually interested in what you're doing and what you're showing is actually compelling, I'm all for it. The first time I watched it, I don't think I got it because I've never had something like this in Star Wars, where I'm usually just like, give me bang bang and boom booms and good character moments. This isn't really focused on the bang bangs and boom booms. It's focused on actually establishing and building lore and establishing characters. And the most emotional parts of the show is the character interactions, and it makes you care about these new characters. It makes you care about a dying old woman. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so good. It's genuinely so good. Don't get me wrong, the action in this, if you like action, this does not disappoint. It has some of the most beautiful action spectacle pieces I've ever seen in a TV show. It's great, but it builds up to it. It doesn't just give you action for the sake of action to like fill in an episode. It fills in the episode with lore and characters and character interactions and moving the plot forward. And there's not and I feel like, I don't know. It's all It's great. Please, just fucking watch Andor. I cannot suggest it enough. Genuinely. Okay, we're going to do all these, might as well, together, because they're here. All 4 seasons of Rebels on Blu-ray, baby. Star Wars Rebels is highly underrated. I feel like people are a little bit turned off by the animation because it's not Clone Wars animation. But look, man, what they were going for is they were just kind of going for Ralph McQuarrie concept art and animating it. Did they do that because they fucking had a lower budget than Clone Wars? 1000%, because Disney wasn't willing to sacrifice their own fucking paycheck like George Lucas was. People who don't know, by the way, the Clone Wars lost George Lucas money because of how expensive the animation was. Of course, Disney being a bunch of fucking greedy, as as George Lucas calls them, the white slavers of entertainment. As they're a greedy corporation, they will never fucking lose money. They would rather cut the animation cost. But yeah, once they bought Star Wars, one of the first things they did was they ordered an animated series, and Dave Filoni did Star Wars Rebels. Some very strong Star Wars here, and I think all of the seasons are really great, but do not get me wrong, the last season has some really retarded stuff in it. The last season has some of the best moments and the best character stuff. It has some really satisfying endings for a lot of characters, but like also it introduced time travel, and specifically to save Ahsoka's life from getting killed by Darth Vader. Stupid. The last season's pretty rough, but like it kind of sucks, man, because like I think Thrawn is really well done in this show, and then in the Ahsoka show he's done dirty. Like is the series perfect by any means? No, it has problems. I can acknowledge that. I understand the problems. I get the problems. I hear it. But specifically, I think Ezra's a little annoying. I don't think he's that strong, but the Maul stuff in this is really good. The Twin Sons is one of the best episodes of Star Wars ever. When they bring in legacy characters, it's handled with care, especially like with Obi-Wan and Maul. I would consider a legacy character at this point. Ahsoka has some good stuff in this until they fucking reverse her death. I think, honestly, Ahsoka's arc and that entire character would go down in history as some of the best writing ever in Star Wars if she just would have gotten killed by Vader. But speaking of Vader, very well done in this show. For a show that I think was targeted towards a very young audience that was still trying to be canon and still please the older fans, Vader's no fucking joke in this show. He is a serious, menacing, unstoppable fucking force of nature. And he's scary. He's actually scary in this show. But yeah, man, it has problems, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have a lot of strong stuff. Kanan and Hera are just excellent characters in the show. They carry the show hard. And I think that's one of the main reasons a lot of people stuck with it, is because their relationship was genuinely compelling. And Kanan's death is heartbreaking. It's sad. And Hera witnessing it was like fucking, it's gut-wrenching. It's really tragic, but it's good. It's genuinely good stuff. Rebels, a downgrade from Clone Wars. I would say it's shit a lot of the time. I would even say about half of this is shit. But the strong stuff is really good. When it's good, okay? And it just makes it okay, and I like it a lot. All right, objectively, I think it's But, like, because I'm a Star Wars fan and I love these characters a lot, the characters that shine really shine for me, and it's worth watching it, I think. Especially if you're fans of Maul, Obi-Wan, Vader, and Ahsoka. Except for the last season, what they do with Ahsoka. But anyway. Moving on. I guess we'll do both these at the same time, too. I guess we'll just do all the seasons of Star Wars. We're almost done with Star Wars. This is it. Mandalorian Season 1 and 2 on Blu-ray. Let me just talk about something real quick, okay? Look, when Mandalorian Season 2 came out, it got me. It got me with all the nostalgia baiting and the characters showing up for the sake of showing up because they were alive around this time, so they fucking just had them in for absolutely no reason, and you could have done a completely different character, and they're just in there for the sake of being in there. I think some characters work for being in here. I think if you're going to do a show about the Mandalorian, I think Mandalorian characters like Bo-Katan make absolute fucking sense. Boba Fett, even to a degree, I think would make sense, but look, man, besides that, right, I think there's some characters that just did not need to be in here. And also, the characters that did kind of need to be in here, I don't think were done particularly well. And I don't think Boba Fett was done particularly well. I really don't think, now that all my bias and all my hype is gone, I don't think Luke was particularly well done in this show either. And I think that I don't think this is that good. Like, people are glazing The Mandalorian season 2 like some of the best stuff Disney's ever done. I think The Mandalorian, we'll talk about season 1 here in a second. I just kind of want to clarify that, like, season 2 I glazed. I was one of those glazers and I loved it, but I rewatched it after I got it on Steelbook. I rewatched both of these back to back. I greatly preferred the first season over the second season. And I think the second season has a lot of problems, and I would even say this is kind of bad at points. I don't think it's bad completely, and I think it's okay. Like, I think it's fine. I think season 2 is fine, and it's okay for what it is. But guys, can I just say, Mandalorian season 1 was fucking special. Season 1's great, okay? It has a little bit of problems, but I just say that to say that I wish we really kind of would have done more of this. I don't understand why we didn't. I noticed something with, like, Pedro Pascal, but, like, Pedro Pascal seemingly liked playing Mando at this point. He actually acts in this season. The first episode's phenomenal, and I implore you, watch The Mandalorian and Grogu, that dog shit disgrace of a movie, and watch the first season of this. There's a completely different vibe and quality. This that came out 7 or 8 years ago should not be better and have better quality than a high-budget TV show. It really shouldn't. But the performances are better with their main characters like Pedro Pascal. Look at The Mandalorian and Grogu. He just doesn't even really want to be there. It's like he doesn't want... He hates being there. He hates having to do this. He just doesn't care. You can tell with his performance. He's just phoning in a performance. He literally is phoning in a performance. He could care less about being in the suit. He's in the suit all the time in this season. He is actually acting. And even the parts that he's not acting, or is not in the suit physically, his voice acting is really well done. He's actually giving a performance. He's actually acting. I wish we would have kind of stuck with the more grounded Din and the more grounded story in this. And I like the idea of him having the relationship between him and Grogu in the show is a lot more wholesome and nice and sweet and in character. And then in season 2, it just kind of gets goofy and like cutesy for the sake of being cutesy, especially in The Mandalorian and Grogu, and especially in season 3. Grogu's more of like a mysterious, tragic character that you know he's seen a lot, you know he's been through a lot. He has to have been because he's 50 years old and he's constantly being hunted by the Empire. And, you know, when he's cute, it feels more natural instead of him fucking having him eat eggs and having him do flips and shit. Like, I prefer this season a lot more. I really wish we would have stuck with this. I think he had an opportunity to get down to like more basic stuff after season 2, after Grogu was out of the picture. And then you didn't. You kind of don't even get me started on season 3. Season 3 is a dog shit. All right. But yeah, I kind of want to talk about that a bit. Season 1 is far superior than season 2, and I highly implore you guys, if you haven't seen The Mandalorian in a while and you're one of those season 2 glazers, my nose is itchy right now. I'm sorry, guys. Season 2 kind of isn't that good compared to season 1, man. I wish they would have been able to capture this magic more. But yeah, anyway, that's how I feel about The Mandalorian. Glad I have it physically, though. I'm really glad. All right, True Blood, entire season 1. This is HBO series, and this is basically porn. But look, man, I bought this. My parents used to watch all the time. I hadn't really seen anything of it. It kind of like, I kind of think I understood what the general plot was, but I was at a Goodwill, and it was like, I don't know if it was Goodwill. I think it was either a thrift store or Goodwill, but this was only like $2, and I bought it, and I watched it, and let me tell you, I have not watched the later seasons. I have not watched season 2 and beyond that. I have not watched beyond season 1, I should say. That would have been an easier way of saying that. My nose itches like a motherfucker. Holy shit. But let me tell you, I really enjoyed this. It's really good, actually. Yeah, is it kind of fucking there's a lot of sex in it. It's not for children. I think the amount of sex in this fucking show, it's basically porn. I could do without it. But like, I hear it gets a little less frequent. And I noticed that's what HBO does and a lot of like mature adult shows will do. Notice this, by the way. I implore you to actually like, once you realize this, you'll never be able to unsee it. Any shows that like are targeted towards adults, they'll tend to show some sort of like nudity or a sex scene, a graphic sex scene, to make sure that the parents know or anybody watching it know it's for adults. Kids should not watch this. And especially like the first season, it's filled with that. Look at Game of Thrones. Look at Game of Thrones, bro. After like the first 2 seasons, the sex scenes became basically non-existent. There was like 1 per season. There were like 20 in the first 2 seasons, right? But I heard like they kind of go down on that a little bit, or like kind of relax on like the graphic sex scenes. Again, look, am I going to complain about seeing naked women, hot naked women? No. But like, if I'm interested in the story and I'm spending 2 minutes watching these 2 people fuck with no dialogue, I'm just kind of like, I get it. They're intimate and they love each other. I get what you're trying to push here, but like, hey, it's just eye candy at this point. I would kind of like to get back to the fucking story instead of you making my dick hard. But yeah, anyway, I can't remember any of the characters' names. The main chick is really good. The characters in this are very good, and the story is very compelling, and I highly recommend it. I hear the ending, the last few seasons are shit, though. I think that's one of the reasons I haven't watched it yet, because the first season was like really strong for me. I was just like, oh man, I can't wait to watch the other seasons. But I remember my parents like complaining that the last like 2 seasons were like, apparently didn't have a very good ending. But anyway, maybe I'll think differently if I ever watch it. Moving on, The Walking Dead. This is the only Walking Dead season I own on physically on Blu-ray. I own a couple seasons on DVD. But I saw this, it was really cheap, and I really wanted to get it because The Walking Dead Season 1 is one of my favorite seasons of television. And as I said in my Walking Dead videos, as some of you may know if you're still watching or nobody's watching at this point, I don't expect anybody to be watching at this point. The pilot is, I think, hot take, I don't even know if this is a hot take, the pilot of The Walking Dead is the best pilot ever made. Fight me on that. It's super strong, it's really great, and I think this has objectively the best writing out of the entire series. I really like Season 2, do not get me wrong. I quite like Season 2, and I think Season 2 is a personal favorite of mine. But this season is very strong as far as characters go, and I think it has some of the best writing. Actually, I don't know, Season 2 has some really good fucking writing, actually, so I don't know about that, but I think this is generally... I think it's the best season of The Walking Dead. They were never able to get to the to match the quality of this season. It's unfortunate. Again, Season 2 is a personal favorite of mine, but I think objectively speaking, this season is better. And it really fucks that Frank Darabont was never really able to finish his vision of The Walking Dead, because not only was it loyal to the comics, but he also took some creative liberties that were actually quite good. He changed some things that I think may have been for the better, and that you'll rarely ever hear me say that when it comes to changing things from the adaptation. Besides them going to the CDC, I don't know if I like that. I have a mixed bag on that, but yeah. I think even if you don't like The Walking Dead or don't really want, like, not really into the whole zombie thing, this isn't really about that. I think that's one of the main things that I try to tell people wherever I'm like, read The Walking Dead, or like, you know, watch The Walking Dead. The first couple seasons are great, but the last half sucks. But they're like, I'm not really into the whole zombie thing. It's not about that, okay? Is it really? Okay. Fucking Cars. Is it about cars? Okay, kind of, but like, it's not about cars, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? There's zombies in it, but like, it doesn't really, that's not the sole purpose. It's not what it's about. It's a show about survival. And characters are very good. Especially Rick, Shane, everybody's well written. And it really sucks that they were never able to capture this magic again. Kind of like Mandalorian Season 1. But anyway, last of the TV shows, then we're going to be moving on to the 4Ks, baby. Another MCU show that I think is kind of shit, but has a really strong beginning, has a very strong, I guess, intro, I guess would be the right term. WandaVision. I remember when this was first coming out, I had the shivers while watching this because I was genuinely invested, and I was like, whoa, dude, like, are they really doing certain like aspects from the comics? Wanda's reality warping powers, what does this all mean? What does this entail? It was thrilling a lot of the times. I think that's where I was kind of like shaking, because like the stuff that they were doing was genuinely like crazy, and the premise of just the mystery is so good of her kind of just making this reality where they're in sitcoms and she's just trying to like isolate herself, I think is really good. It just kind of sucks that the last 2 episodes are fucking dog shit and it completely lost the plot. I've rewatched this like 3 or 4 times now, and every single time I have the same conclusion. I'm genuinely, passionately disappointed that they weren't able to stick the landing. You had so much potential here. You had a lot of good stuff. I still get goosebumps to this day of when it comes to the performances. I think it's episode 4 or 5. Vision starts to realize that something isn't quite right, and he confronts Wanda about it, and fuck, dude, even thinking about it is like, oh, fuck me, I can't believe they didn't stick a landing on this. It sucks that I don't like this, but Paul Bettany gives a fucking great performance where he's kind of arguing with her, and then like she's clearly lying to him about what's going on, and just like, stop lying to me, you know, that like, just stop lying to me, you know, that the way he delivers it. And he's like, Wanda's like, look, you need to calm down. Everything will be fine. I'll make everything okay. Like, and it's just like fucking him saying like, you don't get to fucking make that choice for me. You need to tell me what's going on. And then it goes from like anger to like fear. And he's like realizing, because Vision's not real. This guy is a completely made up from her powers. He's just not a hex, but like he's a completely, he was created from her memories. And he just kind of comes to that realization that like, I don't remember who the fuck I am. Like, I'm scared. Like, you won't tell me who I am, why I'm here. I've just kind of been made to accept this, but like, I need your help. Please tell me why I'm here. What am I? Dude, Paul Bettany again. Oh, it's such a good performance where he's just like he's literally doing this and like begging to her. He's like, I don't know who I am. Like, I'm scared. Like, please help me. You know, like, tell me what's going on. Man, fucking, why weren't they able? Why did you turn it into a fucking MCU fuck you at Marvel. Fuck you that you weren't able to fucking. It's so disappointing. It's the ending's so bad. It ruins the entire show. Anyway, that's all my TV shows. No, I said I was going to split that up, but I said, fuck it. Why not just do them all? Because there's not that much. But yeah, moving on to the 4Ks, and then we're done, baby. But we're not going to do any ABCs with the fucking 4Ks because I don't have enough to do that. I have like 11. So let's go, I guess. Batman, Mask of the Phantasm on 4K. So this I saw when I was working at Target. It was on like the physical media shelf. It was like on like the you know, like the like on the ends of the shelves, they have like the stuff that they're promoting that they want you to buy because it's like a big thing. This was on there, and I know my dad really liked this movie, and I bought it for him, I think for his birthday, but then I was like, I quite like this movie too, so I bought 2 copies, one for him, one for me. Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Look, I have not seen the entirety of the animated series. I like all the episodes that I've seen. It's quite good. It's really strong, and it's a lot of people's favorite animated series of all time. It's really good. It's gritty. It's mature. The character stuff is really good. Batman's amazing in that. Probably the best adaptation of Batman ever, I think. But yeah, this is a movie that's connected to the show, and it's really good. I don't love it as much as a lot of people, but I can acknowledge that it's quite good. The stuff with the Joker is really good. Batman stuff is really... I think, dude, this little side note here. The TV show, I don't know what is like... It's been stuck in my mind, and I hear the sound effect when I read comics now, too. But, like, dude, the fighting and, like, the punches have so much weight, and I think it's just the satisfying noise of, like, a branch cracking when he, like, punches Joker, where it's like a... But it's like, it's not even that. It's not like a... It's like a... You know, it's like a, I don't know, there's like, it sounds like there's like impact, like there's a build up to it, and then it like a branch snaps when he like punches. It was in the animated show too, and it's in this, and it's like so satisfying. And then like when I see people punch each other in comics, especially a Batman comics when I read it, I hear the Batman animated series punch sound effects. There's so much weight to the fucking punches and kicks, man. Especially when he knocks out Joker's fucking tooth in this. Anyway, strong movie. Not my favorite Batman movie, but also it is technically a theatrically released Batman movie, so this does belong on a ranking if you were to rank Batman movies. But it's quite strong. I like it a lot, and has some good twists. And yeah, good stuff with Bruce Wayne and Just Bruce Wayne. I think there's a lot of strong Bruce Wayne stuff in it. And yeah, this is the only MCU movie I think I have on 4K. Captain America: The First Avenger. This was a gift. I have it on Blu-ray already, but yeah, I mean, a lot of these movies I already have on Blu-ray, but yeah, fucking, yeah. I think I already talked about Captain America: The First Avenger. I really like it. Good World War I movie. And yeah, I don't really know. It's going to be difficult talking about the movies that I already have on Blu-ray. Especially, it's going to be difficult talking about this one because I haven't seen it all the way through. Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. I saw the first 20 minutes on Netflix. My cousin was watching it at my dad's house. I didn't finish it, and I have it on 4K. I got it on 4K as a gift after that, and I still haven't watched it, so I can't really tell you much about it. I liked Godzilla vs. Kong, but this is a team-up movie, I guess. It made a lot of money. I liked Godzilla v. Kong. I can't really tell you anything about it. I think I got to the part where Kong discovers the boy, the monkey, the miniature Kong boy. I don't remember much else. I really don't. I don't really remember anything from that movie, honestly, from the first like 20 minutes that I saw. I'll watch it eventually, though. I have it on 4K. I might as well. Oh, motherfucker. This is my newest 4K, and holy fucking shit, man. Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair on 4K. Finally, Tarantino. I saw this in theaters, by the way. I saw this in theaters 5 times. When I saw this in theaters, I think that's when I truly fell in love with Kill Bill. And I like it a lot. And I think this is the way to watch Kill Bill now. I think watching it in the 2 parts, volume 1 and 2, I think is a disgrace now. This is his original vision. This is what he wanted the movie to be in the first place. And yeah, man, if you're a Kill Bill fan, it's all you can fucking ask for. This is the special edition. It comes with like it comes with a booklet, information, documentary. It comes with the making. It comes with art. It comes with film, like one of those film like collector's editions, like film from the movie. And one of the things I like about this, you pick up the sleeve, dude. Look, to open it, there's a veil for Beatrix. Holy shit. And then you fucking, all this stuff in there. Dude, I fucking love this. When I first got this, I didn't realize that there was a veil. And when I took it off, I was like, oh my God! Like, that was literally my reaction. I was like, what the fuck? There's a veil! It's so cool. I talked about Kill Bill earlier. I was blanking on why I love this. But guys, the characters are great. The action's good. The story's great. It's heartwarming. It's satisfying. It's one of the best revenge tales ever. Tarantino is at his best. Well, I mean, I like some of his movies better than this one, but like, he really shines. He takes inspiration from a lot of old Japanese samurai movies. He pays homage to them, but at the same time does something completely different. It's stylized. I think it's a lot more enjoyable, especially the fight scenes are a lot more enjoyable, especially the ending fight scene when she's fighting the crazy 88, I think. The crazy 88? I don't know. Something like that. When she's fighting the crazy 88 at the end. It's very stylized, but like if you know what he was going for, what he was paying homage to, you get it a little bit more, and I think it's a little bit more enjoyable. I remember the first time I watched Kill Bill, and I didn't really get it, and I thought it was a little goofy. But then I filled out my the movies that I've seen. I watched a couple old Japanese samurai movies, and I can't remember the name of any of them. I didn't love them, so I don't really remember the name. Fuck, there was the one with... Fuck, what is the name of that movie? With the fucking... Okay, whatever. Anyway, I'm getting put on the spot right now. But yeah, once I understood where the inspiration was coming from, I enjoyed it infinitely more. And I actually like part 2 a lot more. It's more of a Western than it is like a samurai movie, and I think it has better characters. Moments, I mean, fuck. I mean, you can't get really any better than Oren Ishii, but I really like Bud. I think Bud is like a standout. I think it's completely underrated. And I think the fight scene between her and, what was the eye patch chick's name called again? California Mountain Snake, I think it was, is hilarious. Dude, I remember when she plucked her eye out for the first time. When I watched that, my jaw dropped. I was like, what? It's so good because it's like so simple, because it's like fucking, you can see Beatrix, the bride, she gets the idea while they're like, it's like a build up to like an anticlimactic, but it's such a brilliant ending where like they're clashing swords, they're like facing down each other, and then you could see her like get the idea. She's like, what am I doing? And then just plucks out her fucking eye. And then the freak out is so good. The freak out where she's like literally losing her shit. Where she's like fucking swinging, crying, fucking swinging at anything, realizing that like it's just over. Like, and she just leaves her. Beatrix just leaves her, man. Oh my God, it's so good. I like it a lot. Highly recommend Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair. I think that's the way you should watch it if you haven't seen Kill Bill yet. Okay, Kong Skull Island. I thought I had this on Blu-ray, but I guess not. Technically I do, because I think this comes with a Blu-ray. It does, so I guess I do technically have it on Blu-ray. But Kong Skull Island, look, do I prefer the traditional story of King Kong? 1000%. I like this new take on it quite a bit, and I think this is the best out of the entire monster universe with Godzilla and King Kong. This is fucking amazing. Remember that girlfriend that I was talking about earlier that that was friends with Cheyenne, and we went to my friend Edith's house to pick her up to go to the mall? Well, fucking, she's a cunt, but I hope she's doing well now, but fucking we're past all the young bullshit, the immature stuff. But yeah, the thing I will never forgive her on, jokingly, is let me tell you something, man. We went to the theaters, and I was enjoying the fuck out of this movie, but she wanted to get up and leave because she was too scared, and it was in the middle of the gas scene where they have to put on the gas masks, and Tom Hiddleston's character is just like slicing through the fucking like pterodactyls. Oh, it's so fucking good. I love that fucking scene so much. She made me leave during the fucking movie, and I never finished it. But good thing, I saw it on fucking cable television, and I was able to finish it, and I fell in love, and I still love this movie to this day. Brie Larson, holy shit, she actually acts in this movie. I really like Samuel L. Jackson's character in this, and Tom Hiddleston. There's a lot of Marvel actors in this now that I'm realizing. Holy shit, and the guy plays, he's one of the Nova Corp. The main guy, the main Nova Corp guy in Guardians of the Galaxy, he's in this too. Who the fuck else? Are there any other fucking Marvel actors? Holy hell. I can't think of any, but really strong cast, really strong characters. Kong is really cool in this. Really great fight scenes. Dude, there's, oh my God. There's a scene where... Oh God, it's so good. This is the scene that made my girlfriend at the time want to leave, but this guy's like taking pictures, and then like it malfunctions and like gives away like their location, and then you just see one of the main beasts just fucking chomp him. He's like one of the main characters too. He's the entire reason they're on the island and stuff, and it was, I don't know, I love that scene so much. Yeah, I think it's quite good, and they were definitely going for like, all right, we want to do a King Kong or a Kong versus Godzilla movie, and they didn't do the traditional story where King Kong gets taken to New York and, you know, dies and all that. I prefer the traditional story. It's a classic, but I like the fact that this entire movie just takes place on Skull Island, and it really dives into the dangers of Skull Island. But yeah, I think some people would consider this a remake. I don't really consider it a remake, man. I kind of consider it just its own take. It's a new take. It doesn't follow the story of the original movie. It just kind of does its own thing. But I guess a reboot, I guess you could call it, because it's not trying to remake. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a reboot. A reboot / remake, I guess. Anyway, Life of Pi. I talked about this earlier. Dude, Life of Pi looks fucking beautiful. I talked about how, like, I talk about how great it looks. Life of Pi is like a beautiful movie. Look, it looks great on Blu-ray. It looks even better on 4K, man. And I have not gone back since. I will still own the Blu-ray for collecting purposes, but it looks beautiful on 4K, man. It's a beautiful fucking movie. I think I talked about why I like this movie a lot, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but it looks even better on 4K. It's amazing. This is the only way I own. I own Pulp Fiction on DVD, but again, I thought I had it on Blu-ray, which technically I do. But I would like to own it on Blu-ray eventually, because I have all the Tarantino movies on Blu-ray. except Pulp Fiction. But on 4K, look, so I'm going to say something here. I think I kind of forgot to mention this with Mask of the Phantasm. Look, man, with these movies, with movies that came out like pre-2010, before anything was filmed in HD, being upscaled to 4K, yeah, it looks nice, but like, it's so unnecessary, dude. The next movie that I'm about to look at, I have on Blu-ray. I've watched the Blu-ray and the 4K. I cannot tell you the fucking difference. In fact, I would even say in some ways the 4K looks worse, because it's like upscaling things that maybe don't need to be upscaled. But yeah, Pulp Fiction though, I like quite a bit. It looks nice in 4K. It looks crisp, but like I said, like certain things, it's a detriment. But yeah, hey, if you keep fucking growling while I'm filming, I will fucking eat all of your dog bones and you might die. I'll just kill you afterwards. I'll just full on threaten death. So shut the fuck up. I don't know if you guys can pick up the growling there. She's growling at neighbors. But yeah, Pulp Fiction's a classic. It's Tarantino, considered Tarantino's best movie. People still to this day are trying to copy it and they could figure out what made this movie so successful. There's so many copies of this movie that try and do the same thing without really truly understanding why it was successful in the first place. But man, I don't know if I would have spent too much time on Pulp Fiction, because what hasn't been said at this point, all right? You can make the argument about a lot of things I talked about, but yeah, I like this movie. Top 5 Tarantino movies, probably top 3. It's objectively good. It's one of the greatest movies ever made. A lot of people would even argue it is the best movie ever made. I would say slow your fucking roll there, but there's an argument to be made, and really cemented Tarantino as one of the greatest directors of all time. A lot of people say he hasn't, like... I'll talk about this more real quick, actually, because I feel like there's something important. I feel like there's like a genuine conversation here. Look, objectively, it's his best movie, okay? And I think that's okay to acknowledge. It's not my favorite, but objectively, I think it's his best movie. But I feel like there's like a conversation around Tarantino that like, it's so cool and interesting that like, even though he is never and probably will never be able to reach the highs of his best movie, he hasn't necessarily fallen from grace either. He still has the same quality of writing in his other movies from this movie, and in a lot of ways he's gotten better. His cinematography's gotten a lot better than Pulp Fiction. Pulp Fiction is just so fucking compelling in its characters and story. And it's not to say that like The Hateful Eight, Django, and Glorious Bastards, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood aren't amazing. It's just like they're like the kind of the same quality of this. This is just a little bit better, I guess. I don't know. Kind of interesting to talk about, because it's one of those things where it's like you talk about directors and they're like, oh man, Ridley Scott, he'll never get better than the original Alien, or fucking James Cameron, he's never gonna get better than Terminator 2. He's just never gonna happen. With Tarantino, it's all like, you're not looking back at like, man, he's never gonna get better than Pulp Fiction. It's like, no, he's still making quality movies to this day. Pulp Fiction is just a classic, you know what I mean? Reservoir Dogs, I talked about this earlier. I own on 4K. This is the first 4K that I ever bought. I saw it on the shelf at Target, and I was like, holy shit, Reservoir Dogs on 4K, let's go. I hadn't owned it on Blu-ray at this point, and I didn't have a 4K player at that point, but I did see it came with a Blu-ray, so I bought it just to have Reservoir Dogs on Blu-ray. And then, yeah, this suffers a little bit in 4K, I think, because a lot of things are upscaled that maybe didn't need to be upscaled, but yeah, because this movie wasn't meant to be seen in 4K, man. This was from 1993, if I'm not mistaken. No, was that Pulp Fiction? No, Pulp Fiction was when this movie came out. It was like the 80s or something. When this movie came out. Yeah, I can't even fucking speak. This movie wasn't meant to be seen in 4K is what I'm saying. Blu-ray looks fine, but like 4K, it's like, one, there's not really much of a difference, and two, the stuff that like Blu-ray where it's upscale, it's like a little rough. This just makes it look even worse at certain points. But yeah, Reservoir Dogs, classic, one of my favorite movies of all time. This needs to be fucking studied again. I think a lot of film schools look at this movie because of it's just excellent filmmaking. Anyway, I talked about it already, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. Ugh, fuck me. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this movie either. I already talked about this. Okay, so why do I have a 4K and a Blu-ray of the Mario movie? I couldn't fucking tell you. I didn't pay for him. I don't know if I talked about this. So basically, my dad did a little bit of a gag because he's a jokester. He's a little funny jokester. For my birthday, He knew I didn't like the Mario movie, but he got me the Blu-ray of the Mario movie about 2 years ago. Then, that same upcoming Christmas, just to be a little bit of a jokester, got me the Mario movie on 4K, even though he knew I didn't like it. And I would never have spent money on it unless it was like $1 somewhere. I probably would have eventually bought it. But the thing is, I am a little bit thankful. Jon Snow, you should be here. Sorry, buddy. I never fixed that. I just noticed that. I am a little thankful having it on 4K and Blu-ray just for collecting purposes, because I'm a huge Mario fan, and at least I can say that I have it, although I don't have the original Mario Brothers movie, which I think would be nice to have, even though that's dog shit too. But I'm kind of glad I have it just because it's Mario, even though it's dog shit. But you know what? I think it has moments. You know what movie doesn't have moments, though? This is cinema slop, okay? This is like, you swung and you missed, buddy. This is just, you fucking made macaroni, you shit in it, you pissed in it, you spit in it, and then just for extra measure, you fucking put your fingers down your throat and you threw up fucking your breakfast in the macaroni. You fucking made it into this slop bowl, and then you put in some trendy fucking stuff, and then you fucking served it to me, and then it made $1 billion. Look, I think I hate this movie more because at least Mario isn't trying to be an adaptation of any certain game. It's just trying to be like a combination of like Mario history. So there's a lot of references to Mario and stuff. This is literally supposed to be an adaptation of Mario Galaxy. No, it's not. This is one of the most disgraceful adaptations that I've ever seen. One of the most disgraceful fucking video game adaptations I've ever seen. You know what's in common with the fucking game? He goes to space. Rosalina. That's it. I don't know what the fuck else you're waiting for. Fucking, that's about it. And, I fucking hated the discourse. Sorry, I'm actually getting a little angry. I hated the discourse online. Because when I was complaining and everybody was complaining about this movie online, you had the fucking fake-ass Mario fans, the retards who had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. What are you complaining for? Mario never had plot. Mario Galaxy doesn't have any plot. Why are you complaining that the Mario Galaxy movie just doesn't have plot either? What are you talking about? What are you actually... You, assuming you're not just fucking being an idiot or being disingenuous. It's either you're being disingenuous or you don't know what you're talking about. You're going to tell me after you played Mario Galaxy, you completely ignored all the themes about life and death and the story that is contained in that game, and the story that you can actually look for in the game with Rosalina and her backstory and the storybook, and you're going to really tell me that Mario Galaxy doesn't have story? Literally the Mario game, one of the few Mario games, right, that has like a genuine fleshed out story. Really? Really? The deep themes of Mario Galaxy is nowhere to be found in this movie. It's a slop fest. It's lame. It's dumb. It has the same problems as the first one. There's needle drops from hip hop and like classic rock that like make no sense. Mario and Luigi aren't even really characters in this movie. Rosalina and Peach should have been the front and center. They make Peach and Rosalina sisters for some reason. And that's never even fleshed out. It's just there to make the little girls like go, you know, like, I don't know about you guys, I had little sisters, but like I had a little sister. Actually, yeah, I had little sisters, and whenever they would have like dolls or whatever, all the dolls would be sisters for no reason. And I remember thinking that was like one of the major questions while I was playing Mario Galaxy for my sisters. Oh, are Peach and Rosalina sisters? No, they're not. Okay, I don't know. It's a fucking little girl brain thing. Everybody needs to be fucking sisters. All right, the power of sisterhood. I don't fucking know. They put that slop in this movie. Man, we're almost done. We're one 4K away from this video being done. And I'm just done talking about this. If you like this movie, you're not a true fan of Mario, and you enjoy slop. That's just how it is. I don't make the fucking rules. My dad got that for my birthday as well. He got that for me as a fucking joke because he knew I didn't like it. Love ya. Ugh, fuck me. And when I confronted those people online, like, what, Mario Galaxy doesn't have a story? Are you kidding me? And I list all the story elements and the themes of the story. And I love it. It wasn't even just me. And then the people I talked to and the people on Twitter everywhere were just like, oh, well, I don't really know much about the game. Yeah. Yeah, of course you don't. Anyway, last one. Toy Story 4. Look, guys, Toy Story should have ended with 3. All right, you're in agreement. All right, would everything have been better if it just ended with 3? Yeah. Okay, but look, Toy Story 4 is good, and I'm pretending. I'm tired of acting like it's not. Okay, I was against Toy Story 4 from the get-go. I watched it with fucking pure spite. Okay, I watched it and I didn't like it, but I knew deep down that I liked it. I rewatched it a few times and I fell in love. Okay, Toy Story 4 is great. It has some problems, but the character with Woody is so fucking strong. The opening is so strong. The stuff with him, between him and Bo Peep, is great. He's challenged more than he's ever been challenged in this movie. He's no longer the favorite, and it goes into like the elements how that would affect Woody, and just, yeah, is the ending a little bit controversial? Yes, but like, it makes sense. I feel it convinced me that Woody would leave. It did a good enough job. He's insignificant in Bonnie's life at this point. She doesn't care about him anymore. She's moved on from him. And that's okay. He was there for Bonnie as much as he could be. Now it's time for him to be happy. Now it's time for him to move on. Maybe to the next kid. Who knows? But yeah, man, I'm okay with that theme. I understand if that doesn't sit well with you. I understand if you weren't convinced. That's fine. I was. And I took away a lot from this movie. And I think it's quite strong. I like it a lot. If I were to rank it, yeah. I mean, Toy Story 5 is at the fucking bottom. I don't think... I thought Toy Story 5 was 5. I thought Toy Story 5 was fine, right? And I didn't watch Toy Story 5 with like the fucking spite that I watched this one. But yeah, this would be like 5, then 4, and then the original trilogy, right? Like, it's not one of the best Toy Story movies. It's down there, but I still think it's quite good. All right, guys. So if you made it this fucking far, can I just say thank you? I'm not expecting anybody to actually watch this thing all the way through. This is more of like a passion, I guess, a passion project video, I guess, that I've always wanted to do. Especially now that physical media is slowly starting to die. And, 10, 15 years from now, we're probably going to be in an age where video games are all going to be completely... video games and movies and Blu-rays just probably aren't really going to be around anymore. And we're all going to be relying on subscription services. If something doesn't change. A lot can change in 10 years, guys. And I'm kind of holding out faith. I know I said I was going to talk a lot about the importance of physical media, and I think I didn't really talk much about it except in the beginning of the video, but I think this should really just, I guess, kind of speak for itself. I own all of this. Even the movies that I don't like, I own it. And I can proudly say that I own the Mario Galaxy movie on 4K. Even though it's dog shit. But the fact that this can't be taken away from me... What the fuck? Well, here, let me just grab... Here. No, that's a bad... Let's do that one. You can't take this away from me. Ever. This is mine forever and ever. And I'm not going to have to watch this. I'm not going to have to pay a subscription. I'm not going to have to pay a fucking fee. I'm not going to have to pay for it ever again. I'm not going to have to rent it. I'm not going to have to rush to find what subscription service is on and then end up paying for a subscription service that I don't even want, that I end up canceling or forget to cancel. It's mine. And not only that, even if I do pay for it, I can't get it taken away from me. And I think people don't realize that is when you buy something digitally, it's not yours. And it can be taken away on a whim. And a lot of people are like, I feel like people don't understand the importance of that because it hasn't happened to them yet. I can say, for me, it has happened to me. I purchased Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 digitally. I shouldn't say I purchased. I got them because these two Blu-rays here came with the digital code. But in all intents and purposes, it was the same thing as purchasing it on the Movies Anywhere app. I put in the code and I got them. But those movies were taken off because they lost the licenses to it. And that's not fair, and I honestly think that should be fucking illegal. stuff like that. And so, like, I was never in the mindset of it, it's not happening to me, so it's not a problem. But I was never in that mindset, right? But, like, I was always with the people, I was like, that should not happen, and that's fucked up. But now that it happened to me as well, I think I'm even more passionate about it, that if we're going to go in an all-digital age, there needs to be some sort of guarantee that you own the stuff that you own. Otherwise, this is the best way to buy physical media. And I honestly think if you want to help save physical media from dying, I genuinely believe you should go out there and just buy a Blu-ray of a movie that you really like. Buy your top 10 movies on Blu-ray. Buy your top 10 video games physically if you can. If you have, especially like maybe buy a couple games. Like if you're like playing Game Pass Xbox and you really like a fucking game that you've been paying a fee to play for like the better part of a year, maybe just go out and buy it so you don't have to pay a subscription to pay it and play it anymore, and you can just pop it into your console whenever you want. I really think that stuff like that would help save physical media, because this is important. Owning your stuff is important. And if we're going into an age where you don't own anything you buy, I think it's going to be a really dark, depressing age. And it's really going to affect me a lot, because it's not just about, I want to own nerdy shit physically. I want to own the things I buy. I want to feel like my money, when I spend my hard-earned money on something, I own it. And yeah, that's why I kind of got obsessed with buying Blu-rays. I wasn't really into collecting movies for a while. Then when I was like a teenager, I got into it. I was into collecting video games, but I really got into collecting physical media for the past like 8 years. And I mean, you started out with like, I had no Blu-rays 8 years ago. And honestly, like, I think I have like 200-ish Blu-rays and 4Ks, a lot more DVDs. And I'm just glad I own some of my favorite movies on Blu-ray, and you can never take that away from me. There's always stuff that I'm trying to fill in my collection. There's always movies that I buy on a whim just because it's cheaper than just paying. Ironically, the ironic part is this is generally, as a whole, unless I like buy Blu-rays new, fucking buying the 4K, I got that as a gift, but like that was like $40. But this is generally cheaper because I don't have to pay a subscription. I don't pay for any subscriptions, man, on Netflix or anything. I just buy everything physically. And the stuff that I do need to watch on like streaming services, well, I borrow people's accounts. But yeah, I don't have to scramble on any fucking try to find a certain movie that I want to watch on a streaming service, because I have it here. Not everything, but yeah, I try to find it. And like, if I really want to watch a movie, usually the first thing I do is I go down to a Goodwill or the local store that has physical media, and I see if they have that first, instead of paying a subscription for a Netflix or borrowing a friend's account, when I could probably just find the Blu-ray for the movie for $2 instead of paying $14 for something that I'm going to use once and then cancel the subscription. You know what I mean? But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you guys for sticking around for as long as you did. If you guys did stick around, I'm not expecting this video to do well. This is different from a lot of the stuff that I do. I've wanted to focus on my collection a lot more on my channel. This is a weird way to start doing it. I've done it a couple times, of course, but yeah, collection's a big part of my life, and I figured I'd just do this. I might, if this video does well, or if I feel up to it regardless, and if you're listening, I might do this with my DVDs or my VHSs and my video games. We'll see. I'm a little intimidated with the video games because that's going to be... You think this back catalog was bad. Fucking the video game back catalog is worse. But yeah, I could still talk about like almost most of them. But like, it's not just that. There's a lot. I had to take breaks after every couple hours for this video. Fucking imagine, the gaming one's going to be a nightmare, but I'd be down to do it if you guys want to see it. But yeah, if you've stuck around this far, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. You guys are great. Thank you for clicking on the video. Leave a like if you liked it. It helps out a lot. Maybe comment if I had one of your favorite movies or your thoughts, or if I have a take that you think is retarded, comment about it. And I think my Discord's linked in the below. All my social media is linked. Join the Discord. We talk nerdy shit all the time. And yeah, I appreciate you all. Thank you. Subscribe. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.